So we should be live, basically. So let's see if, I think YouTube is still catching up with it. Takes a little bit of time for it to figure out, I think, that we're already live. Let me just see. Yeah, already here, so that's all good. All right, well, I mean, if people jump in, then we'll just let people jump in. And we are going to open up, I guess. So for everybody who doesn't know me, most likely you already do, but if you don't, my name is AK Rex. And today is the rare privilege for you to see me full face with my shiny light bulb head. And I have two of my long-term trusted friends and people who will be helping me today with this review, John Michalski, because he's been doing, yes, there we go, that's him in flesh. He's been doing the When Dinosaurs Roamed America review, so you will know him from there. You will also know him from the review of the Real T-Rex, which we've done with Dr. Thomas Carr right below me here in the screen. And we also have Dr. Jason Burke, correct?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I'm not sure where we are on this Brady Bunch stream, but yeah. Hello.
Okay, cool. So now I'm just making sure that I get the names right and everything, because they always say that yours gets butchered a lot, so I try not to, you know, I try to be on proper, you know, like I want to do a proper one, yeah? So you would have seen Jason in our videos, basically earlier on during the times of this channel with a few interviews here and there. We did a whole segment on reptiles, and we did quite a few conversations about, you know, people's favorites, you know, the feathers and stuff like that. Everybody loves feathers, of course. So basically today we're doing Prehistoric Planet. This is going to be a very interesting and exciting segment, I think, overall. And we may have a few more people jumping in and out potentially. So with that said, I suppose we can give it a go. So we will basically do, we'll try to, I rearranged it in a slightly different order. I wanted to pick them out by their specific settings so that we don't go all over the place every single time. So this segment will involve North America in Hell Creek and Javelina formation. So this time period, this location, to make it more simple. And we have one more guest actually joining, so let me invite him over. Perfect timing. Hello, Harry. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
So, as you can see, most of the crew are here. And in case you don't know, Harry is one of my also very trusted friends and who helps me out a lot with the channel. And he is from Australia. So we have Britain, Australia, and the US here so far. Now, I'm just filling everybody in with what we're about to do. We're literally just about to start our review on the Javelina and Hell Creek setting. So everybody's happy to go ahead? Yes? So, and by the way, with Harry, you would have seen him as well. You've seen him in our live streams before. You've seen him on the interviews. He has done a series of charts, mostly size charts. So you can check that out as well in one of my older videos on the channel. So I'm going to share this screen with you, and we will get to the first part, which is the setting. So we have the setting, which is the Maastrichtian North America, which is one of the two settings primarily, but we will get into the context in a moment. So first, I would like to give word to John first, if you don't mind. John, would you like to explain what have you produced here and are we looking at?
Yeah, so I want to just give a quick background to when I was looking into the different formations shown in Prehistoric Planet for Maastrichtian North America. what this section will be focusing on is primarily the stuff at the very, very end of the Cretaceous, so around 66 or so million years ago. That includes the Hell Creek and Javelina formations, like we've talked about. But when I was looking into some of the formations, it was also brought to my attention that the Lance formation appears in this as well as the Scholar formation in Canada. So the Lance formation is in Wyoming. Hell Creek, most people will know, occurs in the Dakotas and Montana. The Scholar formation is in Canada. I want to say, yeah, Alberta, Canada, for Scholar. And then there's also, and we'll get to them in a bit, but the Javelina formation from Texas, and then an asterisk over the Denver formation. I saw the Denver formation referenced. I don't know if it's confirmed in the show. So just if I'm wrong, just let me know. But I'm pretty sure that I read somewhere where it's talked about maybe the Denver formation appears in the show. But so going back to Maastrichtian North American number one, what I have there is obviously the three pictures of each of the formations from the show itself. So Hell Creek, Lance, and Scholar. And I thought I'd like to try and find some images of paleo art or something similar to demonstrate, well, what could um, how would we compare how they're depicted in the show compared to the evidence and in other kinds of art. So for Hell Creek, I actually got a couple images from I believe it's the concept art for Saurian. Say what you will about the game itself, but I actually really like the concept art and the um, just the reconstructions of the Hell Creek formation from Saurian. I really like these. What they've done with it, especially in the middle there with the Edmontosaurus herd walking across a fern prairie. Obviously, I know that fern prairies are especially difficult to find, but I actually thought that the show did a pretty good job with the setting overall. There's a couple um, locations that I was like scratching my head over, but I really wasn't too offended by anything in the setting. I think they actually did Hell Creek and Lance pretty well. I also have a couple pictures from the Milwaukee Public Museum, which, if you've ever been to the Milwaukee Public Museum or if you're familiar with the Milwaukee Public Museum, you will know that it's um, one of its most famous and most impressive dioramas is of a Tyrannosaurus Rex eating a Triceratops. And I wanted to take a couple pictures on the sides because the T-Rex, Triceratops, and the Dromaeosaurs are the big eye-catching features of the diorama. But if you look closely, you'll actually be able to find things like crocodiles and birds. And I unfortunately do not have a picture of this, but they actually have like images of there's a crocodile there. There's that loon-like bird. I believe there should be turtles there as well. Um, there's also a picture I meant to put in here of like the fish. So they have like paddlefish and and you wouldn't know it unless you were to actually look in the back of the diorama. But it's these little details that really bring the diorama to life. And it's just some of that stuff that I like to see when you're trying to depict an extinct ecosystem is to show things like I'm not even saying draw great attention to it, but just make mention of, yeah, there were animals like this that lived with the dinosaurs, and it gives you this sense of a real proper ecosystem. So that's what I have for Hell Creek and Lance, because they both, as far as I'm aware, both the Hell Creek and the Lance formations, um, they have a very similar interpreted habitat of being a humid coastal plain, probably tropical in nature, and so they actually kind of line up pretty well. The Scholar formation is interesting because, according to what I have read up on it, it's supposed to be interpreted as a kind of a semi-cooler, semi-arid environment, um, which they sort of depict in the show itself. It's more specifically that this inland basin had like a lake that dried up. I'm not saying it's inaccurate necessarily, but the Scholar formation is actually kind of unique to what we see with the Hell Creek and Lance formations. And then next to the Scholar picture from the show, I actually have I don't exactly have a lot of, I couldn't find a whole lot of, it should be in the black and white, um, just underneath yep, that one there. It's There's not a whole lot of images depicting the setting of the Scholar Formation. This is the closest I could find of it. This is of a Triceratops there. But the Scholar Formation for sure would have been definitely different from the Hell Creek and Lance formations. It was cooler, it was more semi-arid, and I actually think for the one time it's shown, I thought it was okay. I guess if I had to really criticize it, it's that it comes across as a little bit too modern. Like some of the plants look like you would see them in a Cenozoic setting, not so much a Mesozoic setting. But I also understand it's really, really hard to find settings like that that perfectly match what it was like back 66 million years ago. So that's generally that's just my thoughts on the slide itself and my justification for the images in there.
Okay, so anything else you'd like to add on the second slide, or does that basically cover most of them, what's been featured here?
So I want to quickly go over the Javelina formation real quick. Again, these are two pictures of the formations, Javelina and Denver, potentially from the show. The Denver formation is only shown to take place in this soda lake like environment, which I don't know if, as far as I'm aware, that's not been proven to my knowledge, but I'm also not super familiar with every single aspect of the paleoecology of the Denver formation. So I'm not saying it's impossible, but as far as I'm aware, it's a very specific environment that I think was more so chosen for the behaviors shown in the segment rather than how accurate it was. And then you have Javelina. The Javelina formation, to the best of my knowledge, has been interpreted as kind of like somewhat of a tropical dry forest like habitat. It was more arid than the Hell Creek and Lance formations, but it was still pretty decently tropical. And there you have an image of some of the dinosaurs and animals from the Javelina. You have Alamosaurus, Tyrannosaurus Rex, obviously, Quetzalcoatlus and above there. So you have a few animals that were from the Javelina in that picture, just to give you an idea as to what it could have looked like, as well as the bottom right picture with the Quetzalcoatlus flying above the animals there. So those are two pictures for the Javelina. The picture of the T-Rex foot in the middle of that forest there, watching the Triceratops pair over there, that's, I believe, supposed to represent the Denver formation. So maybe the Denver formation isn't too different from the Hell Creek or Lance, but again, I am not as familiar with the Denver as I am with Hell Creek or Lance. But for Javelina, one thing I will point out is that the Javelina only occurs once in the series, and it only takes place on a beachhead, which is not impossible, but I will say that it does sort of limit the kind of habitat that we would have interpreted from the geologic record for the formation. So, and we'll get into a bit more detail about, how does this impact the animals and such as we're going along. But the Javelina only occurs as a beachhead, which is, again, not impossible, but it doesn't strictly adhere to the geologic evidence we have of the Javelina. And the only reason why I bring that up is because it's always nice when we're able to try and mimic the actual environment that's shown in the rock record. So if anyone else has any thoughts on the slides, or if you have any questions, let me know. If I got anything wrong, feel free to correct me. But that's just that's what I would say about the settings so far.
So Jason or Thomas, any of you want to perhaps correct or add anything to what John has pointed out so far about the settings that are being presented in the show, and whatever he could present here? Any thoughts on these particular things?
Sounds good to me.
Seems good to you. Okay, yeah. Thomas, everything good for you so far?
Yeah. On the face of it, yeah. I guess one cool thing about the Hell Creek formation, and I'm not sure if this is a general rule across the West, but there was a warming event in the last 300,000 years, and so if the Hell Creek showed, cedar or mangrove forests without palm trees or with palm trees, both versions would be accurate. They'd reflect different sort of floral provinces that did change at that time. But just looking at the stills, on the face of it, this looks good, sort of sparse forest. That's been estimated based on the plant record. So yeah, overall, no objections, Your Honor.
Yeah, it's possible that Milwaukee museum picture might have a campsosaur instead of a crocodile. I can't tell though. The image makes it look like it squeezes its rostrum thin enough for it. But again, not a big deal.
Okay, so Harry, do you have anything to comment on the design of the environments as far as the show goes versus what you personally know and learned about the thing that we are presented with?
Oh, you're muted.
Harry, your microphone. Hello.
Is it up now? Hello? Can you hear me? Awesome. I mean, it's better than other shows where they just show sort of either this complete dead, dry, dusty wasteland. I mean, I guess the focus on the beachhead was a bit unusual because, as far as I'm aware, you never really see anything other than seabirds or turtles on beaches, really, just things that would really just live in the sea that happen to lie on land. But otherwise, yeah, I'd say it has done better at capturing environments, not dead grasslands, really. So I'll give credit to that, but bad.
Is he breaking up?
What? Am I that bad?
Is there a crocodile chewing your internet cable there by any chance, Harry?
Gosh, I hope not.
Yeah, then that means you would have to then pick up a shovel and go out and deal with it.
Yeah, and actually, just to give a bit of context on crocodiles, they only live in the really tropical areas of Australia. Like, we don't have any down here. So if that be a reflection on an area that would have crocodiles, would have to be actually pretty warm all year round.
Okay, fair enough, I suppose. So that means you're pretty safe to go out.
Yeah, thankfully.
Thankfully, yeah. But
yeah.
It seems... oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
So did I cut out when I was talking about the settings, or hopefully you got most of it?
I think it was just the back half after you were talking about beach animals.
That was pretty much the end of it.
Well, from what I can tell, so far so good. It's so far it's been very good, and well, for my viewers, that's probably the synonym for boring, because everybody is here for the actual good part, right? But we'll get there. Patience. Dr. Carr, yes, please.
Yeah, just a couple points. First is the Schollard's interesting. It is closer toward the mountains, and that also includes the Willow Creek Formation, which is where the T-Rex Black Beauty's from. There's another Rex, which is from the Schollard, the Huxley Rex, both are at the Tyrrell Museum. But the point being is that the deposits toward the mountains, toward the early Rockies, we also have that in Montana. There are lateral equivalents of Schollard and Willow Creek from which dinosaurs have been found. And they, geologically, the pale environment was, arid, almost rain shadow type setting with ephemeral streams, this sort of thing. So it's cool that the Schollard's included here. And in my field area, what we find high in section in terms of the plants is we have found palms high in section. So that warming trend that we see in northeastern Montana and western North Dakota, we're part of that regional shift. It's probably part of a broader phenomenon across what was Laramidia at the time. That's it.
Okay. Any more points to add on the settings, both this one or this slide, for example. Anybody else have anything to add? Jason, Harry, John? No, nobody?
I'm good.
Tom?
I'm good.
You're good, okay. Thomas, you're good as well, right? Okay, cool.
Yep.
In that case, do I have your permission to go on to the next slide? Okay, what is the next slide? I definitely remember that I ordered them in the exact right way. So, oh, and now we're getting to the good parts, right? Now
meat and
we're
potatoes
getting to the
here.
good parts. So, I wanted to start with physical appearance of animals that are featured, and just basically do the same exact thing as we've done before, just go over the parts. And of course, I will add some notes of my own once we conclude. But first, I want everybody else to take their turns and have a go at it. So let's do it like this. I will start off with the us casuals, if you will. I will be the last one because I'm the host. I always go last, but every other ones. So we start from the casuals and then we'll finish with pros, Jason and Dr. Tom. So the first casual will be John. So what would you like to tell us first? Because not only that, but because also you are the one who designed the slide, so I will need you to talk through it anyway. So
Sure.
what would you like to tell us about the slide, and what would you like to tell us about your personal observations on T-Rex as far as the program goes, and then a few other things?
Well, I don't want to overload too much on my end, so I allow our guests to share their thoughts as well. I'll just give the brief rundown of my thoughts, which I have talked pretty extensively in conversations with you, Arsene, as well as probably ranted about in the chat. I do not like this T-Rex design. First and foremost, so I'll talk about the slide first. So I was able to get a PNG of the Prehistoric Planet T-Rex so that it was just the animal itself. There's no background to it, and actually I think it does a good job of showing the physical appearance of the animal in the show. I have a image of Sue, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which I think is important because um, especially when we're talking about the overall shape of the body, Tyrannosaurus Rex in Prehistoric Planet seems to be based off of Sue, and how they were able to position the gastralia or the lower ribs. In the bottom left is a picture you sent for me. It's a head portrait of I think this one is I want to say this one is Stan the T-Rex. It's a picture of Stan the T-Rex by Sergei Krasovsky, I think, and I wanted to emphasize the head there because we will probably be talking a bit about lips and the overall structure of the face. And then I also have a picture of the old prehistoric kingdom Tyrannosaurus Rex in the bottom right. And I consider before they tacked on the lips to the model, I consider that to be the best reconstruction of Tyrannosaurus Rex so far made. In large part because it pretty much encapsulates everything we know about T-Rex, and it doesn't make it look derpy or weird. It doesn't make it look too big. It gives off the impression that this thing was stocky, which is what we get from the actual fossil evidence. The problem is that Prehistoric Planet's T-Rex it sort of falls into a lot of those problems that I see and a lot of modern paleo art, I should say, about T-Rex. The overall body itself is a bit too chunky, and I think it takes the idea of T-Rex being stocky and it sort of overdoes it a little bit. I think it makes it a little bit, dare I say, a little bit fat. So, and we can talk more about that from you guys, but that's something that put me off, especially because, to the best of my knowledge, the gastralia placement on Sue is actually incorrect, and it was a little bit. I don't know what happened, but it was basically a error in positioning that made Sue look chunkier than she should have been. Second thing, obviously, the lips. my personal opinion on dinosaur lips, specifically theropod lips, is I think it's something that, could aesthetically work for some, but Tyrannosaurus rex and other tyrannosaurs are one of those groups of animals that lips just do not work for me on them. And part of that's because of how massive their teeth are, how big their overbite is, and the fact that every time that you put lips on T-Rex, I just see two things. One, they shrink the teeth, or at least it looks like they shrunk the teeth. Or two, it looks like the teeth will just slice through the lower lips. So it's always been an issue with me with how they make the lips look. I think another big thing, obviously, is the fuzz. Now, people will say, well, John, it's just peach fuzz. Why do you care? But the thing is that we have virtually no evidence that T-Rex or really any tyrannosaurs had any kind of filaments. I mean, so far all the studies that I've seen show that there's a really, really strong chance if T-Rex had any kind of fuzz, at most, it would be on the very back of its body, and that's a massive if as well. So the peach fuzz, just with all due respect, it kind of comes across as, well, we need to justify making T-Rex not scaly, but I can't defend that at all. So basically, it just sort of fits with all the general tropes of modern Tyrannosaurus Rex paleo art, and it's too bad because it's animated well enough. I really like the animation of it, but I wish the overall appearance was a lot better. And I think if we had taken the prehistoric kingdom Tyrannosaurus Rex and put that in this guy's place, I would be much more positive about it.
All right. Well, that was you, and I guess I cannot fully disagree. Maybe I would be even a bit more strict on the fuzzy part because, well, not because I like to. Some people might probably take away from this who are watching, who are big critics of mine. I have a few, I have a few, and they will probably be saying things that I have bias, but I don't. I'm just looking at what we see and what we have. And I think we've been over this many times, that fuzz is simply not a thing as far as the Tyrannosaurus is concerned. So I wanted to also quickly take the opportunity to welcome some people who have joined. There have been a few people I've noticed saying hi here and there. So welcome, and grab drinks, grab snacks. Feel free to jump in and jump out and just enjoy the show, and don't worry about missing anything, because if you have to go somewhere, all of this stuff is going to be loaded in separate smaller parts on the channel as separate videos. So you're not gonna be in a risk of missing something interesting and missing out, so you will be fine. But regardless of that, I still like you to stay here and listen to us anyway, because we're getting to the good parts. Now, Harry, would you like to make a few comments as well before we move on to our hardcore takes from the professionals?
Yeah, absolutely. And for me, I think it's just going to be a few questions that I'll hand over with a few bit of sloppy research I've done on it as well. So I agree entirely with John. Like with the lips, one little design critique I noticed is they just make them continuous sheet, when on every reptile I've seen that has lips, there's actually a really strong, or at least a very noticeable seam or interruption between where the scales adhere to the skull versus when the scales attach to the lips that adhere to the skull instead of the scales. So that they've done it in other dinosaurs on the show, which I'm quite impressed with, that they would do that when a lot of people try to avoid it. I think as well as that, I'm just have little bits of research I would probably ask about, because it's going to come up. Do the teeth decay when they're not covered with lips? And from what I found, the only study I saw that did direct research on it was, I think it was Rensberger in 1989, I think, and they actually experimentally tested whether teeth do in fact crack or decay or erode from drying, and they found that the enamel does crack as vertical ones that are the same as when you chew. So it's actually indistinguishable, and the only way you can tell that it happens at all besides the experiment is in if the animal dies and its teeth dry out from, the elements, the cracks are a little harder and less worn out because it's not chewing anymore. So that's something to keep in mind. I thought there'd be, something to add to that. And with feathers, like where they depicted as having little quills interspersed with the scales, apparently that can happen with birds in the wild, but apparently it's a much easier genetic mutation where a bird will either have complete scales on, say, its feet versus complete feathers on its feet. And you see that with chicken breeds like bootlegged Wyandottes, I think, where even though they're chickens, they're genetically very similar. This simple genetic change can just trigger them having basically wings on the back of their legs. I think otherwise with the design, I don't really have anything to add other than I like the fact that they didn't pronate the arms, which has been a bugbear for a lot of dinosaurs depictions over the years. And maybe I'd even just ask about how the gastralia and pubis align when a lot of them have either just really sharp kind of inclines or what they did here. Yeah, I'll hand it over. Hopefully I didn't cut out.
No, not at all. I was just taking some time to just share a few comments here and there and to let Jason and Thomas know that you already have fans on this channel. So congratulations. But I wanted to pass the microphone over. Who wants to go first? Jason or Thomas? Who wants to go first?
I can, because I have less buy-in probably than Thomas for T-Rex, so I will we can save the best for last there.
Okay.
Yeah, my thoughts are I didn't have a whole lot of specific complaints for the Tyrannosaurus. At least comes at the top of my head. Well, I do, but they're not like physical complaints so much. I do find the peach fuzz thing annoying. It sits mostly on the dorsum, if I remember right. There's a few scenes throughout the show that show different Tyrannosaurus, so we can take a look. But it basically follows along the lines of what we see from the Bell et al. Look through scalation and integument in Tyrannosaurus, and how the one spot where there's the most likelihood for there being some kind of filaments is the one spot that they use to fill for the adults. Now in the hatchlings, maybe there's another slide that talks about it, but in the hatchlings, they make them completely fuzzy. And that bothers me more because that means that somehow you're going from a fuzzy child to a scaly adult, which is not the same thing as going from a fuzzy baby elephant to an adult baby elephant, because in between all that fuzz on elephants is just skin, whereas scales are not skin. Scales are an appendage the same way that feathers and fur are. So you're switching your integument, which is something we don't see in any vertebrate, and that bothers me. But it's a consistent paleo art trope that I continue to see. I've heard the story about the Australia being wrong, which is why the Field Museum Zoo looks particularly engorged. I'm not sure of the specifics behind it, but it does definitely give that version of T-Rex a very wide appearance to it. Not a big fan of that. This one, I don't know. This seems like a large Tyrannosaurus. It seems okay. I don't know. It's definitely not as svelte as what we see in that lower right, or in the lower right-hand corner there. But yeah, that part didn't bother me as much. They did add in the nictitating membrane, and for the blinking, I liked that, as well as the lower eyelid taking up most of the blinking portion when they're actually blinking, which is something we do see in a lot of reptiles and birds versus in mammals, where it's kind of more of the upper eyelid. So that was another thing that caught my attention. Then there's a bunch of stuff about behavior and stuff, but I assume we're going to wait till a different spot for that. So I'll pass it to Dr. Carr.
I think we may have lost him briefly, so let's see.
Never mind. 1 second.
Yeah, that's fine. We can carry on. Oh yeah, here he is. He's back. He's back.
Okay, all yours.
Let's just wait for the microphone and the speakers to adjust. It's gonna take a few seconds, and he's here. There we go. Thomas, you're back with us now?
Yeah. Did you lose me?
Yeah, we were losing you there for quite a bit. Let's just keep talking to make sure that you are back. Your settings are all fine.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, looks like you're back. So basically, few things and few comments were made about the integument and things that are practically impossible from the basic biology standpoint of them coexisting. So that's basically the parts that I think you briefly may have missed. Other than that, you were here the whole time, so I think it was all it hasn't gone unnoticed.
Sure.
So in that case, would you like to take over the microphone and share your thoughts about the Tyrannosaurus Rex from Prehistoric Planet, please?
So, like, there might be a bandwidth issue at my end, so hopefully I don't, bounce out again. If I guess we'll just start with the gestalt, the overall build of the animal. My expectation of an animal of this size would be rather toned, and it looks so ponderous and heavy. It just doesn't seem realistic. I mean, I've seen the biggest animals on the planet right now are things like bats and rhinos and elephants, and giraffes and elephants.
I think we're losing you again a little bit.
Okay.
Just give it a couple moments. It happens. That's normal. Internet is a thing like that.
Okay.
Sorry, Dr. Tom. Okay, yes, you're back. Okay, we'll carry on. I will occasionally, if there is a problem with reception or anything, I will just do an alert like this for everybody else who is also participating. Sorry to interrupt. Please carry on. We're carefully listening. Just make sure that the internet doesn't play tricks on us again. Please.
Sure. I agree with heavy and ponderous. Large animals are toned. You can see muscle groups, this sort of thing. With regard to the integument, I agree there's no evidence that any Tyrannosaurid had feathers of any form. We have sample from across the body, and none of those show quills or short feathers. They're the same material as scales and would preserve. And the switch from a hatchling or from going from plumage to scales just isn't seen among modern birds. There's no developmental precedent for that, and we simply don't see it. And ergo, the hatchlings would be scaly as well. Dinosaurs, when they get big, tend to get rid of feathers if we accept that feathers are ancestral for Avametatarsalia or Ornithodira. Dinosaurs switch back to primitive condition again and again. We see it in Thyreophora, Sauropoda, Theropoda numerous times. And we never see a switch back to feathers. And among sauropods, we have embryonic titanosaurs that have integument preserved, or at least impression of it, and they're scaly. And if this phenomenon were true of going from feather to scale, developmentally, we should see it in other clades, and we don't. And the bottom line is Tyrannosaur fossils don't show it. It's scales. That's the null to falsify. And there's no reason to make anything up that contradicts the fossil record. In that way, I'm very strict when it comes to soft tissue reconstruction. It has to be based on actual evidence and not what we think works aesthetically, which of course brings me naturally to the lip issue. There's no empirical evidence for that at all, despite the recent study based on tooth length and foramina and such that just is contradicted by the subcutaneous surface of the the facial bones. The dentition's a bit of an issue. T-Rex has very clear incisoriform teeth up at the front of the jaws, and it doesn't seem like there's enough teeth up there of the right shape. That might sound a bit pedantic, but I think if dinosaurs are very hard to get wrong, if you pay attention to the osteology, it's difficult to make a mistake. And my advice is with deep.
Yes, breaking up again. Let's give it a couple
museum
seconds,
get to know
please.
this.
Sorry.
All right.
Yes, sorry. So
No,
because
you're good.
you were saying something important and the internet playing tricks again. So if you don't mind, I am very sorry, but could you please repeat that part again, please, if you don't mind, please? Thank you.
Yeah. So the usual advice I give to artists and TV productions is, go to a local museum and get to know, the animal of concern really well. And once you have a really solid foundation, particularly for the head, like that captures the character of the species and the character of the character. And you have to get that right. That's a centerpiece, really, of what's, of what's trying to be accomplished. And it's really hard to get things wrong if the models are based on reality, and if they have the right advice, the right scientist who actually cares about soft tissue reconstruction. That's not always the case. And the bottom line is it's hard to get dinosaurs wrong if you care to get them right. It doesn't take much. It doesn't take much. So I'd say this model is a nice try, but if I were consultant on it, it would look very different. It would be leaner, toned. The details of the head would be spot on. I think the arms would be a little bit closer together, a bit higher up toward the cervical vertebrae. I don't have an issue with the gastralia. There are in situ gastralia in a number of theropods, including ornithomimids, and they, they're flexible structures. If the animal had a full tummy, it would be filled out like this. If the animal had not just eaten and had an empty stomach, probably be concave, look a bit sleeker. Those joints between the gastralia look pretty mobile to me. There are synovial joints in there along the midline, but I think there's a certain amount of flexibility that they would have had. So that doesn't concern me too much. But the main issue is just the ponderous look. The details of the head and the feathers, I think, are the main issues that I have.
Okay, so in this case, I take it that everybody has chimed in. So does anybody want to quickly address any of each other's points? So basically, whatever you've heard, all of you say, do you want to address any of those points, to ask question or to discuss, maybe have a little argument if you like? That's perfectly fine too. I will need to refill tea, but I do have a bottle here in case I need a drink. I've noticed some people posting earlier on, the whiskey and beer mugs. So yes, Dr. Carr, yes, what would you like to say?
Yeah, I also thought that the models of adults are awfully drab. Sort of this uniform muddy color, and admittedly big crocs are less bold in their coloration. That's the only reasonable analog we have for scaly dinosaurs like this. But yeah, it just looks a little drab, but admittedly, crocodilians also are somewhat drab, although there's a bit of a palette there. Alligators are sort of a coal black or or coal gray. Gavials are have a slight tint of green. Big crocs have a slight tint of brown or beige or darker spots. But yeah, I just thought the appearance of the animal in terms of color could have used a bit of a lift. Like even big crocs like salties have, and Nile crocs have dots and stripes, this sort of thing. It would have been nice to have seen something like that.
All right, that's nice. Any other comments or anything to address in terms of each other's points? John, I see you unmuted your microphone. Anything you'd like to say?
I do want to ask Dr. Carr a question because I don't want to misinterpret what he was saying about the gastralia. So are we, just so I'm clear, and do let me know if I'm misinterpreting what you're saying, but in terms of the flexibility of the gastralia, would that mean that we could have individual T-Rexes that look a little bit chunkier, or just because I know this is something that I've thought about for a bit, and if there is some flexibility, or I guess I'm just curious what that could look like in a model. Would this actually do it justice, or do you think it would look something like something different?
Well, I imagine it would be sort of the difference between a lion with a full stomach, where it really sags, and a lion that hasn't eaten. So the gastralia on each side have two segments. There's a medial segment and a lateral segment. And there's synovial joints between the medial segments along the midline, which suggests, a bit of mobility there. There's a sort of a groove and ridge arrangement between the medial and lateral segments, which does suggest a bit of flexibility. And so I'd imagine that would contribute to reducing the amount of sag on a full stomach. The gastralia are worked into the way these animals breathe, but there's be these secondary functions in play as well. So I think the model on Prehistoric Planet, I imagine that if Rex that's just ate would look like that with a full rotund stomach. And after it hasn't eaten for a few weeks, it would probably look a bit leaner. And, we see that in living animals. I don't see any reason not to exclude that here.
Okay, so that makes a lot more sense in that case. So like if we were to see if it were depicted as this T-Rex just got done from a meal, it's still digesting it, probably would look like it would probably look a bit closer to what we see in Prehistoric Planet, but it would probably fluctuate depending on when it's eaten, when it's last eaten, and if it still needs to eat. So I that makes a lot more sense. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think even crocs that have just eaten also, their tummies might sag and drag as well. So
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't see Tyrannosaurs being any different.
Gotcha. I guess then if they had mentioned that in the documentary, I would have probably been more forgiving of it. But I thank you for answering my question there, Dr. Carr.
Sure.
Does anybody else wanna from the panel so far? We will do by the way, if that's okay, once we finish with the segment, once we cover all of our points, can we do the quick questions, Q&As for the general audience after that? But until we get to that point, does anybody else have any question to anyone? Like, does anybody have any questions for? Okay, who was first? Harry?
Yeah. I was hoping to ask Dr. Carr a quick question about the cauda femoralis muscle. I whinge about this a lot in a lot of reconstructions where they kind of underplay it, where there's too much of a crease separating the thigh and the tail. I do know there's some muscles that overlap it a bit. What are your thoughts on that?
I guess I was about to say, I guess I'm somewhat agnostic on it, but I really am not. I do think, from examining, large modern mammals, which isn't the best analog, whether it's horses all the way up to giraffes and elephants, their bodies are toned, and you do see some definition of muscles. I don't see the CF being any exception to that. So I have no a priori objection to a toned model. Sorry, I have a dog barking in the background. Hopefully you can't hear that.
No, not a dinosaur, no.
No,
that's not a baby T-Rex barking. No. That's actually a dog, right?
Yeah, it's just a very excited advanced synapsid.
Fair enough. Yeah, we're fine with that. Dogs are fine. No problem. Can control it, I guess.
Yeah, I'll just keep my answer brief. I prefer to see a toned model, and in fact, I was reached by a museum for an exhibit to comment on a Tyrannosaur illustration, and that's exactly what I suggested, is just give it tone. Let's see some muscle definition like we see in living large mammals. Knowing that dinosaurs aren't mammals, but that tone, I presume, is a consequence of large size, right? And muscles need to constantly fire and keep a tone so the body doesn't collapse. And so we should expect to see tone.
Yeah, I'd say you can see that a lot, especially you can see it in small lizards too, but in larger lizards, like large monitors, especially the hypaxial muscles, they are the epaxial muscles, they are very defined, so you can see the distinct ridges in between the vertebrae, like with the vertebrae in the middle, so you have like a long trough in the middle, but you can see really like good muscle tone there. The Field Museum Sioux model, so the Sioux, I'm looking at the Gastralia again, and it definitely, I think they gave Sioux a full belly, which is why the Sioux reconstruction looks as rotund as it does, because it does look like all the Gastralia are just fully flexed out, like full concavity there. So that might, I think that and the fact that people haven't seen it before really throws off like the body shape in your mind for how T-Rex should look.
So does anybody else have any question for each other or comments to make? Or maybe I can ask some questions and make some comments because I want to let everybody else do it first, and then I want to jump in with my own things. So do you have anything else to add? Nope, and nope, and that's a no, and that's another no. Okay, seems like a unilateral no's here. So I would like to throw in a bit of a like a little bit of a wrench in the hole in the cog here, if you will. There has been a lot of times I've had people comment, but these are mostly conversations I've had on my Discord server, which is basically private, so it's mostly people who are part of it were exposed to it. I don't know how much of that argument has actually made it to the general public, if any, but I wanted to bring up this phenomenon like the capillary action. What I'm trying to refer to is, as an example, when you have a sponge that is dry and you touch the surface of water or any kind of liquid, and it just automatically directs it all the way like up, basically. And there have been points brought up that teeth have similar, actually, thing in regards to capillary action, which means that the moist that is generated by the saliva glands can still spread very easily, regardless of whether or not your mouth is open or closed. However, if you have some severe dysfunction when it comes to, just keeping yourself hydrated, whether you have lips or not, you're going to be very dry. Your mouth, we as humans also, sometimes if you don't have enough water, we experience dry mouth. Very common thing for people who have addiction to bad substances. Not that it applies to anybody here, but I'm just saying this is a thing. And also, just as well, we can say that any time when when you open your mouth, even if you keep it open for a bit, you can still notice that your teeth are not really in danger of drying out, if you will, because of this said physical process. So I want to hear from Jason, from Thomas, and from other guys, John and Harry, what do you think this adds to this whole equation in regards to the argument of when people make that they need lips because teeth need to be protected? So how does that work together with that, having said that? And of course, how much of it, what I've just said, of these talking points, do they apply actually, or do they not apply? So that's what I want. So Jay, let's have a go from you first, and then after that we will have Thomas chime in as well.
Yeah, I haven't looked too much into, or at all really, into capillary action for maintaining hydration of teeth. I will say that I think that most of the story of extraoral tissue in dinosaurs is yet to be told. There's a lot that seems to go on outside of academia where it's become a big hot topic, but there have been only a few attempts to nail down like whether such and such dinosaur has lips. Famously, Ashley Moorhart did her master's thesis on looking at labial, or what do you call it, foramina across the maxilla and the mandible, and seeing if there's a correlation there with it. And then I believe Ali Napavisita did some stuff on ornithischians and presence of lips in that group, which, because they're not theropods, did not seem to receive as much pushback. And then, of course, Thomas has done work with Daspletosaurus, and then more recently we've had the Cullen and all stuff looking at trying to find something that's a useful proxy to see if we actually have those structures there. I think I did find the I did find the Cullen paper to be enticing, or in that at least we had something to go on, and that there was a good comparison in dentine position, or not dentine, enamel position on the teeth of animals with exposed teeth, like tusks and warthogs, and then crocodilian teeth, and then animals that don't have it, and how there does seem to be a asymmetry to where the enamel is placed, which may have a reflection on trying to maintain tooth hydration. But I also agree that an N of 1, so they only did one Daspletosaurus. That's not like, there's not a lot to go on. So maybe it's true, but I would like to see more data going down that road. Kristen Brink did a lot of work with the Metrodon, which hasn't done anything, I think, with theropods yet. But I think between the two of them, that could be an interesting future direction to see if there's evidence for that. Yeah, capillary action. I mean, it's most of the things that keep teeth from drying out and maintaining strength is bathing them in saliva. So if there's a way to have it in saliva, I mean, I'm not sure how it would work with like fully exposed teeth in Tyrannosaurus, unless you have some kind of like internal hydration factor, something following like the superior and inferior alveolar arteries, which is certainly possible. I would expect to see something that would suggest the teeth are more exposed. But again, I also think that we currently just don't have good proxies specifically for whether or not something is covered or not. But yeah, I don't know. That's me kind of just rambling on it. I'll pass it on.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Tom, do you have anything to comment on that point as well? And also on what Jason said, maybe add something, maybe refute, maybe something of your own?
Yeah, so I think the skeletal evidence is decisive and negative with regard to lips, and the whole issue of enamel drying out, I think, is just a red herring. The original work on brittleness of enamel and dehydration was based on a study of human teeth These were dead human teeth. And there's no indication in that original work that enamel brittleness translates into some sort of catastrophic failure of the entire tooth crown. If we consider teeth in heads, Tyrannosaur teeth in heads, many of the teeth, individual teeth, have their enamel worn away, exposing the dentine to the outside. This is in the form of wearing down the apices and the adjacent carinae, the ridges that extend mesially and distally from the apex. Tyrannosaurs often frequently will have flakes bald or worn off from one side of a crown or another, exposing a great deal of dentine, which is presumably polished through use, through repeated biting into bone. And yet the tooth crown still stands. And the teeth don't stay in the head for very long. It's up to 2 years, roughly between 1.5 and 2 years. And so even a crown that is compromised in that way isn't there for long. And we know that the teeth are functional throughout each tooth cycle. So I think the whole enamel issue is a bit of misdirection if we actually consider what's happening inside the mouths of these animals. And so I'm going to bring in now a very imperfect analogy. One of the dogs that are barking at me right now is a rather potato-shaped Chihuahua mix, and her lower incisors are undershot and exposed to the air all the time, except of course when she's eating and drinking, which isn't all the time. And those teeth, after years, in excess of what an individual Tyrannosaur tooth would, the residence of an individual Tyrannosaur tooth, since we're talking about a mammal, those teeth are fine. They're okay. They're still little chisels, and they still, have their original white color and all the rest of it. And so again, it just brings me back to the idea that the whole notion of dehydrated enamel is completely irrelevant, since the main structural component of a tooth is dentine. And that is what is being forced through solid bone at incredibly high bite forces repeatedly during the lifetime of tyrannosaurs. So I think the bite forces are a bigger problem than enamel dehydration. And the facial bones just show there ain't nothing there. And it is useful to consider these other aspects of dental anatomy and physiology, but I think we have to keep a leash on our inferences and consider all of the evidence, not just these isolated data points that people like to point out. And so they should, but I think we have to take we have to account for all the evidence instead of just zeroing in on very specific cases that look like outliers.
All right, thank you very much. Very good and very nuanced. I think it's quite a nuanced answer, even though I'm still convinced that that's probably a baby. I don't think that's a dog. I think Dr. Carr is just being very shy, doesn't want us to see the what the real baby T-Rex look like. Maybe that's what he is working on, and he is not showing us yet. So I think that's probably it. Coming to you maybe sometime in summer 2025, guys. By the way, probably something's cooking. I'm just letting people know who are watching that something's cooking. So stay tuned. I don't know what. I haven't been told. Tomas has not told us what. He just said wait for it. And he just said it's going to be very good. So let's wait. And who have we? Okay, so John, do you want to take a turn and comment anything on this as well?
Yeah. So I think Jason and Tom covered. I think they covered a lot that I really agree with. I think what I will add to that is I think going off of what we've been looking at with dead humans, I think this is something we've talked about in the Discord, where you'll have mummies, Incan, I believe it's Incan mummies, if I'm remembering correctly from what I know. Jeff brought this up. So Jeff, if you are watching this and you're like, and just let me know if it was Incan mummies or not. But it was mummies that have really, really pristine teeth that are preserved, and sometimes you'll get some bones or some uh not bones, remains where the teeth either fall out and decay outside the jaw and they just turn to dust. It's I think the term is tooth crazing for talking about tooth decay for lack of hydration. Like Jason said, it's I think we're only just barely getting started with understanding how that works with dinosaurs. I think one thing I do also want to bring up is if dinosaur teeth are so weak that they need significant hydration to actually keep them from drying out, a couple of things. One, when I was doing my master's program, I was studying oxygen isotope analysis with various animals, including dinosaurs. And one of the things that I came to find out, there's this excellent paper about reptiles, so pterosaurs, dinosaurs, and crocodilians from the Middle Cretaceous of Africa and South America. One of the things that I found was that like conventionally terrestrial theropods, we're not talking spinosaurs, which were potentially semi-aquatic. We're talking like things like Carcharodontosaurs, abelisaurs. This is before tyrannosaurs, obviously. And we're looking at these big terrestrial carnivores, and their oxygen isotope ratios tend to actually be very, very high compared to spinosaurs. And what that seemed to indicate in the paper was that um, these terrestrial theropods were actually obligate drinkers. And what that means is that they had to go seek out water bodies or water sources to actually quench their thirst. And I forget the exact numbers for Carcharodontosaurus, but it's one of the largest theropods we know of. So I'd imagine if this thing was a obligate drinker, this thing would need to go and probably hydrate, go to a local watering hole or river every so often and quench its thirst, during which time it would be hydrating its teeth. So it's not necessarily like, I mean, at that point, it's like, well, how fast would it take for the teeth to just start to decay because of lack of hydration? And we don't know that. So there was that study that I thought was rather interesting regarding both isotopes and also how often these animals need to drink. Um, the other thing I wanted to ask is, or not ask, one of the other things I wanted to add is if dinosaur teeth were so weak that they would just dry out if they had no hydration, I don't see why we need necessarily full lip coverage, because full lip coverage is something that obviously is a topic of discussion. Obviously, I don't find it especially interesting, but I know it's a thing in paleontology, and so I want to still be up to date with it. But with the prehistoric kingdom Tyrannosaurus Rex, the model has half lips. So at least before they put on the model that you see in the slide there is the one that's supposed to have half lips. So the teeth are partially covered. And I'm not saying that that I have solid evidence for half lipping of theropod dinosaurs, but if you're really that concerned about dinosaur teeth rotting away because they get dehydrated, then I don't know why we haven't really talked about half lips necessarily, because if you have partial lippage, well, you get your saliva covering the teeth, and like what Arsene mentioned with capillary effect, then the teeth would still be fine. So I just think like there's a middle ground here. If you really absolutely believed in this, that dinosaur teeth dehydrated very quickly, you could still have half lips. And as far as I'm aware, there was a paper, I forget what it was, but there was a paper that came out not too long ago, like in the last couple of years, that uh, studied and found out that dinosaur teeth actually were well salivated. So whatever the heck was going on with their mouths and whatever the heck was going on with their snouts and whether or not they had lips, we know these things were able to keep their teeth salivated. So they were at no risk of no serious. At least it sounds like they had no serious risk of dehydration. Um, and but whether or not that means they had lips is another conversation entirely. And I don't think the paper really suggested that. So overall, I just find the whole lip thing to be something that I think is kind of gone a little bit over the top in some circles. I understand why we talk about it. I understand why we study it, and it's not that we can't find interesting things about it. It's just there's a lot of gray area with this, and I think that uh we're still figuring out what the heck dinosaurs were doing with their mouths, and hopefully we'll find more answers down the road. But I just think like making definitive claims of saying, well, they had to have had lips because otherwise their teeth would fall out. I mean, crocodiles will spend long periods of time in like burrows away from the water when when during dry spells, and it's not like they lose all their teeth. So I just think there's a lot of stuff that we're still trying to figure out with this, and like I said, I think like what Jason said, there's a lot that needs to be studied about dinosaur lips before we make any really hard um, confirmations that they did have them. So those are my thoughts.
But John, didn't you know that apparently this is end all be all? I mean, internet said that, right? So that must be true, right? Internet says it, so therefore it's true.
It must be right.
Must be right, yeah. I mean, what do we know, I guess? I mean,
Yeah.
look at us trying to be so hard, working so hard, trying to be humble. We can just say this and this and this, yes, and and be done with it. But
If you disagree with us, you can go take a long walk off a short pier.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's probably the way it is. But I wanted to quickly, we haven't heard from Harry. So Harry, would you like to chime into this? And then I have another let's just say another wrench to throw into that cog a little bit to see if that might generate some discussion. So Harry, do you want to comment on this one, and then we will move on to the next one?
Yeah, so I think there's not much left for me to cover, given that it's already brilliantly covered. But as that old Rensberger study actually found, actually drying out a tooth doesn't really do that much, and it doesn't do the same thing that was found in the recent study where the enamel was asymmetric from the inside to outside. It just increases the actual vertical cracks that occur from chewing or any other damage the enamel normally takes. So that's something to keep in mind. I also tried to dig around to find what other reptile teeth look like when they're symmetrical or asymmetrical, because, as one of the parts is, the idea is that the outside facing more air exposure erodes faster than the inside. Among crocodile morphs, it's a bit of a mixed result. Some do have the asymmetry, some don't. No real records on whether they have whether they're old teeth or new teeth, which the other study actually did do and clarify, which is important. And also you have dinosaur, like pterosaurs some pterosaurs I found have asymmetrical teeth from the studies I looked at. And Ichthyornis, which is a theropod dinosaur with an actual beak at the front of its snout, has symmetrical teeth. And it could have had lips, but at the same time, that's going to be really hard to actually fit around a beak in a way that prevents air from actually getting in, especially if it decided to take flight, because you could expect the lips to part as it moves around, and as it, is definitely a flying dinosaur, along with Hesperornis, which has even more difficulty having lip coverage because its beak actually extends further back on the upper jaw than the lower jaw, where presumably you can't have lips growing off a beak at the same time. That would actually create lots of openings. So that's just all I'd really have to say about it.
I want to just toss one last thing in. So we're talking a lot about hydration for the teeth. It is worth keeping in mind that the point of the saliva on the teeth is less. Well, I mean, so it is still hydration, but it's also replating of calcium. So calcium gets dissolved off the enamel anytime any of us eats basically anything because everything we eat has some kind of degree of acidity to it. So bathing the teeth in the saliva actually helps replate enamel that has been lost from eating. So that's another thing that will lead to the cracking and the decay of the teeth at some point. So another thing to keep in mind is just that part. Whether or not, I mean, and I say like the crocodiles, like they obviously don't have teeth, or no, they do have teeth. They obviously don't have lips, but their teeth are doing fine. All the dinosaurs, lips or no lips, their teeth are also doing fine. So I'd say look to the exceptions to figure out how everybody else is working, because that usually gives you an idea of what the sort of basic physiology is that had to be adjusted. And I don't know if we're there yet for figuring it out, but yeah. So another thing to keep in mind.
Okay, well, I appreciate so far everybody's input on this topic, but how about this one? What about the toothed pterosaurs, and what about the toothed birds? Now, with the birds, there can be a bit of a trick thing to it, because they could be pseudo teeth rather than proper teeth, you know, how we see in other non-avian dinosaurs. So maybe that's something that needs to be explored. I was looking at some penguins and at some geese, and I've noticed that both of them, they do have teeth. And penguins, however, are mostly covered by the beak. They're inside. The geese, I'm not talking about, you know, the barbs on their tongues, but I'm talking about the actual like areas, the edges of their beak. And they are not covered, they're actually exposed. However, I don't know if they are proper teeth or not, if they are just, they're not. Okay, leave the geese alone then. And let's go to the toothed pterosaurs, because I do believe I've come across a paper here or there, and I am very confident that it mentioned, again, I struggle to cite it right now out of the top of my head, but if you Google it, there might be something that you will encounter in regards to the fact that pterosaur teeth also had enamel. So they're basically, for all intents and purposes, the same teeth as we see in non-avian dinosaurs. My question is, are they or are they not? And if that's the case, what kind of picture is that giving us in regards to arguments that we tend to see very frequently getting brought up to justify why dinosaurs necessarily need them and why toothed pterosaurs don't need them? Although I struggle to imagine how they would fit them on, because if you've seen some of these smiles of these toothed pterosaurs, yeah, that would be very difficult. So anything to add on that? And can this be actually used in any way to either refute or support any kind of talking point or claim when it comes to dinosaurs? How much of this is basically interchangeable, or in this case, pterosaurs just, in particular, toothed pterosaurs, do not provide us with the good example? I know the internet will tell us that every vertebrate has this, so therefore that, but I want to try to explore nuances. So what can you tell? So Jason, if you don't mind, would you like to go first on this one?
Sure. Yeah, one, I would rephrase things a bit in relation to, I think, what John had mentioned earlier too. I think the way we've been talking about it does make it sound like why are dinosaur teeth uniquely weak to this and that, but the argument, at least from that sort of pro put lips on them argument, is that it's not the dinosaur teeth are uniquely weak, it's that all teeth are uniquely weak, and so they all have lips, and so you need to argue for why dinosaur X without lips is able to pull it off when, I don't know, some multiberculate somewhere requires lips to do this and that. So it is across the board thing. Regarding the pterosaurs, the one thing I would add, and Hesperornis too, is we have fossils of the bone that forms the beak, but the Rampitheca, the keratin covering for the beak, we don't usually have. So that can extend further down. And so there's a possibility that that is what extends further down to cover those teeth. I don't think, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, I don't remember if I don't think birds are particularly salivary. I mean, they have salivary glands, but I mean, they also don't have teeth, so that might be another reason why it's not that big of an issue for them. But some kind of evidence, ideally, like some kind of impressions on the bone to indicate presence of salivary glands to figure out how much saliva you really need in an animal that is a mix of teeth and beak. That would be interesting to see. The closest we get that comes to mind is like tuataras have a beak and then they have teeth, and they have, I think, parotid glands and just kind of your standard submandibular glands. So, and they obviously cover their mouths. So I don't know. The big thing I'm just adding to this is just we have the bones that make up the beak, but we don't usually have the keratin that's going to then extend that beak. And as we've seen with some hadrosaurs, that will extend the beak quite a lot. So yeah, that's me.
So how would you put the beak if you were to extend it further on this little fellow over here, which is Guidraco, basically? Would that work, or does it?
I think an animal like that
problem?
probably has more of like that. Am I open? Yeah, okay. I think an animal like that is probably more of that gharial situation where you have distinct crisscrossing, because that's got that very distinct fish catcher or fly catcher look to it, where you're just creating a net of teeth. So yeah, I think the what do you call it, the keratin cover, it might go down like a couple millimeters from where we're seeing it. It might extend a couple millimeters out. It won't interfere really with that interlocking that we're seeing. Similarly, adding more jaw muscles on there might open the mouth a little bit more, but it's still not going to remove that interlocking of the teeth that we're seeing. So they'll still get that same fish catching, or I'm assuming fish catching capacity to it.
But if they are exposed, they're going to fall out, Jason. Like, we got to do something about this.
Well, if they're exposed, and then something like that looks like it's exposed, I would say, if I were thinking that there is a relationship of an animal to constant exposure, then that would be an animal that I would want to do a histology slice for, to see if that is showing a different enamel covering than what we would expect from.
That's basically what I'm trying to lead up to here. Is that why nobody is doing this? Why can't we just pick a really nice, decent number and do like a part 2 to this whole thing, maybe, and just analyze further?
I would say, one, probably there is someone doing it.
Yeah.
It's possible that Thomas Cullen or Kristen Brink or someone along their lab line is doing something like that and just hasn't presented it, or has presented it at like an SVP and just it was as a poster and was missed. For the other things, anything that is rare, like a specimen that we have just one of, or is in a difficult to access area, or unfortunately is in private client hands, is going to probably be unavailable for that kind of destructive sampling. So ideally you want to work for like doing a histology slice on a Rhamphorhynchus. Like, we have plenty of specimens of those. Their teeth also have that weird net pattern to them. So I would aim for something like that. How clear those fossils are will remain to be seen too. Pterosaurs are notorious for being pancaked, so that could also affect what we're looking at. But yeah, so I would be looking for animals that we have a lot of specimens for and that they're relatively easy access to. And then, of course, someone who's already interested in doing the work.
Okay. Well, pterosaurs had lips. Come at me, bro. I guess that's my final point at this. Yeah. Okay. So one thing that the show has also made an actually open claim to at one point, where we had, I believe it was the segment where they where the pair of Tyrannosaurus were hunting. They made this very interesting statement. The narration basically claims that the largest eyes of any dinosaur belong to Tyrannosaurus. Then I decided to do a quick Google search, because the internet says something, it must be true. So I thought I'd check and consult with the internet, and it gave me the answer that it was probably Shantungosaurus, actually, that may have had even bigger eyes than Tyrannosaurus. So I wanted to ask basically the whole panel, and especially you, Jason, because you do a lot of these nuances when it comes to the anatomy of like the eyes and things like that, because I remember we discussed a lot of that sort of things in depth when it comes to vision as well previously. But if Thomas has come across something, of course share as well, because there's probably a lot of stuff we probably don't know about that you might know and you might have come across, and you guys as well, feel free. Is this true? Did Tyrannosaurus have the biggest eyes of any dinosaur, or did Shantungosaurus actually have a bigger one, just because it's simply just a bigger thing with a bigger skull? Although proportions can be a thing too. But yeah, so what are your thoughts about this claim? Does this claim ring the truth, or is it actually incorrect?
So if I can, I just want to jump back to the previous topic, and that is, given the evidence from Tyrannosaurus skulls themselves, pterosaurs and other archosaurs are utterly irrelevant to the question. The main line of evidence that we presented in 2017 was the texture of the facial bones. And the most appropriate phylogenetic comparison to make there is crocodilians. And Tyrannosaurs and crocs have sort of looks like wrinkled leather texture, and in crocodilians that's produced by the overlying scales, and that texture goes all the way to the edge of the jaws along the teeth, and including covering the entire snout. And we see the exact same thing in Tyrannosaurs. Therefore, that sets the null. That's the null hypothesis to falsify. And no other recent work really engages with that evidence. And so I do consider that to be negative and decisive, because we have a phylogenetically constrained comparison using the criterion of similarity and inheritance. That's the null. And that's why I say that all this talk about teeth and enamel is completely irrelevant when the decisive data are right there in front of us. The way pterosaurs enter into this question is the question of, are lips present ancestrally in archosaurs? And if we do a naive phylogenetic bracket, birds don't have lips, nor do they have cheeks in the mammalian sense. And neither do crocodilians, ergo that's the ancestral state for all archosaurs, and we should expect no difference among any descent of that common ancestor. And we really need clear, decisive evidence to overturn that null, not only in non-avian dinosaurs and pterosaurs, but all other archosaurian lineages. And so that sets a starting point. It doesn't mean it's right, but it does give us a hypothesis to test, and it ought to sharpen the way we approach that question. But with Tyrannosaurs, I just think it's really it lifts the lid on whether or not teeth are relevant to this question, and I don't think they are at all. But I do think all other lineages ought to be studied with this question in mind, because we have a null that's presumably falsifiable. I just naively don't think the teeth are the way to go about it. They may be. I might be wrong. That's just an intuition. With regard to the new thing that you've just introduced, can you remind me what that was? Because I did have something to say about it.
The last question, right?
Yeah.
So the last question was that the show seems to explicitly claim, about the eyes. Yes. Does T-Rex have the largest eyes of any dinosaur, or is this basically not true?
Well, it's a reasonable question to ask, but we require direct evidence to answer it, and the most direct evidence that you can get are scleral ossicles, and we know that dinosaurs are across Dinosauria. There are these little plates in the sclera that ossify, and they provide really important information on the diameter of the eyeball itself, and also I think has bearing on estimating pupil size as well. That's the sort of work that's been done by Ryaski-Matani on Ophthalmosaurus and estimating eye size there and how well they could see at depth. The problem for dinosaurs is we mostly just have empty orbital fenestrae. In very few instances do we have scleral plates preserved, and where we do, they're often, collapsed or taphonomically distorted in some way. So there's no way of getting an accurate eyeball size, and so the dimensions of the orbit will have to suffice as a proxy, and those proxies are almost certainly will be overestimates, probably by a trivial amount. So our data there are imperfect, but there might be something there that's useful as an estimate. And so if we're just going with raw orbit length, say, whoever has the longest orbit, rostocaudally, and if there's any dorsiventral constraint there as well, that's the one that wins. And I don't know the orbital dimensions of Shentungosaurus off the top of my head, but I think we're limited to proxies for dinosaurs for the time being.
Thank you very much. Jason, do you have anything to add on basically on the point, or just anything you've come across that could either add or further elaborate, or maybe give us something groundbreaking in regards to the eyes? Did T-Rex have the biggest eyes of any dinosaur or not, basically?
I don't know why they said that. I don't remember that part. But I mean, they say a lot of things in the film or in the show that they probably shouldn't say. Yeah, as far as I can tell, the paper that you were citing was from Stefan Lautenschlager and a whole lot of other people. But they were looking specifically at orbit size and eye size in dinosaurs, or estimated eye size. And their results found that herbivorous dinosaurs had, in general, larger eye size relative to their skulls than carnivorous dinosaurs, and put that into a paleoecological perspective of being able to quickly see a predator or be able to discriminate if there's a predator nearby. And in that one, Shentungosaurus is both the largest eye size relative to skull size and largest eye size, period. So yeah, I mean, it would probably go to Shentungosaurus.
Therefore, T-Rex does not have the biggest eyes of any dinosaur, okay? So there we go. We answered this question somehow, more or less. But, I mean, obviously we are using the, what was it? You mentioned that the orbit size, right? We are not, we don't have...
Yeah, we're mostly using orbit size.
Yeah.
There was a statement about the orbit is, according to Lautenschlager et al., it is a more... it does show signs of physiological constraint, so it doesn't get much more than what they mentioned. Does not surpass 45% of their skull size. So no dinner plate dinosaur eyes like on a giant squid or anything. So
that's one thing we cannot turn into sashimi, basically, in a nutshell. Sorry, I have too much Japan in me still, and there will be more to come later in summer, especially the whole 2 months. But yeah. So I wanted, in this case, well, actually, Harry and John, do you have anything to comment on this claim, or are you more or less just on par with what has been brought up? So please chime in quickly. Okay, Harry is good. John is good as well. Okay, well, in that case...
actually, I'm going to just jump in one last thing. So I am seeing a request from the chat was a question of whether or not they thought the question was, I thought theropods had better eyes than herbivores. Bigger eyes, better needs some kind of like context to it. So a large eye that is very acute at sensing movement, very helpful for an herbivore, but eyes that are better at parallax and judging distance would be better for a carnivore. So it's going to depend on what exactly we mean by better there. So yeah, again, larger eyes, that is part of it. You got to go back into the endocranium and look at the brain endocast and then do a lot of fancy work to try to figure out brain proportions, but get an idea of roughly like how much of the brain is devoted to figuring out eye like eye stuff, so or vision. So how much, not just to recognize that something's moving, but also to judge what it is relative to something else. How far away is it? So it's going to depend. I mean, at the very least, I'd say, yeah, like, obviously, theropods did fine with the eyes that they had.
Yes, please.
Thought I'd chime in as well. There's also the evolutionary factor that for a predator to actually catch prey, it definitely needs its eyes to be working in all those ways. A herbivore can get away with not having those features, but that doesn't necessarily mean they won't have any. And it also depends if the herbivore does other things it needs for visual acuity or depth perception, like climbing, jumping, moving any direction that requires, the ability to perceive shapes and distances. So you would still probably have pretty good herbivore vision. And I'm pretty sure, obviously, apes would have great vision. A lot of monkeys have great vision. And fruit bats, as ironic as it sounds, actually also have pretty good vision. They primarily rely on their eyes rather than ears, unlike other typical bats. So it's always really just depends what they're going to do with the eyes that gives the imperative, and that imperative doesn't even necessarily mean it has to lose the vision. It just means if it happens to not have as good a vision, it can get away with it more easily.
Okay, sounds good. Anybody else wants to chime in on this point or anything else regarding the anatomy of T-Rex? So let's conclude the anatomy point, and then after that we're moving on to the locomotion. So we're going to go into the physics. But is there any more comment that anybody wants to add on the anatomy itself? The body plan, the appearance, anything? Okay, John has unmuted. John, go ahead.
I was going to say I'm good. I'm looking forward to going to locomotion for this one.
Okay, because I thought you were gonna say something, and then you said, I'm good, and okay. Well, okay, anybody else wants to, Dr. Tom, do you want to add anything on the anatomy, or are you good? You're good, Harry, Jason, okay, here we go. So locomotion, so here, there are a few things, so I'm gonna take you through multiple parts that even came up during the whole thing, basically, previously in the comments. So and as I said, promised that this is going to come up in the locomotion aspect. Could adult Tyrannosaurus Rex, with its body plan and mass and just overall, just physics behind it, would it be able to swim in the way that is shown in the show, basically? And additionally to all of that, not only can it swim like this, but can it be good at it? And can it protect itself from marine predators? So who wants to go first on this question? John, okay, go ahead, open up.
I'll just go first, just because I think depending on how this whole slide goes, I may have the least to say about it. From what I understand, and everyone else can correct me if I'm mistaken on anything. As far as I can tell, there is a distinction between being able to swim and being very good at it. And as far as I'm aware, it's not out of the realm of impossibility that Tyrannosaurus Rex could swim. I think it would depend on how flexible its tail was. I know that since Tyrannosaurus Rex is technically part of Titaneura, that there was some stiffness in the tail. But if the flexibility of the caudofemoralis muscle was able to allow it to use that as sort of like a propeller of such, then that's entirely possible. I don't think that its legs wouldn't be too bad at moving it as well. I think where I think I get a little bit questionable is because as far as I'm aware, based on the episode that the T-Rex swims in, it's a pretty long distance. And I guess my question is, and I don't think we would ever know this for sure, but would an animal of that size, would it be able to just power through the entire trip? Would it start to get exhausted at a period of time? And maybe those could be questions we can answer. We can get answers for here, but I don't have any particular complaints about T-Rex doing this. It's more so some of the logistical things about it. So again, like the tail, could the tail be able to be used efficiently for that, and could it actually get to the other side? Um, like if it could travel from one place to another over the ocean, um, would it be able to do that in one go, or would it get exhausted halfway through? I will say that the fact that a mosasaurus attacks one of the babies but does not go for an adult. I mean, I know an adult Tyrannosaurus Rex would still be a dangerous animal to take on in the water, but I just find it interesting that the only fatality in this entire segment was a baby T Rex, but the adult male and the other babies come out just fine. Um, so that's, I think, that's the most of my thoughts regarding Tyrannosaurus Rex swimming. So hopefully, maybe some of my questions will be answered during this live stream. But that's what I got for now.
Yes, who wants to go in next? Okay, Thomas, please.
Yeah, I really like this sequence a lot. I think about Tyrannosaur behavior quite a bit, as you might guess, and I don't see any reason to think that they couldn't swim. All an animal has to do is kick. And, horses can swim with, one toe on each limb. They do fine. And some work by our colleague Don Henderson at the Turtle Museum did a study of modeling buoyancy in a variety of theropods across theropoda. And this model must have been based on that, because this is basically Don's work on display here. And so, through the modeling work that Don Henderson has done, and just the overall anatomy, there's no reason to think that these animals weren't competent in the water. They certainly weren't aquatic animals. They're nothing like, mosasaurs or anything like that. But really, all an animal has to do is stay afloat and kick, and they can pretty much go anywhere they want. A tail could probably be used for steering. A lot of living animals without tails do fine with swimming, or very reduced tails like loons and other diving birds. So I don't think they'd be at any disadvantage for crossing, say, a very wide river, which is what Rex would encounter in its habitat, like earlier Tyrannosaurs. So I really thought that this sequence was a breath of fresh air and just showed Tyrannosaurs doing something that they probably did all the time, but the sort of thing that we don't often think about.
Well, and this answer right here basically just proves that Dr. Thomas Carr is not just a hater. He actually pays attention to the nuances as well, unlike some critics who will probably just say, he just tells bad things about everything that is mainstream. No, that's not really the case. And I don't think there's anything mainstream about this either, by the way, because it's quite a nuanced take. May I ask you once again, Thomas, what was the name of the person behind that work that you mentioned previously? May I ask you to repeat that for me, please?
Yeah, Don Henderson. He's one of the curators at the Royal Tyrrell Museum of Paleontology up in Drumheller, Alberta. And
okay.
the article was published in the Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology. I just don't recall the year or the title offhand. But he estimated the buoyancy of theropods like T-Rex, Coelophysis, and a few others too.
Jason, thank you very much for this one. Jason, I wanted to ask you, how elaborate, are you sure that you haven't missed any person from the list of the consultants for the episode that we are just using, obviously, this swimming sequence for? Because I'm not seeing his name there.
Oh, Don Henderson? Yeah, he's not on there.
He's not on there.
He did work. There's, Thomas Carr's not on here either, and there's a whole bunch of Tyrannosaur interpretations. Like it's just you get there's a smaller list of consultants to work with. So someone's available, someone's not available, someone knows someone, so on. So there's, I mean, they're doing a whole series on a bunch of different dinosaurs, and I think that there's just a lot of people kind of having to do some double dipping here and there, or going not quite outside their wheelhouse, but just extending beyond where maybe they might normally work on stuff. So
I see.
that's all. Yeah. But yeah, the Henderson paper's been around for a while too. So Don does a lot of cool modeling stuff.
Yeah, I definitely haven't heard of it, so I need to we need to post this in the server, in the library as well. We have a whole library there, so we'll need to update it probably with some other stuff. Especially if this has been around for a while, then this needs to be there. I'll do that sometime.
Yeah, I think he had a new paper-ish recently. So this, I mean, I guess I'll just jump into my thing. I was less enthused with this scene. I did like that we're seeing Tyrannosaurus swim and showing a different aspect of this. I just wish it swam worse than it did, because it is a terrestrial animal that we don't show signs of it being particularly well adapted for doing these like oceanic crossing or partial oceanic crossings. It reminds me of when you watch like a Komodo dragon move from island to island. They can do it. They don't do it all that well, but they can do it. But I think it was around the same time the first season dropped that I think Don Henderson was on it. Was a paper, because that was around the same time that we had the, I don't know, whatever version of Spinosaurus it was at the time, but there was a lot of arguments over whether or not it could do pursuit swimming or if it could swim at all. And I just thought it was funny that we have a dinosaur that, as far as most of the scientific consensus was a definite terrestrial animal, so Tyrannosaurus Rex, and they're showing it as this amazing swimmer, in part because of hollow bones that would make it easier to stay afloat. And then there's these papers coming out talking about why Spinosaurus is a terrible swimmer, even though we have more isotopic evidence to support that being an aquatic animal. Regarding swimming in this, like I said, I just wish I wish in part that there was more of a struggle getting across, so that we could see that, yes, this is an animal that can swim, but like watching a horse swim or watching an elephant swim, it's not particularly pretty, but it works. I would have been a lot happier if it had used its tail as its main propulsion organ, because you have larger surface area on the tail. It's going to move more water in a much better way than just using the tail, just using its feet. They are tetanurans, so they do have stiffer tails, but a lot of that stiffness in the tail on theropods and in orthopods is a stiffness in that dorsal-ventral direction, so it helps hold the tail up against gravity. It doesn't affect, doesn't affect that side-to-side sinuous movement as much. You do have a rounder cross-section in the tail, so you're not going to move as much water as you would if you had a flatter paddle side, but you'll still move more water than if you just kick your legs. So I feel some of this was too much of a push to base it on, say, how emus swim, and instead of taking advantage of a very large tail that would have had that capacity. The youngsters should not have been able to keep up with Dad here. Like, it would have been better if they were hopping on his back and getting a ride. The one that gets eaten by the Mosasaurus is definitely further behind, but it would have been like I said, it would have been nice to see much more struggle from Tyrannosaurus swimming, or at least a more ungainliness to it, and then a lot more struggle from the youngsters, or them hopping on the back to try to get a free ride. As for Mosasaurus eating the young instead of going after the adult, I feel like that's pretty standard predator fare. You go for the easy target. And even a T-Rex out of its element is, if it's a big adult, it's still going to be a lot harder to deal with than just snapping up a quick baby. So that's my first pass.
But the question is, can it still defend itself effectively? So obviously, as a Mosasaurus, as a predator, presented that to be a threat, which is funny, by the way. Quick mention: the show actually said that Mosasaurus was twice the size of T-Rex, which obviously is complete nonsense. That just doesn't work. As far as I know, I don't believe that Mosasaurus was, I don't know, 20 or so meters in length and weighed, I don't know, 20 or so tons. So they are in fact most commonly restored as being no more than 15, I think, meters at length, and still not exceeding T-Rex in weight by much. But definitely, I mean, they exceeded, but not twice. Like saying that they're twice the size is just basically embellishing.
Do we get a weight, like a size estimate for this T-Rex? I think it's just they talk about the animal, but we don't get an idea of just how big it is. I mean, I think John had mentioned that it seems to be modeled after Sue, so it would have been on the larger side of it. But I don't know. It's one where, yeah, it's, I guess, I don't know, hyperbole for the documentary to just kind of go around and say something like that. We don't get any hard numbers one way or the other, so it's hard to say. As for defending itself, I mean, like I said, just being big is a remarkable defense on its own. There's a lot of like whales fend off sharks and can fend off killer whales sometimes just by being just very big. Like there is an intimidation factor to that will come in, because at the end of the day, all predators are cowards that don't want to like lose their ability to hunt, so they're going to go for the easy stuff.
I like that you actually brought up a very good point, that despite being predators and despite being powerful, actually, and very powerful predators in many respects, they are still cowards and go after the easiest target, which is just how you get a meal. It's
you
like
get to keep getting a meal. Yeah,
exactly. Yes, because you want to keep getting the meal rather than ending up a meal for someone else. So I suppose that could make sense a lot, actually. So anybody else wants to add anything in regards to the swimming scene and the whole dynamic between? I mean, obviously, we're not going to go into the details of the Mosasaurus itself. That will be coming some other time, not this stream, but some other time when we just have a dedicated segment for aquatic life, because I feel like it's probably easier and more and a bit tidier to keep it separate from at least this particular segment, since it doesn't directly affect a whole lot. And so I hope everybody is in agreement with that, at least for this time being. But we can always do the aquatic one later. There will be time for that, hopefully. And not today, but I mean, in general. So, but in general, generally speaking, is there anything you would like to add on this particular point? Yes, Thomas, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say I really appreciate all of Jason's points, which I agree with completely. With regard to Mosasaur size, it's pretty clear that there were 50-footers. That might not be the lower bound, but at least in terms of length, they're at least 10 feet longer than Rex. And also, just with the previous point about consultants, to my knowledge, Don wasn't a consultant on this. For what little it's worth, I'm very rarely asked to consult on any production like this. And based on my recollection, I think I've only been asked once, and that was just a brief Zoom call about skull structure and T-Rex, and giving that advice I give to everybody. So my hand is not really in any sort of mass media high budget production like this at all.
All right. Okay. Appreciate the input so far. Any more input on this scene? I mean, obviously, he's gone out for a bit, so we'll have to wait for him to get back. He said he will be back. Oh, he's here. So, okay. So, John, since you're back right now, Harry wanted to chime in, so he's getting the first go. But if you wanted to chime in, we were just discussing about just basically T-Rex swimming, the interaction with the Mosasaurus, and basically things like this. So just to give you a bit of an update on where we were. Harry, please go ahead.
So probably the point about that Jason brought up about, the tail should be moving more, and with Thomas saying, all you need to do is kick. With the CF muscle, those would both be happening at the same time, just as a consequence, because if it's a muscle connected from the thigh that connects to the tail, it's going to pull the tail. So if the animal instinctively kicks, it's going to start moving its tail like a rudder, and any stiffness, the ventral dorsal stiffness, it's going to work really well with it as well. But you get sometimes this, the further back of the tail gets stiffer, but that's not going to be an obstacle. That's probably going to actually help a bit, add a little more pressure on the water. So I just thought I'd throw that in.
Okay. John, would you like to add anything to that scene in particular? Do you have anything to say?
Well, I was listening to everything going on, even though I was out for a little bit. I was listening to everything, and what I will say is, I agree with what I was hearing. I like what I was hearing from you guys. And in spirit, I do agree with what Jason pointed out. Like, carnivores are going to want to go after the weakest victims, because they don't want to like get a smashed jaw that's going to cripple them from eating anything. I mean, I know there's dinosaurs that have had broken jaws and such, but the general idea is you don't want to. If you're a predator, you want to be as much of an assassin as possible. You do not want to necessarily get into a conflict or confrontation that could result in you getting serious injury that was not worth it. I just think it's a little bit amusing, especially with your comment on the fact that the Mosasaurus is described as being twice as long as Tyrannosaurus Rex. I find it a little bit amusing that you have this. Trying to think if T-Rex was based off Sioux and 40 feet. So this 80-foot long, roughly speaking, 80-foot long, 24-meter long mosasaur is eating this tiny little baby. And I understand Jason's point. It's amusing to me that something that big. All right, I'm just gonna go grab this little speck that is gonna do nothing to my diet. Instead of going after, even if I didn't want to go after the T-Rex, I don't know, go after a turtle or something. It's a funny um funny thread of uh thought there. That's all. But otherwise, yeah, I liked what I heard. I agree with everything that I heard, and um, if anyone else has any comments, that's cool. Otherwise, I'm cool with moving on to the next slide.
Just jump. So yeah, I will actually add to what you said there, John. There is a good point to be made there, that there is a minimum size of like effort for what a predator is going to go after. So yeah, and you're right that those small animals or that little kid was like a snack at best. So it's not like you're going to get a whole lot out of that. I suppose one could argue, if we're going for like rationalizing what the animals were thinking, that it was more of a curious mosasaur and less of a super hungry one, and then just so happened to have seen a quick bit of food right there. But yeah, those little juveniles probably wouldn't be super filling it up.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Well, we still have some more points to add to locomotion aspect of the T-Rex. So, sorry, Thomas, did you raise your hand here to say something? No? Okay, yeah, maybe I must have imagined. That's fine. So,
just coughing.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. Well, if you need to go out to get water, feel free. So don't worry about anything. We will wait for you, and we'll just keep the show busy until you come back. If you need to step out, don't worry. It's fine. No need. Okay, no worries. Okay, I have this interesting thing that I wanted to bring up, and this is something that could either be a complete fantasy, or it's actually a very good and interesting point that I personally have never considered. The show, in this case, they're going into the scene where we have the Tyrannosaurus hunting an Edmontosaurus, and they're going for a night hunt in this case, and they are using according to the show, obviously, they're using the cushions on their feet, the padding that they have on their feet, to basically soften their footsteps to prevent themselves from being detected by their prey. True, false, maybe, not sure, 100% correct. What are your thoughts, and who wants to go first on this point? Who wants to go first? Okay, okay, Thomas, yeah.
I'll get things rolling. We know that from plenty of trackway evidence that theropods did have fleshy pads under their feet. I think the pads are situated across the joints of the phalanges, pad also below the tarsometatarsus. And if you've ever been around big modern animals that have even a modest amount of padding or none at all on their feet, you can't tell they're there. It's that famous scene in Jurassic Park with the vibrations in the water cup, I think, wouldn't have happened. And I think if a T-Rex walked up behind you, you wouldn't know until you felt its hot air down the back of your neck. So I don't think that's at all unrealistic. You know, I've been close to elephants when they walk by, and giraffes, you can't detect their steps at all. So yeah, no issues there.
So it's basically by the time you realize that it's behind you, if it were to sneak up, it's game over, pretty much.
Yeah, it's too late. Just like Will Ferrell in Land of the Lost. Yeah, he's standing right
Yeah.
behind you. Yep.
Yeah. So actually, they were off in that case, in that scene. Now that I remember it, actually, it's quite a funny one. Yeah. All right. Anyone else wants to add anything to the padding and that scene in particular when they make that point about trying to get the ambush? So does this further support the idea that the locomotion and physics in this case would allow T-Rex to be able to hunt by ambushing its prey? Who wants to? Yeah, go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, I agree with what Thomas said. Yeah, whether that, I mean, a lot of that cushion is there to support the weight anyway. So I don't know. I don't know why they make it sound like it was something that that the predators evolved to stay quiet so they don't get caught, because they would have just kind of grew up with those pads under their feet anyway. We are getting some evidence that a lot of large animals and including dinosaurs have a sensitivity to low frequency vibrations. But again, if they're probably not so sensitive that they're going to tell that a predator is coming by it walking, because if they did, then that predator would never get any food. So yeah, I'd say, I mean, I'm not sure which episode it is. I think we're in that season 2 section, but it's would probably have been better if they just talked about taking careful, slow steps, not to alert the prey, instead of focusing specifically on the foot pads that the hadrosaurs also have. So there's that.
Okay, John and Harry, do you want to add anything to that point? Yes, John, go ahead.
I guess all I would say is I think that if I mean, it makes sense to me. I mean, I like Thomas's point about elephants. Whenever I would go to the zoo growing up, and I never really thought about this until a lot later in my life, that elephants, and I think I can understand the
Just
logic
want to make sure. Sorry. Whoa. Wait. Just want to make sure that everything is back to normal, because I suddenly had everything basically going like, in circles, and I thought that something going like haywire. So
Okay.
Everybody back. Let's just make sure that our viewers are still here. Our viewers are still here, it seems. Okay, yes. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. It wasn't my fault, but I just wanted to make sure that we are back to normal. So
No, you're fine. You're
Go
fine.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so one of the things that I came to realize a little bit later in life is that elephants are really quiet, and I can understand the logic behind giving like these like booming sound effects for in movies and such, because you want to get a sense of just how massive they are. But elephants, they move super softly. Maybe you might hear something a little bit if they're running right at you, but for the most part, it's very, very quiet. Giraffes, again, you don't hear like when they're running. It's actually supremely quiet. So it wouldn't surprise me if dinosaurs were the same. I remember doing uh, I was volunteering at my museum, and um, I was talking about, it was in front of a torosaurus skeleton, and one of the things that they mentioned is that, well, Torosaurus and Triceratops were digitigrade, which means they're on their toes. And what supported them, so they weren't just relying on their toes to support their weight, was these fleshy pads. So it also helps that with dinosaurs in general, they weren't plantigrade, which for those of you who are like, what the heck does plantigrade mean? Basically, it's where you have all the foot bones. You're using all your foot bones to actually walk. So think of digitigrade like you're walking your tippy toe, not tippy toes, walking your toes, and you're keeping like the ball of your foot off the ground. And so we walk plantigrade, but dinosaurs, I'm pretty sure almost every single dinosaur we know of, including birds, is digitigrade, which means they walk they walk on their toes. And so if you're a Tyrannosaurus Rex, I think that having that fleshy pad underneath your foot is going to help give some extra support as well. And again, this is a very massive animal that wasn't it probably had to rely on at least some level of stealth to creep up on prey because it was very big and it wasn't designed for um, long pursuits here. So um, that's just a long form of saying that I like this. I generally agree with what was presented with moving along these soft pads on their feet.
So not a hater, basically.
No,
No, not at all. Yeah, me neither, actually. Me neither. Internet, we are making a statement here. We don't hate this scene. We love it. Okay? Don't, dislike this stream because we are trying to be fair. We're trying to be fair. We give the hatchet where it's fair and we give the honey. We try to do an honest review. That's the point. Okay. So, first of all, thank you very much. And secondly, Harry, do you want to say anything, or are you happy with everything? You're happy with everything. What a happy
one just quick thing to wrap it up. In case anyone's wondering, is Tyrannosaurus heavier than an elephant? The answer is not by much, and that depends on the elephant. Modern elephants, they get up to about 4 to 6 tons. The biggest ones, modern elephants that have probably ever lived, could maybe get up to 10 or 11. That was an extreme outlier. So if an elephant doesn't make any sound, a Tyrannosaurus isn't going to make any either. So I just thought I'd, tie that end up.
Yeah, we do get a lot of these estimates on Tyrannosaurus that put them quite a bit higher than that. But I don't even realistically think that having this as a problem, because maybe just as they got bigger, they just wouldn't maybe be as lively, if you will, and but being bigger also means it's just that much easier to bully everybody else who is smaller, which means it's most of the other things. And as we know, the only thing T-Rex truly feared was another T-Rex, if it happened to be bigger and a bit more aggressive, let's just say, in its approach to feeding. And I'm pretty sure feeding hierarchy was a thing as well. So, Jason?
Yeah, I just add that, the biggest animal alive today or recorded, the biggest living thing today is still teeny tiny compared to like your average slab of rock. So it takes a lot to make a big sound. If you're next to like a large semi truck that's off and rolling down a hill, you're just going to hear it like crunching up some pebbles as it moves, but you're not going to get any like big booming sound. It's just Earth is so much larger than the life that lives on it that we can't really make that kind of impressive like movie style booming effects.
I will buy you a pint, Jason, if you do it and film it and pull it off. All right. Okay, cool. Cool beans, as we like to say here over in the UK. So I have another point here, actually, in my notes that I wanted to bring up. It's that the show actually claimed that Edmontosaurus, in this case, we have Edmontosaurus annectens, and we will get to Edmontosaurus because we do have it down the pipeline to quickly look at and bring up a couple points there. But I'm just going to first just point out that they're claiming that it was twice this, it was able to run twice the speed of T-Rex. It was basically twice as fast as Tyrannosaurus. That's what it says. True, false, plausible, no idea, complete BS. Anybody just basically make any comments. So who wants to go first on this one? Edmontosaurus was twice as fast as Tyrannosaurus Rex. John, you want to go first?
So, you guys can correct me if I get the speed of Tyrannosaurus Rex wrong, but last I checked, the the fastest that T-Rex has been estimated to go is, I believe, I think 10 to 15 miles per hour, maybe 20. But I would have to, if you guys know, you can correct me on this, but I believe it would be between 10 to 15 miles per hour, maybe 20. So if we double that, that would mean that the Montosaurus could go at a maximum of um 30 to 40 miles per hour, which is I'm not going to sit here and say it's insane, but I have never heard of that myself. And Montosaurus is
Just to quickly interject, I'm sorry, John, just to quickly interject, 30 to 40 miles per hour, that's some speed limit here on the roads, just so you understand. That's how fast we drive here. You know, just to give you an idea. Sorry, to carry on, but bear that in mind as well.
I mean, here in Utah, at least around where I'm at, it's rough between 30 to 35 miles per hour. So it's around that ballpark range. And so that's really fast for an animal that was roughly the size of Tyrannosaurus Rex, if not even bigger, depending on the specimens you have of Edmontosaurus and ectens. And, you know, I'm not going to say it's impossible, but again, that's fast. That's really fast. And I guess my question would be, um, would it have even been able to pull it off? Because again, if you have an animal, if you have a duck-billed dinosaur that is roughly the same size as Tyrannosaurus Rex, but somehow able to move at 40 miles per hour or 30 miles per hour, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm a little bit skeptical. My mind can be changed, but I'm a little bit skeptical about this. So that's where I'm sitting right now with that.
Who wants to go for? Okay, Harry.
I just want to give very rough translations into kilometers. 40 miles an hour is getting close to 95 to 100 kilometers an hour. That's about as fast as a cheetah can run. Just to give a bit of really crude maths. And I think 30-ish is getting close to about 70 kilometers an hour. So that is actually, again, 60-ish to 70-ish. So that's just to give an idea of how fast these are. That's, you know, a pretty decent speed limit for most areas in the world, and probably the higher running speed of already most modern animals, including pretty quick ones. Like, you know, a horse is, you know, 60 kilometers. They can get a bit faster because, you know, people train them to be as fast as possible for the betting races. But that's just to give a rough estimate of what we're dealing with.
Yeah, who wants to go next on this one? On the speed. Can Edmontosaurus basically run twice as fast as T-Rex? Is this a thing or not? So who wants to? Who else wants to chime in? Dr. Tom, would you like to say anything about the speed that you know of in regards to T-Rex, and then see if that somehow translates to Edmontosaurus and how? So, what do you think about this one?
I was hoping that Jason would jump in ahead of me, but
sorry, you were chosen.
So I think that it's completely fantastic. I think all we have to do is just look at the proportions of the segments of the hind limb. Tyrannosaurs are ancestrally pretty cursorial as you can get. We see those proportions in the young ones that become reduced toward adulthood. And in nearly every ornithischian clade of the big ones, we see long femora, short shin, short metatarsals, fairly stubby toes. And if you want to even get into the running range, the shin should at least be as long as the femur. The metatarsus or tarsometatarsus should be quite long, as well as the toes. We just don't see that in any of the big ornithischians in that fauna. The closest we get might be Thescelosaurus, but focusing on the ducks, just my understanding is that just running for a 40-foot duckbill is just not on the table. And it isn't for T-Rex either. Running is something that we'd see in the smaller, younger animals. For Rex, I don't know about juvenile ducks. But I just, that claim is fantastic. A duckbill twice as fast as a T-Rex. That's an extraordinary claim. And I'll let Jason continue on from there.
What do extraordinary claims require would be the next logical question, wouldn't it? Because we all know what
that
follows.
Extraordinary evidence.
Exactly,
So
yes.
I think I'm pretty positive that this idea is coming about from the discovery of Leonardo the Edmontosaurus mummy from so long ago now. But there were news in science news reports, and Phil Manning had talked about how, I think it was Phil Manning, had talked about, I just don't want to throw him under the bus. Someone in this group had mentioned that they were surprised at how much larger the rear ends of hadrosaurs were. So how much larger that caudofemoral musculature was, and that it was a lot thicker than they had expected. This was kind of that start of that movement where we realized that dinosaurs had thicker tails than we gave them credit for. And someone somewhere in a press release mentioned that they could reach a speed of about 45 kilometers per hour, which, as they point, is quick enough to outrun a T-Rex. So I think that's where that is coming from. I will put in the statement that I'll throw in some important things to consider. Having a high top speed and reaching a high top speed, so accelerating, are very different things. And it's likely that even if hadrosaurs were running faster than tyrannosaurs, they were probably not able to accelerate as fast. So the point being that tyrannosaurs can get to it faster, but if there's a large enough lead time, then the hadrosaur can outrun it, which, if you look at the mostly lack of defensive capabilities, aside from being really big, maybe being able to run a little bit or outrun your predator could be a thing. I think the twice as fast thing is, I mean, it's all made up. No one knows. We're just trying our best with trying to do something with based on the biomechanics, figuring out how fast or how slow stuff is. But I'm pretty certain this is just based on initially that Leonardo mummy. I think Susan Maidment and company had done some work too to look at the overall speed in hadrosaurs and found them to be, at least, I wouldn't call them fleet-footed, because anything in the multi-ton range isn't really fleet-footed, but they were maybe a little bit more maybe a little faster in the long run than a T-Rex, but probably not able to, I would say definitely not able to like close the distance as fast. So, it's similar to lions chasing wildebeest or cheetahs chasing anything. Kind of that same idea. If you want to be able to out accelerate and outmaneuver your prey, you don't necessarily have to outlast it. We don't all have to be wolves and humans. Yeah, that's my thought.
So basically, it's more important to be able to get that initial quick advantage of a surprise and just quickly just get a hit in, get a bite in, and that already does damage to it to the point where it might start losing a little bit of ground, and then you basically, potentially you have it basically in your bag.
Yeah, I think wolves are, and canids in general, I guess, are weird in their approach of almost just like constant harassment. And then our species, if the running hypothesis for sort of why we have a very high aerobic scope is true, then that's a thing that we do as well, just kind of harass an animal to death. But most other predators seem to be a lot happier going for the surprise attack, where you have a chance to close the distance long before the prey sees you. So if we're talking great white sharks or crocodiles, any big cat, just anything that gets you the chance to get in there fast, because that also means that the animal's not prepared for you and you don't have to deal with the defense. So another appeal.
Okay, so is everybody happy with? Well, okay. Here's how I'm going to do it. Does anybody have anything else to add to the locomotion points worthy of mentioning as far as this show goes, or something that this show may have failed to demonstrate and could have had potential to demonstrate but didn't? As far as obviously the physics behind showing what T-Rex was capable of doing. So does anyone else want to add anything quickly, or shall we move on to the behavior part, which I'm expecting Jason to get into it quite a bit, but as well, I thought you said something, Jason, that you wanted to do the behavior quite a lot. But yeah, anybody wants to add anything on the, motion? Nope, nope, nope. Yes, basically no. Okay, so let's switch to our next slide. I said next slide. Here we go. So, John, you've basically got together quite a nice amount of different images here. Can you give us brief explanation and guide what have you picked, and what are we doing with this? And then we will proceed to the talking points themselves. So go ahead, please.
Sure. So I wanted to make the behavior slide try to encompass every single major claim that the show talks about Tyrannosaurus Rex behavior in one slide, so that we can just remain on it for however long we need to talk about it. So the first one in the top left corner is obviously the scene where you have this male T-Rex and female T-Rex, and they sort of, it's basically where it's essentially to represent like mating behavior. How exactly would that have all worked out? I also think that, I think this is a point brought up, I think by you, asking about, well, could dinosaurs actually clean injuries in water? And you can correct me if I got that wrong, but that was another thing we can talk about with this slide. In the middle, obviously, is the very infamous Daddy T-Rex with his offspring. We'll probably go into that in quite a bit more detail about, would that hold any kind of uh, how much would that be supported either by the fossil evidence or by modern analogs? And then I have the obviously also the infamous Quetzalcoatlus and T-Rex confrontation in on the beach for the Alamosaurus carcass. And I had that in there because obviously that's going to be another big one we're going to talk about before we move on to our next animal. And the two pictures that I have that are not from the show are actually two art pieces by I believe John Binden. He did artwork for some of Don Lessum's books in the 90s. So obviously these depictions may be a little bit out of date in some areas, but I thought these were really good images to highlight some of the things to just contrast with what we were seeing with Tyrannosaurus Rex and Prehistoric Planet. For instance, the fact that, as far as I can tell, we don't really see any kind of like facial biting of T-Rex in the show. Um, and yet it's such a common thing among Tyrannosaurus Rex to see these facial bites and injuries in general that could have been dealt by others of its kind. And then obviously we have Tyrannosaurus Rex biting the neck of a Triceratops here. This is going to relate more so to the confrontation between Quetzalcoatlus and T-Rex. We can talk about that as we go on. But just to emphasize that even though um, we see T-Rex obviously hunting a we see T-Rex hunting in Montosaurus, and that will actually be something we'll talk about as well, about cooperative hunting between Tyrannosaurus Rex individuals. But I thought I would just show this here because it's a good contrast with the Quetzalcoatlus versus T-Rex, and how um honestly it's like, we'll talk about it, but I'm not really sure if a T-Rex would be scared off by Quetzalcoatlus. Certainly not as easily as what might be shown in Prehistoric Planet. So that's the general layout of the slide.
Okay, sounds good. I'm currently in a process of posting a poll here, so we will get our audience to vote a little bit. There's not a lot of people right now, but maybe they might get reconnected, or maybe someone will come in or whatever. So it will have to do with the Quetzalcoatlus versus T-Rex. But okay, John, thank you very much. Very nice slide and very nicely done. So I wanted to start with this whole babysitting thing. So I have commonly observed that in most of the animal kingdom, as far as at least archosaurs are concerned, it's if it does happen that the babysits the babies, if it does happen, my hunch tells me it's a more of an exception than the general rule or trend. If anything, as far as, for example, crocodilians are concerned, once the mating has happened and then the offspring are out and about, it's usually the mother that babysits them, not to mention also that the father, later down the line, might actually be a direct threat to them and could actually eat them. So considering that I don't see dinosaurs as a non-avian dinosaurs being even as smart as their avian derivatives like birds, so I don't see them as that kind of level of intelligence even. So I'm expecting that the more primitive and the more kind of, how to say this, maybe a slightly more crude approach to this would be a safer option for depiction rather than the more sophisticated one. And if we do the sophisticated, wouldn't we need a substantial amount of evidence perhaps to support it? So now, what are your thoughts about this whole idea? First of all, would it be likely that a male would actually be the babysitter, and a dedicated one at that as well? And secondly, would they even babysit? Let's say if the juvenile got to this point, would they not simply just be left to disband and disperse and just go off on their own? So while I create the poll, I would like you all members of the panel to take turns as you wish, and just address this point and, correct, incorrect, add something, whatever is relevant. So please, who wants to go first? Who wants to go first, or do I appoint? Okay, Jason, go first.
Okay, sure. This is a question of male-only parental care and degree of parental care.
Yes, so we basically want to know, did they actually do that? Do you believe they did it or not? And also, would the male be the one doing it and not a female? And how does this actually translate through what we know and what we can compare based on the modern day analogs being the archosaurs that we know today?
I don't know if, I would couch it in the context that we don't have hatchling tyrannosaurs, we don't have eggs or nests, so we're kind of a bit flying blind here. There may be other tyrannosaurs that I think this may rely a bit more on the Albertosaur fossils, but even then I think that was showing more evidence for potential group behavior. The male-only parental care is very geared towards the bird side of the spectrum here for the extant phylogenetic bracket. There have been studies on trying to elucidate what the ancestral parental care model was in modern birds, and I feel like it leans heavily on ratites or paleognaths, but it does seem to indicate that males were that male care only was the ancestral type for modern birds. The evidence for this outside of that, when going into the dinosaurs, we got some. Dave Verricchio and company have argued for it as a potential early start in at least like Penaraptorans, so groups that are very close to the origin of birds, based mostly on the presence of a single adult with a bunch of eggs and the relationship of body size to egg clutch volume, which there is a correlation there, but since we can't say for certain that was a male or a female, I would say that's a bit more up in the air. Whether it would fall for an animal that's a little further back from the origin of birds here, we're going with the tyrannosaurs. I mean, it seems like if I had, and this is a complaint I'd add to the whole show, is if they did male-only parental care for tyrannosaurs and then buy parental care for ornithomimus or something and threw it around and made it a bit more diversified, I would have been happier. But the show itself does seem to go down the road of male only parental care being the like default almost for all of Dinosauria. So that part bothered me. How long the animal would be with the adults, I don't know. With a lot of birds, it's parental care up until adult size. Then some of them can form small family groups. With crocodilians, alligators are the most well studied, and you can get up to 2 years or so of parental care from a doting mother. You can also get to the same kind of situation with caiman, where you have one adult. The example that comes to mind is an adult female for common caiman, but you have one adult that winds up watching a crush of like several different females' babies. So it is I'd say it's a pretty fluid situation there. So it could be one parent, both parents. It could be a couple months, a couple years. I'm not really sure we can say one way or the other for what Tyrannosaurus did. It would be a lot better if we had more specimens in that size range and ideally a nest or so. But yeah, that's my thought.
So basically, there is also a consideration to be made that sometimes animals take turn. Male parents, basically, they take turn depending on whether they need to go out to hunt or to eat something. And this actually seems to be a thing quite a lot in animals in general, that it doesn't always mean that one always stays with the other unless necessary. But
parental feeding is the other aspect of this to consider.
Yeah,
so
that's true. Yeah,
birds, a lot of parental feeding, swapping the parents out so one can get food and the other can watch is a common thing. If all these dinosaurs were more precocial and weren't being fed by their parents and were more like being protected, then maybe you don't need that. And it's just easier to keep an eye on them while they're going off eating random crabs and stuff on the beach.
All right. Thank you very much. Anyone else wants to go next on the parental care? Okay, yes, Thomas, please.
So yes to everything that Jason just said. And I'd add to that sort of my default to transfer behavior has to be grounded in a couple things, as Jason just had, phylogenetically, and also in terms of neurophysiology. In terms of the relative size of the brain to the body, Tyrannosaurs are doing pretty good for reptiles. They're kind of up there with crocodilians that are above the line for reptiles. Turtles are too. And so my default, given that similarity, is that crocodilians are the appropriate model for hypothesizing Tyrannosaur behavior. And we have to keep in mind that this is something that there's no direct evidence for, none of it. And so we have to be very clear, I think, about the hypotheses that we formulate and how evidence fits within that framework. And so with regard to parental care, I'm in agreement with Jason. That's pretty much up in the air, but crocs are a reasonable constraint and not derived birds. They're in a different place neurologically than crocodilians are. I guess I'll throw some gasoline on the fire now. The whole hypothesis of face biting I find completely unconvincing for a couple of reasons. Most of the facial lesions on Tyrannosaurs are on the external surface of facial bones, so dentary, premax, and maxilla, that tend to be perpendicular to the tooth row. And also there's often lesions on the palate bones. And that suggests to me what's going on is, when they bite, they're splintering bone and they're just impaling themselves on their own prey. I've seen very few lesions on the snouts that suggest habitual face biting. There are some with some pretty serious lesions, healed, but pretty big ones. But having not been there, to see it happen, I think we're way out on the plank of speculation. I think we're going beyond the evidence. I think it's more straightforward to account for oral lesions. But the hypothesis of face biting, I think requires, you know, I'm not sure what it requires. It's easy to propose a hypothesis, but I think the evidence or lack of it is a bit of a problem to sort of accept it in the canon of what we accept for dinosaur behavior. So I'm skeptical there. That's all I'm saying.
I wanted to ask you a quick follow-up question on this point while it's still fresh. And also wanted to remind people who are regulars to this channel that this is actually not at all the first time that Dr. Carr has proposed, and well, not proposed, but I mean, put forward this idea and challenged the hypothesis of the face biting. We have actually, I believe, covered it briefly when John and Thomas were here together, when we were doing the review for the real T-Rex, and we briefly touched on that part as well. So the part I wanted to ask you to follow up on is, are we talking about purposeful face biting, as in we have one individual to direct its bite specifically for the purpose of attacking the other individual for intimidation, or we're talking about accidental biting, or perhaps maybe as a reflex if somebody is trying to bump into you sideways, like sometimes you have animals that would just snap, at each other, and most of the times they would miss, but they sometimes might land something here and there. Or basically all of this. How would you go in for as far as the nuances?
Well, as far as my understanding of the literature goes, that it's sort of a thing that they do, whether it's territory or intimidation or something, it's a behavior. And certainly there are facial lesions that are beyond the oral cavity and the margins of the mouth, but we can't ever really know the context of those. Could it be accidental bites when animals are feeding together? Could have the animals walked into a tree at night? We really don't know causality. And I think that's where the issue is. I think, so for example, crocs, when they feed together, sometimes they get into almost a frenzy state and they'll rip each other's arms off, this sort of thing. That's all accidental. They think they're biting into prey and they're just grabbing onto a conspecific. It's also there for a meal. But I think there's just a very high burden of evidence with regard to that hypothesis that face biting is a hardwired behavior. I think it is seen on occasion in crocodilians. But again, so we could just accept that as an ancestral Archosaurian behavior and be done with it. And okay, that is one approach to take. But I do think the burden of evidence is pretty high, and maybe that's just my problem with it. The other side of it is that on occasion there are facial lesions in these animals, but they aren't all that. They have some frequency, but it's just, what do they mean is the question. And I think the hypothesis of face biting is an overstep. And I have to run to the restroom. So.
Yes. Go ahead, please. Feel free. Okay, so just quickly wanted to address and say hello and welcome to anyone else who has joined for the first time or who is coming back after taking a break. And also, I have already replied in the comments, but since I have an opportunity to quickly interject here, there is a question here that is saying, could anyone bring up any insight into how dinosaurs such as Psittacosaurus have reptile-like skin, but also areas on the body that are similar to avian skin where quills are found? Well, I will briefly address it only. First, you'd have to be specific. Do we know for sure that it's exactly that? Because when you say reptile-like skin and when you say avian skin, you have to be a bit more specific. What do you mean specifically in that sense? And I don't know if true can be, if it's, can both of these things be true at the same time? And secondly, maybe to go into the nuance, we should wait until we get to the Q&As once we are done with the main segments, and then we can cover pretty much like those variety of different questions. I would prefer to stick with the topic of the segment, but if this is something like this comes up, and if it's not a massive area to explore, then perhaps we could explore it. But I would say later, since we right now have to keep focused on our main topic at hand. So, but are you guys happy to address this later? Is everybody okay with doing this when we get to the Q&A? Yeah, it seems like everybody's going to be okay. God Eater, no worries. We will answer your question with more nuance and detail later on. Okay, so there you go. That's your answer for now, but we'll give you a better one later. So let's have a look. So we have a poll here. So far, 4 people voted, and it seems like it's a 50-50. The question of the poll is, can a T-Rex destroy a Quetzalcoatlus easily without caring if it loses an eye or not? And it seems that 2 people think that it can, and the other 2 people think that it cannot. So we'll get to that later. If I could vote, I would vote yes, hands down, every single time. And I have my own reasons, but I will not get into them yet. I want everyone to obviously cover this. So let's quickly look into the next point. Well, first of all, does anybody wants to add anything to the face topic so that we can keep the show going for now? Or shall we just move on to the next one and then just go over with that? Yeah, John, go ahead.
I'll just say real quick, I know that Dr. Carr is at the bathroom, but I just want to say that I actually appreciate hearing a different argument for these lesions on Tyrannosaurus Rex skulls. I guess I am familiar with some other skulls of Tyrannosaurs that have had like chips of tooth that have been interpreted as being evidence of face biting. But obviously there's probably tons of things going on with dinosaur behavior that cannot simply be summed up in 1 or 2 behaviors. So I just want to say I appreciate that, because I was the one who brought up face biting in the first place, and I guess I need to rewatch the real T-Rex streams, because I'm trying to remember. I'm sure we did talk about it, but I need to just rewatch them for context. But I mean, yeah, bone splinters, just impaling their jaws with. I don't know. I just think it's cool to see all these different possibilities, and I just sometimes I wish that these things were shown in documentaries more. I mean, that's one of my biggest complaints about Prehistoric Planet, is that there's a lot of things that I think would have been really, really cool to see, but we just didn't see them, and so it feels a little bit like wasted potential in some places. That was all I was going to say.
I wanted to bring up the point, but I want to wait until Dr. Tom gets back, because I want him to also elaborate on this a bit further. But it's the fact that the show missed an opportunity to introduce us to maybe a bit more individual. Oh, here we go. So Thomas, perfect timing, because I wanted to bring up a point which I think was, in my opinion at least, a very big missed opportunity for the show. And that is to actually show off the individual variation within Tyrannosaurus Rex specimens, because all of their models appear to be just basically a copy and paste of one and the same model. And they don't seem to really show you a lot of variation in how the lacrimals, the brow bones and everything is going, how the snout looks, how the teeth are arranged. Not to mention that we have, well, I mean, they wouldn't show that because the T-Rexes have lips. I mean, duh. But yeah, we have an example like, I think it's Tinker. I think Jeffrey would have maybe pointed it out because he's from the George Eccles Dinosaur Park Museum in Ogden in Utah, but he is unfortunately ill, so he cannot do that. But he did say that he went up to person. I think it's Tinker that has very odd shaped like the way the teeth, the direction of how the teeth are growing, like there's something weird going on with it. So somebody please help out. I think it was Tinker, the nickname Tinker, the specimen was. Yeah, missed opportunity here. So what do you guys think about the idea of showing off the individual variation when it comes to the specimens, especially specimens like T-Rex, which we know every single specimen is almost like, it has all things in common for a T-Rex, but it also has a lot of individual variations to it. So who would like to have a go on that part? Yes, I was looking at you as...
Yeah, I think it's, yes, individual variations there, but I think it's so subtle that there's almost nothing to represent. It's like, you know, if you go to an alligator farm, you know, like they all look the same, right? There's, you know, the differences are in the details. They're very subtle. They're not obvious. It's an interesting idea. My main suggestion to everybody is just get the skull right. And I don't think that anyone's captured it yet. And that's why when I did the one consultation thing, I really emphasized, you know, you've got to get the skull right. That's your frame of reference. And that has to be based on something real. So that's, you know, I think that's my view on it. I just think the individual variation's too subtle. Obviously, with subadults, we don't actually have any complete skull of a subadult that's in a museum, a real public trust. And even there, the young ones, they transition pretty quickly into the adult form of skull. So that deep face, and a long face, deep and long, it's not short. Even then, the smaller subadults are, say, 80 centimeter skull length and up, kind of just look like scaled down adults. The ones that are less mature, you know, are sleek and slender, and they, you know, they do that in Prehistoric Planet. The little ones, you know, do look like juveniles based on actual skulls, although of much larger animals. So I like the idea, but I just think the differences are just far too subtle for a general audience to appreciate, and I think it would just be almost too much work for a production team to actually do. And I hate to disagree with you on this, because I think my interest is in the details. I want to know everything that's going on everywhere. But I think for this sort of thing, it just might be too much of a burden and too much of a demand.
I mean, there is truth to what you said about, you know, when, and a very good example is if you watch the channel, the Gatorland in Florida is a good example, which they have lots of gators and crocodiles there too, and other animals. And sometimes they just get you up and close to these different individual alligators. And they, you know, what I think is very interesting is that when you put them together in big masses, the details get lost very easily. But there are only like 2 or 3 of them next to each other, you can see the details and the. But I think it depends how many of them at a time up close you can see, and that's where I think nuances are. But ultimately, yes, it's like they are the same, but they are not the same, but they are still in the end the same. Where it starts and where it ends, kind of like a loophole, I guess. I don't know. It's a weird one. So I don't disagree necessarily. I just think there is nuance to it, though. That's what I'm trying to say. So
it's a nice idea.
Yeah, nice idea. That's true. Yeah, but thank you very much. Thank you. But anything else about the what was it? We were left off at the face biting, and we were also talking about, yes, the individual variation. And does anyone want to add anything about face biting, about what has been brought up? So we already know perspective of Thomas that we. Okay, yes, John.
I actually want to go back just one more bit about Tyrannosaur parental care, specifically about the just obviously, I don't think we can tell for sure. Like, it's hard to know like which individuals are male or female. But one thing I want to talk about, this was something that was brought up. I think it was a few years back. There was some carbon isotope analysis on Deinonychus. Now, for the longest time, Deinonychus was thought to have been um, a pack hunter. I'm not necessarily talking about just regular sociability, but an animal that was having like some coordinated family groups where the young were being taken care of by the adults. And it turned out, based on the carbon isotopes, there was a bit of nuance to this where baby Deinonychus actually were eating different things compared to the adults. So I'm not saying that there wasn't parental care in this, but it was not maybe to the extent that we would expect with a lot of birds, where the babies are totally dependent on the adults. Whereas with Deinonychus, it seems like the babies at a certain age may have been able to hunt for themselves, and rather early on were actually able to, even if they were still traveling in a family group, they may not have been sharing the same meals as adults. Now, no one has done this with tyrannosaurs yet. I think that would actually be a really, really cool thing to explore. But at least with Deinonychus, it seems like that kind of parental care, at least with an animal like that, is not. It's going to have to be more complicated, um, or potentially it's not even existent. So it would just be. I just wanted to bring that up because I think that would be an excellent point of research regarding Tyrannosaurus Rex, and maybe if we have enough specimens, try to compare those isotopes and see. Well, were baby T-Rexes eating different things. We have obviously we look at the different body plans of juvenile Tyrannosaurus, like Jane, for instance, and we know for sure that Jane and others like her have very, different body plans compared to adults. So it would make sense that based off that, they would probably be hunting different things compared to fully grown T-Rexes. But I just think that isotope work would also help with understanding that as well. I didn't mean to get off track from the face biting and such, but I wanted to get that out there before we moved on to the next thing.
Sure. Excuse me. Yeah, there is. I'm trying to find the paper right now, but there has been discussion on how because, and this is true for a lot of theropods and dinosaurs in general, you have like almost a 10,000 times difference between a baby and an adult. So you can't eat the same things. You can't live in the same environment. So you kind of grow through different niches as you go. And I think there's one specifically for Tyrannosaurus Rex. So talking about young eating different food at different growth stages until they eventually work their way up to the big guys that we all know and love. And that's and I think it might have been Thomas Holtz Jr. who talked about it, but someone had mentioned that this is may explain why Tyrannosaurus Rex seems to be the only large predator in that late Maastrichtian. And that is basically because of the large size range, filling a bunch of different roles along the way that smaller theropods could have taken on. But so that's the thing. And then I'll also just toss in that I also love, Gatorland in Florida. So everyone buy a Jolene t-shirt because she's a little cutie. So awesome.
I want to go to Gatorland, Florida someday for sure. I think we need to do like a group trip there and do like a quick show from a sofa or something like that there. Just like a quick one there. Just an idea. So, Harry, you got a long flight to go there too, I presume, as me. So, mine will be about 7 hours, so I don't know about yours. So, yeah. Yes, Thomas, yes, please.
Yeah, just the hypothesis about the T-Rex growth series sort of filling in that ecological gap. I think that was Kat Schroeder's work of a couple years ago. That's pretty interesting stuff.
Okay, so are we happy to carry on discussing the behavior aspect? So I have a few points there, but if anybody wants to chime in on that part, I am open to listening. I'm not limited for time. I don't care how late it gets over here at my end. So I'm not working tomorrow. I'm off as well. It's Sunday, for God's sake. So although I do work Sundays usually, but this time not. So let's see. We have something very interesting here. And they say, the show proposes that based on something, which I don't know what, but it must have based it on something, that apparently Tyrannosaurus has brood sizes, which, the total amount of the clutch of about 15 or so individual hatchlings. And they lose about 2/3 of them throughout whatever period of time, given period time that whatever the show is trying to tell us. Now, the problem I have with this personally is that, well, there is no evidence to support any of this. So am I not aware of something? Have I been living under the rock? Or is this actually something that, they just made up, basically, because, cool story, bro. So what's going on here in this particular instance? Who wants to go first on this one? Let's see. Harry.
So, brood sizes are definitely a thing among birds. Their broods can shrink quite a bit until they're all ready to leave home. Keep in mind, they're birds, and the predatory animals that will try to eat birds would have a much easier time attacking a baby duck than they would, say, a baby Tyrannosaurus that might have all its teeth, given that the predators around are probably also just theropods, other archosaurs, and lizards. So the odds of that are, might be less, but the part about the brood sizes shrinking is reasonably normal among quite a lot of birds I know about.
So yes, I agree with your point that it's normal to lose a portion of your offspring before they mature or get to the point where they're able to be out of reach for most predatory animals. The problem is, though, how do they calculate this? What do they basically think? Do we even have any evidence of any hatchling T-Rexes? Because we don't have any nests, do we? So we don't even know how many they produced. That's my biggest question here. So, Dr. Thomas, did you wave your hand there?
I didn't, but you've just lifted the lid on an area of the literature that I'm ignorant of. But having said that, there is a way to estimate, say, clutch sizes if you have data of other extinct dinosaurs and crocodilians, a reconstruction and inference of clutch size at that particular node in the tree can be estimated. So if this sort of work has been done, it's not necessarily pulled out of thin air. But as you point out, and as others have pointed out, we have really nothing when it comes to Tyrannosaur embryos, except for that one denary that was published recently from Montana. I'm sure the day will arrive when clutches with embryos of Tyrannosaurs will be found. I expect that will be in China, probably, where the Therizinosauride materials come from, Oviraptorosaurian material. So we can certainly propose hypotheses based on clutch sizes in related animals, but that will be in inference until the day arrives when we actually do find clutches with identifiable embryonic material. So I think that is a question that will be answered empirically. It's just those clutches have not yet been found. And there's a good chance that they will be found, given that there's no reason to expect that they wouldn't be laying nests in areas that wouldn't be fossilized. So I'm optimistic on this one. And this brings to mind a conversation I had with some workers at the last SVP meeting. And that is, we're very young science. We're barely a couple centuries old, really. I think in terms of understanding the fossil record, it's only early days. We haven't been at this very long. And there's still a lot yet to be found and understood. And in a way, I feel like we've been born too early, because there are many straightforward questions that are easy to answer as long as we have the fossils. So I think our current quagmire of unanswered questions is merely an artifact of history. We should have been born 1,000 years down the road.
So then we can have not only, a good knowledge and understanding of dinosaurs, but we can also ride our flying jet bike, speeders, scooters, things, like imagine pulling up, on that thing on a date or something. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, sorry, derailing. But yes, I digress. But yeah, here's the thing as well. I like the idea that they're trying, I'm not going to blame them, for trying something, because it seems like they were trying to show something. But the thing that I always like to ask, I do this not necessarily because I'm trying to just be, a massive D to them, if you know what I mean, but I am just trying to just look at everything they have and just go point by point. Yes, no, maybe. Yes, no, maybe. Yes, no, not likely. This is basically my approach to this and how I like to look at it. So that to be understood. And is there anything else anybody would like to add on this particular point about the clutches, the eggs, the offspring, brood sizes, survivability? Anyone else want to say anything, or are we happy to move to the next point?
Let me toss in real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
I will be the massive D on this one. Yeah. This
Do
is
it.
one of the
Do it.
biggest complaints that I've had about this entire series is there is no distinction between a from a well validated or well supported scientific approach and then just making stuff up. Everything is just treated as fact. And yeah, we don't have evidence for brood size, clutch size, or survivability. These are all fall under likelihood for, you will likely lose a large chunk of the brood during some period of time, maybe the first 2 years, maybe the first 6 months, maybe the first 5 years. It's all up in the air. And I wish the show would just and my biggest complaint is I wish the show was just a very different show and that we had much more of the nuance talked about of what is possible, what's not possible, what could have worked and what didn't. This is that situation of, is this a documentary or is this just more of a fictional piece that has a lot of science behind it? And I feel like it fits more the latter and really deserves its own kind of separate distinction because of it. But yeah, so I don't know. It's one of the things they made up. They make up a lot of stuff in here without saying why. It kind of bugs me.
But Jason, but too much science is boring, right? Because we can't have fun. So
the documentaries we want are the ones no one wants to watch, except for in the 90s when everyone watched them.
That's actually correct. By the way, that's 100% true. So, John, you wanted to say something as well?
Yes, and then I'll
go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. I want to bounce off of what Jason's point was, because I agree. The problem with, and this is also a problem I have with Walking with Dinosaurs, but especially Prehistoric Planet, since a lot of people hail Prehistoric Planet as the most accurate dinosaur documentary of all time. I think this show would have I think I would have been a lot more forgiving of some of the stuff that is presented in the show if they had a disclaimer in the beginning that said, listen, we're trying to work with what we got. There will be speculation. There will be things that we have to sort of just come up, shoot in the dark about, fly blind a little bit because we don't know these things. Just because at that point, like, okay, well, then 15 clutch of 15 T-Rexes in a batch, we can't prove that, but at least like the makers are understanding the fact that we don't know this, so it's speculation. At least they're understanding of that as speculation. The problem is that with Prehistoric Planet and Walking with Dinosaurs is compared to something like When Dinosaurs Roamed America or Dinosaur Planet, there aren't opportunities to really show, well, where was the science behind some of these things. And I mean, there are like after shows and such, but there aren't moments in the actual program where they say, where they have David Attenborough say, based on fossil evidence, T-Rex did this and this, and I would have actually liked to have seen a few more references to fossil material about some of these things, because at the moment it's take our word for it, trust us, and that'd be fine. Except again, there's so much that's presented as straight fact that you have to then it's like then the audiences then has to go back and research some of this to make sure it's correct, which I don't think is really fair on them. But that's my perspective, just bounce off what Jason was mentioning as well.
Okay, sounds good. Everybody happy with this part so far? And shall we go? Yeah. Yes, Tom.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up to the previous comments, which I agree with. I think it's just a fairly straightforward narrative fix to just say what's based on direct evidence and what's inferred. And that's the easiest thing that could be done and would lift. I think that would serve to elevate documentaries of this sort, because the audience, the lay audience has no idea what's fact from fiction. I think it's an ethical obligation that a documentarian ought to make those boundaries really clear. And there's plenty of egregious examples, like from Hollywood, the recent supposed biopic of Napoleon had some really egregious inaccuracies in it. And I think that the worst one was the cannonading of the Great Pyramid of Giza, which never happened. And that shows just an astonishing lack of understanding of what the French were actually doing there, what Napoleon's actual goals were. And so people, if something's presented as a biopic or a documentary, people will walk away thinking everything's fact. And how would they know otherwise? And so I really do agree with the previous comments. But the main point here is that this is an easy fix to make in a documentary of this sort. You just have to say it. This is inferred. This is based on the fossil record. Easy. But they don't do it, and so I share the concern.
I will give you a very good straightforward. Oh, sorry, Harry. Can I quickly do this one, and then I'll give the microphone after this to you? So, a good example. Many of you who are regulars or just people who know me, they know that I am very into anime and things like this. And I have got over 200 titles already in my watch list. And one of the ones that I'm watching right now is a title about something that's basically it's about a doctor who is one of the really amazing doctors as far as the diagnosis goes. Someone who just specializes in diagnosing patients correctly. And she's a bit of a genius in a bit of a very unique state of mind. She struggles to read the atmosphere correctly, which is an important aspect to Japanese culture, which we're not going to get into here. But it's important because they also show you in the beginning of each episode that whatever methods and techniques and appliances and even medications that they use, they say these do not necessarily reflect the real counterparts and represent the real thing. The real process would go down. So part of it is based on the real stuff. Part of it may have been slightly hyperbolized. And they actually make that disclaimer at the beginning of the episode before the kicks off, basically. And that's why I say that I share this sentiment. And because it's a very easy fix, it doesn't cost a lot of money to do it, which is a very common concern, money. So I don't think that's a very costly thing to do. And but it saves so much problems for yourselves, in fact, who creates this type of show, to avoid answering the same kind of questions in a roundabout way so many times, when you can just simply put it out there, and that basically answers all you need to do, at least it narrows it down. So how Ian Malcolm says, well, there it is. Harry, you wanted to say something? Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to make actually a quick shout out to this old National Geo show, Dinosaurs Giants of the Patagonia, they did that. They did that well. Sometimes they made stuff up or didn't cite sources for some claims, like Giganotosauruses cannibalizing each other. But for some of the really, big claims like that theropods stalk sauropods, they showed mud footprints in the rock of both tracks simultaneously occurring. So obviously there were at least theropods following sauropods, or possibly the other way around. But the other thing is they, when they made a claim of sauropods would lay their eggs and abandon the nest to wander off, they gave their reasoning, because based on the fossil evidence that they were all packed, so close together that they wouldn't really be able to step around. And they gave that argument. I thought, yep, that fair enough. So I just thought I'd mention that. That is an easy thing to do, and they could have easily done it. And that actually made it more interesting, because they said, this is why we think that.
All right. Well, that's a good one, actually, because I completely forgot that particular piece. And I remember even being particularly interested in that, because it was also the time when it was frequently hyped that Giganotosaurus was this new record holder of being the biggest and the baddest theropod. But technically there are no baddest ones. But you know what I'm saying? Like, because it's bigger, it must be. But it wasn't really, apparently, or maybe if it was, we just don't have enough fossil sample to actually compare what would have been the average of T-Rex comparing to the average of Giganotosaurus, because there is no average for Giganotosaurus. There is only one known Giganotosaurus. So we don't know, I think, is the right answer. But in any case, I wanted to ask if anyone has any other things that they wanted to say about what we just talked about, or shall we move to the next point now? Let's see.
I'm
Yes,
okay
Thomas,
with moving
please.
on.
You're okay with moving on? Okay, yes. Okay, perfect. Well, is there? Let's see. So yes, the show refers to T-Rex, basically, and I'm pretty much quoting verbatim, I think, at this point. But it's like it's saying it was battling the armored prey for decades. But for some reason, it's interesting to me how T-Rex ends up with the tip of the tail missing. So do they imply that the said armored prey actually beaten it off? Is that something that they could have done? Maybe not. Let me know what you think on that. And then there's also other parts of it that did they imply that it was just taken off by another? We just forgot to actually mention it. Like maybe this was in the script and they just didn't refer to it. So I don't know, maybe that was a thing. But I was quite curious, how would they be with it missing tip of the tail if it's not very likely. I don't know. It just strikes me as very unlikely for a herbivore to take off a tip of the tail, given how I imagine the confrontation would have gone down. But you can elaborate if on that point. And the other one is as well that why are we seeing a T-Rex after a battle with a fully grown Triceratops, which appeared to be an adult in its prime, when we're already kind of getting and tiptoeing around the point at the very least that predators are generally cowards. They like to go for things that are a bit smaller, a bit weaker, maybe injured. Basically the minimum risk prey, and this one shows exactly the opposite. It's like if you have a fully grown adult Triceratops, you are risking everything, basically, literally everything. So I'm kind of curious what your thoughts are on this particular point. The missing tip of the tail, how did that come to pass, and why would it even be there? And thoughts on T-Rex taking down the fully grown adult Triceratops, which appeared to be a healthy adult Triceratops. They never stated that it was injured or that it was sick or disabled, that it would not be able to put up a decent fight against the T-Rex. So who wants to start off this particular part? Who are we looking at here? Yes, Harry, go ahead.
So probably just throw in that fully grown Triceratopses, at least the larger size, seem to be a little bit rarer on the fossil record than much smaller sizes. And the inferred sizes of the biggest ones are more or less staring eye to eye to a Tyrannosaurus. They are really, really big if we're inferring scaled up from smaller ones. In terms of the tail, I mean, a Triceratops could probably bite a tail off. We've seen Protoceratops more or less severing a Velociraptor's arm in that death battle fossil we have. But the question is, why on earth would a Tyrannosaurus's tail be in its mouth when it would be pointing away if it's attacking it? But yeah, I reckon, like, I know there's, I think, Jason, John, and Thomas would be able to tell us much more about, size differences and, the sort of marks on Triceratops skulls if they were manipulated by Tyrannosauruses to eat them. But yeah, I think that's just me just starting it off.
Who wants to go next? John.
I think I'll agree with Harry when it comes to the possibly Triceratops biting off a piece of the tail. Obviously, it'd be rather unfortunate, depending on how big the Triceratops was, to be able to get a hold of that. But I remember Harry and I in the Discord actually had a really good conversation about ceratopsian horns and their horn usage, and the fact. And I think Harry was the one to bring up the fact that ceratopsian beaks uh, could have very easily been, like, in some species anyways, may have actually been better weapons than even their horns. Now with Triceratops, I think its horns were long enough that it could have used them either in terms of goring a T-Rex, or if it was going to use them, I think you mentioned this, Arsene, used it as sort of like blunt weapons, where if it were to hit a T-Rex with them on the side, it could have maybe um, put it off balance. So, but I also think, I mean, you look at Triceratops snouts and their beaks, and if they got a hold of a T-Rex tail, I mean, it's going to cause, I'd say, anything that's going to protect you, is going to get this thing away from you, I would say they're going to go for it. And if that means biting off a piece of the tail, then that would make sense. My other thought was, and I know they mentioned armored prey, so maybe this doesn't count, but Edmontosaurus, maybe I could imagine Edmontosaurus biting off a part of a T-Rex tail if it was behind it. But I'm not sure about that. And then I also, just to go off of what Harry's question was, or point was, about I know that there's the healed bite marks on a Triceratops frill that came from Tyrannosaurus Rex, um, and that left some pretty nasty marks. And then, of course, uh, there's this suggested evidence that that T-Rex was taking Triceratops frills and either completely decapitating them, or they were just pulling on them to get at the meat of the neck and the back, um, which that's always a possibility. I don't think it was shown in the show itself, but that was, if that's what Harry meant by manipulation of the frill there. Okay, he's not. He said that's good. Okay, then yeah, I guess it depends on how big the Triceratops is that we're talking about, because, like Harry said, it's harder to get those really, really big Triceratops individuals in the record compared to Tyrannosaurus Rex, where for whatever reason we just keep finding, like, oh my gosh, we now have Goliath. Goliath is now the news about, and whether, and however you feel about Goliath, maybe you think he's too big, but we just find these extremely big T-Rex specimens, and I'm not sure if we have that same equivalent with Triceratops. But if Jason and Tom have anything to share, I'm more than happy to hear that as well. Those are just my thoughts.
So, Jason, go next then.
Okay. What? One more time.
Yeah, do you want to go next?
Sure. Yeah, sorry, you're starting to silent out for a second. Yeah, I think this is, I'm guessing, based on Y-Rex, based off the tail. Looks like it's a pretty large chunk of the tail that got taken out. Could a Triceratops do that? They have shearing beaks, so maybe could another Tyrannosaurus do it? Sure. I did have an issue with a big T-Rex taking out a big adult, unless there was some reason for it, like it was a sick animal or it was an elderly animal or otherwise limp. The usual thing of, the predator will look for the weakest link. They don't really say any of that in the show. I also don't know why this tyrannosaur felt the need to roar at the cameraman. Also a weird thing. But yeah, it's yeah. It falls under could it lose its tail to something like a triceratops? Sure, if it clicked it in the wrong spot, it seems like a weird choice. But I mean, according to the narrative, that's what happened. To quote many a zookeeper, if it has teeth, it will bite. So there you go.
So yeah, sorry, yes. I don't really mind. I just wanted to say that basically it's the cameraman, like there is a golden rule. We do not attack the cameraman. Okay, so I just wanted to quickly say that. So okay, Thomas, please go ahead.
Yeah, I guess my impression is that the severed tail might be based on Y-Rex. The issue with Y-Rex is that purported lesion has not yet been published, as far as I'm aware. So we really don't know what the story is there. Regardless, animals do get injured. They might get injured by conspecifics. They might just do something dumb like fall over or something like that. The beak of a triceratops is something that no self-respecting predator would ever want to get close to. They're basically giant garden shears, and so it's easy to imagine. This is imagining. We can imagine anything. It's easy to imagine a triceratops could snap pretty much anything off a T-Rex that it chose to do. But we really don't know. Again, causality is the issue here, but I guess plausibility isn't. But we really don't know. And just with regard to the prey size, so my point of reference, I go back to crocs, and I recall footage of Nile crocs lying in wait for wildebeest and zebra to cross a river. And there was crocs of all sizes, so big adults to smaller ones. And my impression was that the prey selection was pretty indiscriminate, that the crocs would just snap at anything that got close. And these animals aren't intellectuals by any stretch. Tyrannosaurs had probably the same sort of brain power. And so a T-Rex grabbing a hold of a elephant-sized triceratops doesn't seem beyond the pale. The probability is probably somewhat low. But these aren't organisms that think about what they're doing. And so they might get themselves into trouble where they get succumb, or they receive grievous injuries for their ill-considered efforts. So as improbable as it seems, it probably did happen and might account for some of the injuries that we see. But having not seen them do anything but lie on a table, again, the burden of causality is pretty high here.
Oh, okay. So I was quickly trying to post this one here as a caption to quote you here. They might not necessarily think what they're doing, and and I said hold to this because we might actually need this point later down the line with what's to come in some other areas when it comes to the behavior,
Right.
which I wanted to touch on as well. So
one last thing, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Is sometimes even crocodilians do weird things. In that doc, I think it's a massive adult Nile crocodile has the entire hind end of a zebra in its mouth. Could easily overpower that mammal, and yet it lets it go. And There's also footage from a crocodile hunter where Steve Irwin is at an American zoo. He's talking to the camera, and a female alligator takes his hand in her mouth close to the jaw joint where the bite forces are highest. And she moves away from Steve. He moves his hand with her, doesn't jerk his hand away. And she releases his hand. And so I don't mean to punch down on the intelligence of crocodilians too severely, because there are instances where they do things that defy expectation. And so there's no reason to think that tyrannosaurs were any different. We just have to keep, I think, a very clear point of reference for when we discuss intelligence and behavior. That's all.
Yeah, sounds good. Anybody wants to comment or add anything or challenge on anything that has been said prior? Or are we generally happy with this one? Okay. So, okay, cool. It seems that everybody's cool with the potential that, yes, they can. So I will say this. So not very likely, but not outside of possibility. So if it's got teeth, if it is snappy, it will snap at something, whatever is convenient. And if it gives it, if it gives ground, even if it's really big, like that Triceratops, there may be a chance it might still try to take it down. I would probably be wondering whether or not the chance of success of that happening was an issue to look at, and where that success happens. But that doesn't mean that the said Tyrannosaurus or whatever animal in question would be looking at it the same way when it comes to thinking, how likely am I to succeed in taking this thing down? So that's probably, it would be a stretch to imagine that they would think this way, because that's me thinking this, that's not them seeing it that way. They would not see it the same way. So, okay, let's go to the next point. Do we have any evidence in the fossil record to suggest that Tyrannosaurus and other dinosaurs were able to use water to clean their wounds? And would engaging in such, like, say, mud bathing also be a thing? Or is that not even at all plausible or even necessary? The reason I ask the part about necessary is, what do we know about the potential tolerance and immunity as far as reptiles go in general against any kind of potential infections that could have been contracted as a result of the animal getting in some kind of confrontation? So who wants to try and tackle this one first? Okay, John, you.
So just based off my previous understanding about tyrannosaurs and dinosaurs in general as to how they are able to treat injuries, I think the closest, I mean, we can look at birds and crocodiles as analogs again. And I know that crocodiles, one of the things about crocodiles is that if they get a physical injury like a cut, or another crocodile bites something off of them, they actually have really, really fast, I don't want to call it a healing factor, but they can heal from these things really, really quickly. And part of that is just evolving in an environment that uh unfortunately, it's, I mean, if like we were to go into any of these rivers or lakes in Africa and we get a cut, chances are we're going to be infected by who knows how many pathogens and bacterium that are just going to swim right into our bloodstream, and then we might be in deep, deep trouble. Crocodiles, though, they can heal so quickly, and their wounds close so quickly that helps prevent them from um, getting a lot of that, getting a serious infection. And maybe there could also be like and Jason might know this, if there's a metabolic, if crocodiles have a really, really powerful immune system to cope with anything that does get in. But I know that crocodiles, they don't have, they're able to like tank a lot of these injuries, and it's not like they go into the water um, to have them cleaned. If anything, them going to the water is part of the reason why they have to have their wounds closed so quickly, because they don't want them to be infected by the amount of stuff that's in those waterways. And I think it would not terribly surprise me if that were the case with dinosaurs as well. In terms of mud bathing, I know that most examples I see about mud bathing have to do with like the examples I think of are mammals. Mammals will mud bathe like hippos and elephants and rhinos. That's partially just based off of how their skin is made. Um, and I'm not saying, and I guess part of it's because if you were exposed out into the with that kind of skin, you're at risk of sunburning, so and skin damage, so you want to mud bathe. I don't know if that's a issue with most reptiles, because most reptiles, their skin, I mean, they like to sunbathe, so it's not like they go out of their way to go and bathe in the mud to cool off or to do those kinds of things. So I guess again, looking at modern analogs, it's really hard to know if like dinosaurs did the same thing. Um, and
They,
that's
have you seen sparrows engage in this activity when they basically just sling around in dust? That's a very common thing to see. I don't even know if
yes.
sparrows are the only ones that do it. Probably
Chickens
other
also
birds
do
do
it.
as well.
So my
Yeah,
mom owns
that's right. Yeah.
chickens, and chickens do that as well. So dust bathing, I can understand, especially with dinosaurs with feathers, like dromaeosaurs or some of these other groups that generally are argued to have mostly had feathers. So dust baths, I can absolutely believe. I'm not too confident on mud bathing per se, just because dinosaur scales are not necessarily the same thing as mammalian skin.
Okay, so Carrie, yes, please.
Yeah, I can definitely add to that. Reptiles, especially crocodiles and birds, have ridiculously good immune systems. Crocodiles, I know, or alligators, I think, have a huge disproportion skewing towards white blood cells compared to a mammal would. Like for a mammal, it's mostly red, a tiny bit of white, and the white fights infection. For alligators, it's more the other way around. It's, they have a huge amount of white blood cells to combat infection, and birds, I think they can handle infection like chickens have salmonella. It speaks for itself. Pretty sure lots of other reptiles do as well. But they usually, when they have an injury, it just heals. And chickens can get pretty nasty injuries just from, mating because the rooster's spurs kind of slash up the backs, but they recover. They're fine.
Any more points to add to the displayed behavior
Sure.
that was just discussed? Yes, Jason, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with John and Harry were talking about with crocodilians generally having a very powerful immune system, and that there's plenty of anecdotal stories of crocodilians, turtles, and lizards and snakes with just what seemed like catastrophic damage to them, and then seemingly getting along just fine. I will once again reference Jolene from Gatorland because she has no upper jaw, and other than the fact that she needs to be fed by the keepers, she seems to be getting along with it just fine. The interest in crocodilian immunity in particular has gained a lot of interest in pharmaceuticals because of how basically any animal that lives in what looks like fetid, nasty water all the time is able to not get a horrible septic infection. There's something in there that has potential, that could be potential for people in the long run. I will say we don't know a lot about reptile immunity. My understanding is we have a lot of information, my understanding is with reptiles, there's a strong innate immune system. So the white blood cells, the like official tackling, but like things like T cells and that adaptive immunity is less well known in these groups. So it is an area of very early research. I actually have a colleague down here who is doing research on that kind of immunity. And so I happen to know that part really well. As for the original question, would T-Rex go down to the water to clean off its wounds? I felt like that was a little anthropomorphized. Raccoons definitely wash their hands a lot. But in general, if you're not an animal that spends time in the water, it's not something that we usually see. I mean, even in humans, that whole concept of hygiene, at least in Western society, is still fairly new, like within the past 150 years. Like before that, if you had dirty hands, that was like a sign of respect or something. So a lot of people dying from just poor hygiene. So yeah, I would be surprised if there was this willingness to go down to the water to clean a wound versus just to fill up on water or something like that. And then regarding mud baths, yeah, crocodilians will do a mud bath, especially when they're in a drought season. So they use the mud to sort of help cover their body and reduce some of that water loss over time. And then giant tortoises are very big fans of wallowing in mud holes throughout the year wherever they're located. So yeah, both of those parts are possible.
Any more inputs on the point about this thing in the show, or I'm happy to move on? Thomas, you have been very quiet on this one. Do you have anything to add, or are you just generally happy with everything? What's your take on this?
Yeah, they're too dumb to wash their own wounds, out of all due respect. So I agree with what Jason said and what the others said to that effect. I do see dust baths and that sort of thing within reach of these sorts of animals. They'd get, ticks and that sort of thing, parasites that they'd have to deal with, and a dust bath, takes care of some of that. But yeah, I do agree that washing a wound is really anthropomorphized.
So I take it it would just be a waste of time to even imagine whether or not you could see a T-Rex potentially talking like a crow or a raven and suddenly just being like, "You're right, love," and then it just eats you, because that's a thing among some corvids. They just mimic sound so perfectly that they can even copy your accent, like down to the very small detail. So, and apparently crows in Japan, they make nests using, stealing, the clothing, thin metal clothing hangers, because you can see them stuck in their nests when it's this nesting season of crows there. So I'm sure dinosaurs did that as well. Don't quote me, joking, okay, internet, please don't quote me, okay? I'm just kidding. Right. So, Thomas, anything else you would like to add to this idea, or are we just generally happy with where it is? And you're happy, okay? Yes. Everybody else is happy. Okay, perfect. So, I have this thing in. I don't know, and I kind of want further to the point of that I don't know if they were really that smart to pull this off, but we are being demonstrated in the show that we have two T-Rexes that are not only teaming up, so they're working together as a team, which I don't believe that they could do. You will have your own takes, obviously, but I'm not a believer in this idea. And they coordinate with each other, so they purposefully have one of the T-Rexes basically going to the point of distracting the Edmontosaurus and creating a diversion so that the other T-Rex can then successfully land a bite on it. And then they overpower it, obviously, and take it down. My alternative hypothesis to this would have been that would have just simply gathered around, and maybe even some numbers sometimes around certain animals wherever they go, maybe near the sources of water, which is usually where it is, and that's where the show actually originally is, until we moved into the night, and then in the night scene they just were in the middle of the forest somewhere. But I would have expected them to just probe randomly and see what gives, and whatever gives, then once the first bite gets in there and they manage to pull something out of that herd, and then you have the other animals go in, the other T-Rexes, for example, they see this and they just kind of start just biting. They see that something sticks out, basically, and they just go and bite it, maybe, or because the first blood was drawn and they just got attracted to it somehow, and they just go not because they cooperate. It's more of a thing that they just, they bite stuff, basically, as we was said earlier on. That's how I would imagine it to be a little bit more primitive, a bit more blunt, a bit more crude and chaotic than what I think the show was trying to tell us. And I'm going to maybe jump the gun here and say that I think they were just too dumb for this. No offense, but I just, like they're listening. But I think they were genuinely not that smart to pull this off. So anyone else wants to take over the mic here and comment on that particular part of this whole idea of strategizing to that level? Because I find this just to be extremely unlikely. So Thomas, yes, please, go ahead.
Just quickly grease the slide to my inevitable cancellation, either on this talk or across the internet more broadly. I agree with you. Empirically, tyrannosaurs are smart for reptiles, but they're in the range of crocs. I think that's a point of reference for behavior. The evidence for cooperative or coordinated hunting among crocs is very little and inconclusive. And so I think basically we have to think of tyrannosaurs and other large theropods like them as they're just terrestrial bipedal crocodiles, and with the same constraints, behavioral constraints. And so I just think the notion of cooperative hunting, that requires a mammalian level of intelligence is just extraordinary, and another extraordinary claim. And just the EQ quotients just don't line up with that at all. And yes, we cannot observe them directly, but with that constraint, phylogenetically bounded, I think that's how the appropriate way to model their behavior as terrestrial crocs, doing all the things that crocs do, but without being in an aquatic environment. And that leads to a bunch of interesting behaviors. It doesn't, they're kind of dumb relative to mammals, but it doesn't mean they aren't doing interesting things. It doesn't mean that it's any less interesting that they aren't pack hunting. So I'm with you on this one, and I'll cede the floor now.
Who wants to go next, if anyone at all? Yes, please, John.
I don't especially disagree with you or Thomas on this. I think with Tyrannosaurus Rex, it just reminds me of that. I'm pretty sure it was a short-lived meme 1 or 2 years ago about T-Rex being entertained as having the intelligence of a primate. And primates, even by mammal standards, are extremely intelligent. And we're talking about an animal that is so far from both, like Thomas said, phylogenetically, but I think also in general, like I just don't see, there's nothing about the uh, brain of Tyrannosaurus Rex that strikes out as, okay, this thing has, there's anything that you can relate to being it having the level of intelligence of a primate. Because at that point, that just throws, what does that say about every other dinosaur under the sun? Um, I also want to bring up something in case, I'm sure there's some people who will probably think, well, what about birds? What about Harris hawks, which are currently one of the only, if not the only, bird of prey that will hunt cooperatively. And I just think it's also worth pointing out that even with Harris's hawks, which they do hunt cooperatively, but it's not nearly it's not like there's one hawk that distracts a rabbit or a pack rat. In fact, if anything, this is from I learned this from a previous David Attenborough documentary called The Trials of Life. I don't know if anyone's familiar with it, but it's from the 4th episode on hunting and escaping. And the penultimate segment is on Harris's hawks cooperatively hunting. And even in that documentary, even though the bird's cooperation did help bring down a rabbit in the end, the thing is that it wasn't like there was a bird that was distracting the rabbit and then everyone else sneaks up on it and kills it. It was basically one bird sees a rabbit, and then all the other birds converge instinctually to try and catch this thing. It's nowhere near it's nowhere near to the extent that we would see in primates or even in a lot of these mammals. And so even if we were to use birds as an analog for this, I think it would still be um it'd still be a bit it would not be like this is still a stretch. What's being shown in Prehistoric Planet is still a massive stretch. And even if we were to use Harris's hawks, I'm not even sure if T-Rex had the intelligence of birds of prey. So I just thought I would bring that up as another example in case someone's like, well, what about, birds of prey like the Harris's hawk that do hunt cooperatively? Yes, they hunt cooperatively, but it's not like primates. It's not like any large social mammal like lions or wolves. And Harris hawks absolutely do not behave the way that the T Rex brothers did in Prehistoric Planet. So even with birds, it's not an especially great analog.
Yeah, I basically agree with the group here. At least in the sense that I don't see like there's no evidence for any of this. There's plenty of degrees of like group hunting that could have been done that don't fall in line with like the way lions hunt, right? So you didn't have to do that. I feel like it kind of it feels a little bit like it was inspired by previous documentaries and recordings of young cheetahs, which will stay together as brothers or like as a group for a bit and do like this sort of pair hunting. It's I don't know. It didn't have to happen. It's kind of just a cool story they decided to tell.
Yeah, it's the typical cool story, bruv moment. I think that's probably what it felt like to me as well. Because I would even go as far as saying that when it comes to level of intelligence, I would not even put birds on the same level as dinosaurs, as in like the other way around, obviously. And by the reason I distinguish them here, even though we know that birds are dinosaurs, in case those watching here, internet, AK Rex always admitted and acknowledged that birds are dinosaurs. So don't try to put words in my mouth saying that I didn't, okay? Just there are people, I'm sorry, there are people like this who believe that I don't see them as one and the same thing. No, I very much do. And the reason I distinguish is because I believe that birds just have a whole different level of, they're derived in a way that just doesn't mean, when you look at birds, you cannot think this is a typical dinosaur representative. It just doesn't work like that. And whatever the typical in this case would even mean, but I cannot fathom the idea of pointing at a bird and saying that this is your average dinosaur, because we know it wasn't.
I will just add that this scene, cool story, bro style, kind of wish they could have dialed it back a bit. It's nowhere near as bad as some of the stuff that comes up in later parts of the series where they really go off the deep end on this.
Well, we definitely, once we finish with this whole segment, we will definitely, once we're off the record and once we get to coordinate between our work and all of the other stuff, we will be, doing more of these segments. So if you like this type of format, if you are interested in doing more of this, then I will be more than happy to have you back in the same, lineup and maybe having more people in doing the same kind of thing. Because, as Jason correctly pointed out, it gets even crazier. Like, this one is comparatively tame. I have my criticism to it, but there is also some good points here and there, but it's comparatively tame. I mean, just to give some heads up, and I'm not going to say anymore, but people will probably know, we have sauropods showing off their brutality to each other by apparently displaying something that looks like inflated human male parts of the reproductive organs, shall we say, all the way along the neck at the front, basically. So I'm not going to use this here because it's more funny. It will be more fun to use it when we get to the point, but you get what I'm saying. So this is a minor spoiler of what's to come, but it gets like this crazy, this level of crazy. So this one here is very tame. Now, the other thing I wanted to then, are we happy with this particular part about the cooperative? Okay, so we're happy. John is just currently having few technical issues, which he's gonna fix shortly. He just needs some time for it, so we'll be okay for now. Let's go to the next. So I am obviously there is this scene in the slide, which is where Quetzalcoatlus confronts the T-Rex over a Saurus, and there's actually two Quetzalcoatluses there. The show actually tries to tell us that, you know, the T-Rex would not want to risk, you know, fighting Atlas because it would be afraid to lose its eye if the Quetzalcoatlus decides to peck it. I will give Quetzalcoatlus something that, yes, it did have strong muscles here and there because it was probably able to take off. It would be able to fly, then obviously landing and all these things for what it needed to do. I believe with that. I believe there is something to say about that. But don't try to tell me with a straight face, okay? Now, you can correct me later, that's fine, but don't try to tell me with straight face that a stork, a crane, or any other like heron or whatever, all these types of birds can seriously square up against something like an alligator or a broad-snouted caiman or something of that caliber, and the latter would be seriously scared to lose its eye, where I see it more like this. It won't care if it lost its eye or not. It would just bite it. And that's basically game over. That's the way I see it. I don't see this as a potentially very like complex confrontation. I see it as a very straightforward risk for Quetzalcoatlus getting so close in the T-Rex's face, where one nudge forward and a snap, that's basically, that Quetzalcoatlus is basically snapped in half. And I mean literally, because it can fit in its mouth. Like it can literally fit in its mouth. It's not that big. It's just gonna go, it's done. It's over. That's it. Like, I don't see any other way to explain this. I don't understand why the show goes out of its way and trying to make it that T-Rex is actually thinking, oh, there is a 10% chance that this Quetzalcoatlus can maybe accurately, with its massive like snout, target my eye, and like that's gonna maybe make me think that maybe I should not, maybe I should run away. And I don't think that would have happened. Again, I want to go back to the point that they were not smart enough for this. If they want to bite, they will bite, and they will bite very hard. So I think Quetzalcoatlus here would have been more likely to just step aside and wait like the vultures maybe do until the feeding hierarchy is done all the way through, and then they get their chance to pick. Or they would, you know, like sneak and quickly take bites and then run off, because once you run away safe distance, then they won't pursue you, right? So, but when you're there in its face, trying to tell it to go away from the kill, I can imagine that, you know, that T-Rex would not have probably hesitated and just, it would have taken care of one of them quite easily. And, so I disagree with the show, basically. That's what I'm trying to say. So who wants to comment on what I've just rambled on about first? Yes, Harry, please.
Okay, so I'm just going to cover it quick because I think there's going to be much better things that Thomas and Jason are going to say about it. But if you look at Quetzalcoatlus, it's a really powerfully built animal. Like, they kind of made it look really skinny in this show, but we're talking about something that's going to weigh at most, and this is probably going to be an absurd estimate, 500, kilos, like half a ton at most. It's probably half that, but it's an animal that has a stomach probably about the same size as an orangutan's, judging from the skeletons. It's probably not going to actually need to eat that much. And to top it all, you look at that little pose it's doing right now in the caption, all it has to do is straighten its limbs and it's in the air. So it only needs to eat probably a mouthful of food, and then it just has to lunge forward once, and it's out of the way altogether. So the ease of it just grabbing something and flying off with it is so obscene that the idea it would just stand guard and attack something that's 16 times its size, at least, is pretty silly.
Who wants to comment on that confrontation? Well, hypothetical confrontation, because we don't have evidence that they actually fought. But okay, Thomas, go.
So we can imagine anything, and these sorts of interactions are purely in the realm of fantasy. But if I were consulted on this, I would suggest showing 2 or 3 possible interactions. One is engagement, where the Rex wins, another where the Ketz wins, a third engagement or a third scenario where there's no engagement and, each animal leaves. So I guess that's 4 scenarios. This also brings to mind a dreadful little YouTube video that shows an interaction between a very large alligator and a cat. And, my money's on the alligator. Like, that cat could fit right inside the mouth of that alligator, no problem. But as things turn out, the cat gets defensive, stands up to an animal that's many times its mass, and actually, I think, hits the tip of the snout of the alligator. And, at that moment, the alligator could have won, but instead it turned and left. So cat, score 1, alligator, a shameful 0. And so, a lot of counterintuitive things do happen in nature. Animals sometimes, they don't meet our expectations. And so I think for this sort of doc, why not show different outcomes? And just a final point on Quetzalcoatlus flying, work of Don Henderson has modeled whether or not Quetzalcoatlus, like full adults, could have flown. And he concluded that they couldn't, that these were basically flightless pterosaurs, at least in the adult size range. And that this was published quite a while ago. And a few years ago, I followed up with him because this is something that I include in a field guide to Hell Creek fossils. And I just followed up, asked Don, are they still flightless? And he said, yep, nothing's changed. And it's like, okay, thank you. So the whole notion of Quetzalcoatlus flying, I think, is more contentious than the doc would have us believe. But I'll leave my comments there.
I have a few points that to address from what has been said. This video with the cat, by the way, I'm a cat person, just so you know. I like dogs too, but if I had to choose, I would go for a cat. I definitely, maybe 2, maybe 3. How do we know that? Do we know for a fact that alligator was not hungry? Let's just say that much. Because maybe alligator was just relaxing and it just didn't want to mess with it. So that's the thing. Because if the alligator was hungry, can we? Again, this is a situation where, as you correctly pointed out, it broke our expectation. So that's the key point here. And that's why I think maybe my attempt to rationalize it too much might be a little bit redundant here, because we just didn't expect that that's what was going to happen, because we were expecting the cat to be food.
Yeah, in this case, you cannot be a Jedi and trust your feelings. You'd have to jettison those. And, we can imagine anything, but I think in a documentary, the scope of possibilities should be a bit wider. Yeah. So I'm just agreeing with you.
I would agree on the point that, yes, I would like to see multiple attempts made. For example, where, as you said, where there is no engagement, where they just simply kind of like, okay, am I good to go? Okay. And then they just take bits and pieces out. Then one time we see one tries to kind of, do something. Then the other one tries to do something, maybe just to end the quick question. For those of you who have knowledge of how American alligators and American crocodiles coexist with one another, do we in any case like sometimes see them feeding on something together? Like, is this at all something that is difficult to imagine, or is this very much possible to imagine? And any of you aware if this has ever been documented or cited before or not? Who can make any comment on this? Jason or Thomas? I presume you guys would have had any.
I think you may have to re-say it again. You cut out a bit in pieces. You
Cut
out a bit during the important parts.
Okay, I'll go again, no problem, because and obviously I cannot tell whether I'm cutting out or not. So the idea of different species of animals just coming together to potentially just take apart a carcass of something, right? So in this,
yes, that happens.
Looking, of course, at Quetzalcoatlus and Tyrannosaurus, but do we not see something similar happening with an American alligator, American crocodile? Because they do overlap with their habitats, do they not? Or do they live in different habitats completely from each other? Because you obviously will know better. You know,
I think it depends on the.
Yeah,
I think it depends on the food, the food source on that. Alligators can take a large crocodile and a large American crocodile and a large American alligator can both take large food, but if your food, but I think most, like we're talking like they could share a cow, but most of the time they're probably aiming more for raccoons, for warthogs, that kind of style where you don't really share, or you're less likely to share. When I see multiple species at the same food source, it's usually like hyenas and jackals at a dead elephant, tiger sharks and great whites at a dead whale, like something where there's so much food, everyone can be far enough apart that they're not gonna be fighting over the same thing.
Well, Alamosaurus.
Like at a big Alamosaurus, yeah, you'd think that would cover a lot. In
fact, not just the T-Rex and Quet, those small pesky little Dromaeosaurus. I'm surprised they didn't go with the Daniobelator, which was around in that time period, by the way. It's quite a big, I mean, supposed to be, based on whatever is known, estimated to be a big velociraptor Dromaeosaurus. So I felt like it was a waste of opportunity, not included there as well. But whatever. But anyway, we could have seen multiple animals then attempting to feed off that large Alamo.
Yes,
I would have liked.
I'm not sure how long it was supposed to be dead.
Yeah. It would have been huge. It would have been absolutely massive. I would have liked to see even more T-Rexes potentially flock to it, more quests or like different others. Because imagine like you have a buffet like this. Why would you pass this up? And you can smell it miles away, probably. If you're a T-Rex, especially,
it would have been cool to like revisit it and see. You know, like it's been now a day or two, and now there's all these other animals there. That would be a cool scene to put in there. Returning back to the original question of Quetzalcoatlus and Tyrannosaurus, and would this be a viable thing? Yeah,
before we
agreement.
Think, Jason,
an agreement from before. Say again?
Poll is 50-50 so far. The poll on the
is it? Okay, good. Yeah,
it's 50-50. But
yes,
apparently there are people who think it's either way. So,
I think
that's interesting.
To quote the old cliche, it is not the size of the dog in the fight; it's the size of the fight in the dog. And the Thomas example with the cat scaring off the alligators. There's other documentaries from, I think it was Last Feast of the Crocodiles. Had a narrator, Richard Kiley, so same dude from Jurassic Park. But it had a scene in there, I think it was that one, in India, where there were some loose dogs that were like someone's pet dogs, but they would routinely scare off the mugger crocodiles when they would come on shore to just sit and bask. So it's another situation where if you just looked at it outside of the context, you'd say, okay, the bigger predator would eat the smaller one. But the dogs were harassing the crocodile didn't want to eat, it just wanted to sit and relax, and it was easier to just go away. The cat was bugging the alligator, and the alligator was obviously not all that hungry, so it moved off. In this scenario, I'm reminded of Canadian geese or swans, both of which can deliver a nasty bite and, kind of be a pain in the butt if they go after you. But you could definitely do more damage to them. And yet, when one of them comes after you, we're more likely to just run away from them. Even like a chicken, which can cut you up pretty bad. If there's something about an animal of whatever size being very confrontational with you that kind of flips the script, it short circuits everything and makes it not wanting to deal with. In the case of Quetzalcoatlus, I feel like they should have I don't remember if they did because it's been a while since I've seen this scene, but flare their wings out more and show off just how big they appear, because the appearance of being big goes a long way too. So, and I think at the end of that scene, it wasn't that the T-Rex was scared. It was just whatever and walked off, which I feel like would be realistic. So, yeah.
But you're missing the important part. I think is it not illegal to basically attack Canada geese? I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that would just get you arrested.
Aside from legal protections, there's just even without the threat of the law, they're just you generally don't want to deal with them if they're coming after you.
But you also
but you don't want to.
You're starting to think with your human brain here a little bit more, don't you? Because you're thinking like a normal human being. Okay, this animal is pissed. I am stronger. I can maybe snap its neck in half, or I can just leave it alone and not be a dickhead to it. Sorry, my language. So you're basically from.
I don't think we get to that level of rationalization. I think this is something coming after me and I don't want to deal with it. That's straight up emotional reaction. Like a person who's walking in the park and is getting harassed by a goose, probably not thinking I could take that goose. More likely just okay, I'll just go away.
I wanna see a pro MMA fight in the park running away from a goose. I wanna see that footage. I'm dying to see something like this. I wanna see Dwayne Johnson running away from a goose, or Vin Diesel. Right, Harry, what did you want to say? You wanted to say something. Go ahead.
Well, I've observed with dogs in my area, it's the kind of demographic where you're going to get either simultaneously those little tiny yappy dogs, the ones that love to bark a lot, and also those really large, dogs that people would rather be illegal. And I've actually found in a lot of cases, the smaller dogs will be much more aggressive to the bigger dogs, but the bigger dogs will actually ignore them, just outright. They just will, and even sometimes there's a huge dog and then some monster-sized thing that's like a pony that's getting walked around by some poor person being dragged behind it, where the big dog was snarling and really putting on an aggressive display while the large one just sort of smiles and just keeps walking. So I think there's also an aspect of sometimes an animal is going to be physically threatened by, the ferociousness, but sometimes they're just not, because for one reason or another, they just disregard it.
It's part of the same reason why we don't like to mess with bees, right? Unless you're allergic, but even if you're not allergic, in general, if they're going to harass you, you kind of just want to leave them alone.
I concur with that as well.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of messing with a bee or with a wasp, and I used to have so many of them always because we have a garden, and whenever it's the season, they just come flocking in here all the time. I even had the fortunate experience of having to get rid of the wasp nests from some areas of our garden to make sure that they don't spread anywhere else, because there was a thing there. And I didn't get stung, but if I see that it's going like this, I'm sorry, I'm out of here. I'm running away. I'm hiding in my house. I am not. If I don't have any means directly to deal with you, I'm just running away. I don't want to deal with you right now. I'm not going to show up to work with half of my face swollen up because of a bite or something. That's not happening. So I guess that's maybe we went from with this one. Sorry, John, you wanted to say something as well. Go ahead.
I'm going to say, you're in a call with a guy who has grown up with a deep phobia of bees. So I can completely respect and concur people who do not want to mess with them, because I have a, to the point of almost irrationality, I do not want to deal with bees at all. So I also, that reminds me, hearing some of this stuff, it reminds me of this one video I saw on Instagram of a guy, and I don't know, Harry, if you've ever had this experience, but the guy's in Australia and he starts like booking it backwards as this frilled lizard just starts chasing him. And it's funny because, you know, this guy is big enough to literally just punt the frill lizard halfway across the continent, and yet the frill lizard is coming at him with full frill up, and the guy is just like, he's booking it, and no, I think that's actually because I think part of it is, yeah, someone said where it was, you know, the sometimes it's not about the size of the dog, it's the size of the fight in the dog. And it doesn't always have to be a dog. It can be a goose, it can be a bee, it can be a frill lizard, it can be a lot of things. And You know, actually, this whole listening to you guys talk about this has actually got me to reflect back on my initial comments at the beginning of the stream, where I was pretty convinced that a Tyrannosaurus Rex would not be easily scared off by Quetzalcoatlus. I think that there is room for justification for it. I think that there's absolutely. I think thinking back on it, thinking back to what you guys have brought up, I think there's definitely a lot of wiggle room for how do you show like a T-Rex possibly being, even if it's not like, even if the T-Rex wasn't in any serious risk of like losing an eye, it's you know, because I think going back to Thomas's example of the cat and the alligator, you know, alligators have very sensitive snouts, and if the cat were to, you would know this better than me, Thomas, but if the cat hit this alligator in the snout, chances are that was probably gonna have a really big reaction. The alligator's like, all right, I do not have the time or energy for this. I'm going to go somewhere else. And maybe that was the case with Quetzalcoatlus and Tyrannosaurus Rex. Um, I guess the one point I would bring up is that I think there might be some people who will say, well, we want to try and make T-Rex a real animal. We don't want to make this thing into some invincible badass that could just wreck everything around it. And I'm not saying that's going to necessarily be the argument for this fight, but if someone does bring it up, I also think there were also opportunities to show, like, maybe have a scene where a T-Rex confronts a Triceratops and the Triceratops is able to um, beat it, maybe even kill it, or even having a Montosaurus beat it or kill it. And so there's just a couple different ideas we could have had for that as well, if that was the argument for why we wanted to have T-Rex lose to Quetzalcoatlus. I think there was also a couple other. Our scene has the Quetzalcoatlus slide up here, and there's a couple of opportunities that I think were missed in the making of the show that I think would have been cool to show for Quetzalcoatlus. But I guess my only point is, you know, we want to try and make T-Rex into a real animal, which I completely agree with. I want to make it as realistic of an animal as possible. Yet simultaneously, we have this thing roaring at the cameraman and potentially taking down a bigger Triceratops than it may have in real life. So I don't know. But no, this was a really fun discussion to listen to while I was charging my AirPods.
So
I would
are
add
you trying to say? Oh, sorry, yeah, Jason. Jay,
Sorry,
go
yeah, I
ahead.
was just going to add there is a underlying narrative push in the show, but it's not so much about there is like let's make the animals act like animals thing, but there is also a strong push because Darren Naish is primary consultant, Mark Whitten is in most of these as well. Both of them do a lot of pterosaur work, so there is a narrative push to showcase pterosaurs doing stuff beyond just the bog standard flying off a cliff and catching a fish thing. So I think the Quetzalcoatlus T-Rex thing is less about showing T-Rex backing down and more of a showcase of look how cool this pterosaur is.
I
That makes
was gonna bring up something similar, that there seems to be somewhat of a like attempt. And again, like I cannot definitively say that because, you know, like I don't know how they really, unless because I haven't even watched any behind the scenes, so I never really, like, I'm just looking at the show itself and what it shows me as a final product. So that's all I'm looking at. I'm not even reading or listening to what they were thinking behind certain things. So I'm pretty sure Jay probably had better input into this because Jay, you watched the behind the scenes, have you not? on this. Yeah, you have. So okay, yeah, because I haven't. So the thing I wanted to say that in this case we have a very interesting thing here. That we have a T-Rex that is somehow so OP that it can take on an adult Triceratops, sustain a lot of injuries, and then just brush them off by taking a bath, and then it's good to go into the bedroom fun with a female after that, and all of a sudden a skinny cat just scared like it's a little female dog, basically. So it's like, it just seems like it's a little bit too two things that I find to be a little bit of extreme opposites of something that would have shown as being consistent if they actually showed multiple angles and attempts and interactions of how they were, like, behind this whole, how to, this predatory hierarchy, how they try to get in there and just grab basically. And granted, one thing I wanted to point out is that T-Rex had a few bites before the Quetzal actually arrived, so it wasn't completely empty stomached. It already had some bite, but that was enough for it to think, yeah, okay, I'm actually okay, so I'll just go, whatever, I haven't got time for your nonsense, basically. But it's it's just, for me, it felt a little bit weird, but then I may be looking at it from a very one-sided lens. So I want people here as well to maybe point out the problems in my understanding of this, when I'm looking at one thing and then I'm looking at something else that in my eyes contradicts a little bit, but maybe it doesn't. Thomas, yes, could you say something?
Yeah, just a final point on this. At the Field Museum, they have the blue rhino reconstruction of an adult Quetzalcoatlus, and assuming that it's accurate in terms of size, it's truly an imposing animal. The head is like a lance. It's as tall as a giraffe, and that is not an animal that I don't think many others would necessarily mess with. And so this scenario as it played out in the show, I don't think is beyond the pale, right? It's one outcome of many. But it's helpful to be reminded that animals don't always respond to things the way that we expect, and something that looks like it's made of matchsticks, like a pterosaur, when it's as big as a giraffe, that's a totally different story. So, I'm not so upset. I don't think that T-Rex has been taken down a notch at all here. Predators are vulnerable too, and they will avoid things as small as cats along the way. So, it's not so bad.
So who wants to try and throw a cat in there, see if that cat can take on a T-Rex? If a cat can take on a T-Rex, then I will be 100% convinced that it's totally doable. So, go on. I'm waiting for this to happen now. It's the next thing that's gonna be the season 3. Come on, let's do it. Yes. So, I think in this case, maybe we can safely assume that this Quetzalcoatlus actually just gambled quite strongly, and it won the gamble. The gamble basically paid off, because we know that it would not have been pretty if the gamble didn't pay off, and if the T-Rex decided basically nope and went for a bite and actually landed it, that would have been game over. We know it would have been game over instantly, but it didn't. So Quetz gambled a lot and it won the gamble. So I guess that's the safe way to put it, I suppose, because maybe they don't see it that way, obviously, for obvious reasons, because they are not smart enough to see it like that. They'll just do it, and whatever happens basically. But from our perspective, maybe we can see it as basically paying off very well, in fact, in that case. So anyone else want to add anything on the interaction of Quetzalcoatlus with the T-Rex? And maybe any other points on Quetzalcoatlus in jail that you might think would have been good to have seen, perhaps didn't. Like this one here, we have an image of them preying on the babies of Allosaurus, actually. So there's just like generally them on baby dinosaurs in particular. So not to show them off as exclusively just scavengers, because I would be willing to bet that they were hunters as well as scavengers too. They would have taken things on. Anybody have any thoughts? Yeah, go ahead, Jason.
There's so that I don't think they do anything with Quetzalcoatlus for that, but there was Phosphatodraco in the first episode, if I remember right, and that one was eating the young from some what was it, Tethys Draco, I think. So it was walking along and just like picking up youngsters and eating it. So there's some stuff showing and that's the one that comes to mind, but there are pieces that do show them being active hunters in here.
Okay, so they show it in a different taxon, so to speak, basically. So it's close relative, but in a different place. But in, I get it, for the same family. Because obviously we're focusing on the North American segment right now, but when we do get to the African segment, to that area, then yes, there will be some talk about probably on that front as well. So, okay, everybody happy with this particular part? Okay, cool, awesome. Let's move on. Triceratops. In this case, we are correct to assume that it's a Triceratops horridus based on the anatomy, and I haven't noticed if the show actually brings it up or not, but are we safe to assume that this is the species that they're showing? And if that's the case, how does that work? Because wasn't horridus basically not around after the point of 67, and at the very end at 66 it was just Prorsus? But I don't know. I'm not very well versed in the Triceratops, despite it actually being one of my favorite dinosaurs, but still I would like to get a bit better understanding. John, you wanted to say, yeah, go ahead.
Just to justify my choice in saying Triceratops horridus, all the pictures I could find about Triceratops in Prehistoric Planet, because Prorsus and Horridus, they have clear differences, but they also have quite a few similarities. The way I try to differentiate them, especially, is in the nose horn, and all the Triceratops that are shown in Prehistoric Planet have a rather small nose horn compared to their brow horns, and Prorsus is one of the biggest autapomorphies of Prorsus is that it has quite a big nose horn, and its brow horns are a little bit stouter, so they're a little bit more proportionally. I would not even, but they're more proportional compared to Horridus, where the nose horn is significantly smaller and the brow horns are quite a bit larger. So that's why I went with Horridus. I forget if the wiki confirmed it or not. But as far as I can tell, even if this was meant to be Prorsus, the actual physical the appearance of the snout and nose horn makes it look like Horridus.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
Jason,
I think it's just supposed to be Horridus. Yeah. And then there is some study to show like anagenesis between Horridus and Prorsus, but yeah, as far as I can tell, this was just meant to be Horridus.
So, do we want to go straight? Because there is really, like, we are basically left with literally leftovers, because the biggest part of the segment here was mostly about T-Rexes. But the other ones, so we're basically nearing the end of this segment, actually, at this point. So we've got this one, we've got Edmontosaurus, and we've got another small critter, which we will briefly cover, but there's not a lot. And one thing I want to ask is, well, is everybody generally happy with how the anatomy and the choice for the coloration and what was shown as the models go in the show? So are we happy with the designs? If we are not happy, then what are we not happy about? So let's go for this. Who wants to go, or just confirm, happy or not happy? Yes.
I think the person you really want here is John Scannella, who's basically the world expert on Triceratops. But seeing that he's not here, the only bone I'd pick is cheeks. I agree with Papp and Whitmer that ornithischians did not have muscular cheeks. But unfortunately, that work isn't published. It was just a presentation at SVP many years ago. And what's kind of interesting is historically, artists like Charles Knight actually reconstructed Triceratops and other ornithischians without cheeks. Now, I don't really know the rationale if that sort of information was coming from Osborne or other scientists, but it's sort of interesting that early depictions of ornithischians were cheekless. But that's otherwise, I'm not a Triceratops worker, so there's nothing else that I'm competent to weigh in on.
Anyone else?
Sorry, just jumping around here.
Just comments about Triceratops anatomy and anything you can point out that you think could be worth criticism. Or
I thought the
anything
forelimbs
like
were a bit more tucked in than they needed to be. We do have some evidence for more of that sort of semi-splayed, semi-erect look and less of the like crouched cat look. But that's kind of can go either way. I was looking up a Nava Visita 2023, was it? No, it's 2020 paper that he did where he revisited the whole cheek thing and kind of found a nice in-between space for not cheeks, but like a sort of more covering. So like what they're showing in here is very much that like locked in, almost like sheep-like cheek set. Whereas the re-rake with Nabavizita is more of a pouches like area, but that's made by the adductor musculature coming down. So you see more like a more defined outline for the lower jaws. And then the baby is the baby that Farkey found way back then. So that should be pretty straightforward and pretty accurate. I guess the biggest complaints people will have will be whether or not the horns are too long, and I'm not entirely sure one way or the other on that one.
Go ahead.
I think some of the specimens, I don't have all the Triceratops individuals from the show in the slides, but I think in terms of the horns, I think there was, I think some of them were based off of Yoshi's trike, if I'm saying that right. Yoshi's trike is somewhat known for having these insanely long horns. Apparently it wasn't even fully grown, but the horns, the brow horns on Yoshi's trike were absurdly massive, and I think that might have been the justification for why some of the individuals in the show had some especially long horns. But I can always double check that. That's from what I remember. Thinking back to what's in the, because like the prehistoric kingdom Triceratops and also the skeletal there. Those are neither of them are Yoshi's trike, but I'm pretty sure like Yoshi's trike has some really impressive horns, and that might have been the justification for it.
Now, I wanted to move to the next point, if everybody is, of course, happy with the trike anatomy. Okay, so it's like people are okay with it. So, and the next one, what was it? Let's have a look. Where was this? The behavior aspects. And this is where it gets a little bit interesting. So for one, I have noticed that the show refers to Triceratops. Well, first of all, they are automatically assuming that and taking up a default stance that Triceratops were herd animals. I am always skeptical about any claims and any attempts to forward the animals as being either, gregarious not, and in what, and I want nuances and context, because just because they came together in a certain popular spots to hang out doesn't mean they are part of the same group and they will always stick to that group. And likewise, just because they were found in isolation doesn't mean that they were the only ones there. It just means that they were the only ones we know were there the time of when it got fossilized. But it kind of goes either way, like a swing here, for me anyway. So I wanted to get your inputs on where you stand on the idea of the portrayal of Triceratops as a herd animal. Especially, we do find ceratopsian dinosaurs in groups specifically on multiple occasions, so not just once. I'm almost certain that we do. Centrosaurus comes to mind as one of them, but there may be more. I'm not sure. Maybe Pachyrhinosaurus, at least one of the species, also comes to mind. In fact, we're talking about multiple age individuals. That could be a potential something to look at if we're talking about, you know, them having any kind of form of group interaction. But anyway, what are your thoughts? And okay, John, you can go first. So what are your thoughts and, of course, nuances and why, etc.?
So I think in terms of what we know about ceratopsian gregariousness, at least interpreted gregariousness, I know centrosaurians tend to have more collective bone beds of individuals compared to chasmosaurians. So you mentioned Centrosaurus, which is correct. Pachyrhinosaurus, lacustae. We know we have a bone bed in, I believe, Pipestone Creek in Canada, and there's also, I believe, a Styracosaurus bone bed as well. So there we at least have at least 2 to 3 examples of um, centrosaurians, not so much chasmosaurians. There's a couple bone beds of Triceratops. So for example, Homer, the specimen that's currently at the Burpee Museum of Natural History. Homer is a subadult Triceratops that was one of 3 individuals found in this one site in, I believe, Montana. And so that's one of the only um it's one of the only Triceratops bone beds we have. And I think there's one more. I think Jason and I've talked a little bit about it in the Discord. There was one particular bone bed that I think had full grown adults, or at least more mature adults than Homer and his buddies. But so far, we don't have any massive bone beds to indicate that Triceratops lived in massive herds. Now, obviously, you and I, RC, talked about this in Walking with Dinosaurs. There's a lot of gray area when it comes to using bone beds for discuss to help talk about gregariousness. I think they are. I think they are to an extent helpful, but I also understand that they're not a perfect silver bullet for these kinds of things. So I think for Triceratops, um, I think there's a lot of nuance to this when it comes to. I will say this too. As far as I can tell, Triceratops does not. There's no solid evidence to support that Triceratops had any strong sexual dimorphism. Now, the reason why I bring that up is because we look at modern day horned animals, mostly mammals, especially with artiodactyls, and I know they're completely different from archosaurs and dinosaurs, but just for an example here, um, we have in artiodactyls, there's a very, very clear difference between males and females. Part of that is correlated with the fact that artiodactyls, because they're ruminants, they tend to go for higher quality plant material compared to perissodactyls like rhinos and horses and tapirs. And because of these high nutritional, high metabolic digestive rates, that usually encourages, that's been correlated with, anyways, um, sexual dimorphism between individuals. Whereas something like rhinos, for instance, because they're hindgut feeders and uh, they do not have foregut digestive systems. Uh, Perissodactyls are better known for bulk feeding on usually um, poor quality plant material, and so there's not enough justification for these animals to develop sexual dimorphic horns, at least not to the extent that we see in artiodactyls. And the reason why I bring this up is because when we're looking at horned animals like horned dinosaurs like Triceratops, we oftentimes think about Triceratops as using their frills and horns for sexual display, which makes sense. But obviously, based off the number of individuals we have of Triceratops, it doesn't seem to be that there's a immense amount of sexual dimorphism between individuals. And so that can lead to a lot of interpretations about their social behavior, maybe even their reproductive strategies between individuals. It could have been that they were solitary, but they came together at certain points in the year. It could have been that they could have been social at some points, could have been solitary at other points. It's hard. It's hard because there's a lot of options we have at our disposal, and it's tricky to know what's all going on. But I think that with Trace, I think it actually makes studying horned dinosaurs a lot of fun because they are so unique compared to a lot of the horned animals we see today. And I think there's a lot of ways you can depict it, but I think that making them like if you were to claiming that these were well and truly hurting animals, um, I think skips a lot of that nuance. So that's that's my overall thoughts on Triceratops hurting.
Anyone else have any points to add or challenge to what has been said, or any other nuances that they would like to share about herding aspect of the trikes?
I'll add.
Yeah, go ahead.
I can't think of another bone bed other than the Homer one. Triceratops stood out. I mean, Chasmosaurs in general, like you mentioned, John, don't really show a lot of like herding bone bed behavior like we see with centrosaurs and centrosaurians. And Triceratops stood out as being this like widespread, very successful species complex that doesn't seem to show any signs of like herding and herding group behavior aside from the basics. So it was interesting that they went with the choice of showcasing this as a fairly large herd of animals. The Homer bone bed has a minimum and maybe a maximum of about 3 individuals. And work by Keenan and Scannella back in 2014 did revisit that bone bed, and their interpretation was the result of several distinct flooding events that were basically carrying these individuals as like bloat and float carcasses down to a spot where they wound up accumulating. So it itself may not indicate that they were part of a herd and may just be the result of a random flooding event or several random flooding events just happening to capture these guys. So a thing to consider as well.
Yep. That's the thing as well. When you have groups of things together like that, there may be different reasons that we might not realize of why they ended up there. That's just something that always bugs me whenever I try to come up with what could be the explanation of why we find them together in the first place. So I don't even know where else to go with this other than we simply just don't know as far as Triceratops goes. I am probably going to take a position that we simply do not know. So anyone else wants to add anything to this particular part, or shall we move to the next point of the behavior, which there are some, but Thomas, yes, what did you want to say?
Yeah, I hate to be that last person. Yeah, I think there might be one other purported Triceratops bone bed, I think, found by the MOR. That may be incorrect, but I do think there's one other accumulation of several individuals. The taphonomy of it, I don't know. And I think there's a bone bed for Chasmosaurus mariscalensis in Texas. I think Tom Lehman published on. Needed like some, attempt at, population profile and dimorphism, this sort of thing. But I basically agree that, yeah, the evidence seems ambiguous at the current time. It's really hard to make a call here, and so there's no reason not to present one hypothesis over another. showing both might eat up too much airtime, but yeah, it's a good question. And what's the threshold for accepting a hypothesis of gregariousness? For Centrosaurus and Styracosaurus, those bone beds extend for kilometers and kilometers. Is that truly capturing a snapshot of just massive herds, or is it something else that doesn't have anything to do with herding? That's not the sort of work I do. Maybe it's really obvious to those who do. So I can't weigh in one way or another. Just confess my ignorance.
Well, I think it's definitely worth at some point bringing multiple people together from different areas and have them all talk about all of this in this type of format, just a casual, relaxed format, and just throw ideas on the table and just discuss them, basically. And that might be worth to have some of this material revisited in the future. So I would say it's an idea. I'd definitely be interested to try something like that. Of course, the biggest challenge is getting everybody together at the same time on the same day, and that's not always. This right now, we're very lucky that we were all able, to come here in this lineup. I'm just saying that this is very lucky. This, I honestly was at one point thinking that there is no way, and then all of a sudden, yeah, boom, it happens. So, okay, are we happy to get to the next point? Okay, cool, awesome. So the next point, I just want to say, it's a minor nitpick. It's just me basically being a bit of a D towards the whole thing, but the language used I find to be important when it comes to paleontology and science as well. So I'm sure Jeffrey, if he was here, he would absolutely probably write a book about this particular topic, because the side of when it comes to rhetoric chosen and how it's presented, how it's framed, how arguments and presentations in general are worded and demonstrated to you, he specializes in this area as well. It's part of something. It's like his thing, if you know what I mean. It's like everybody has a thing, and that's one of his things. He makes a lot of he makes a lot of effort basically focusing on these aspects when it comes to language of science, basically, and how to present things. And the reason I bring this up is because the juvenile Triceratops has been referred to as the calf of the of the baby, but not a juvenile, not a hatchling, not anything else. But for some reason it stood out to me like this was an attempt to throw a mammalian term again at a dinosaur and at a reptile. And again, that is my assumption that when they use calf, that's only applicable to mammals. So I don't know if there is a technical problem with it, if it's only used with mammals or not. So I don't know that. I'm just saying what I commonly hear, that this is only used with mammals. I've never heard this term being used with any other group of animals. So you're more than welcome to elaborate and correct me on this. So what would you say about the usage of words, and whether you believe it's appropriate, or whether something a little bit different would have been more appropriate for the presentation when we're dealing with reptiles and dinosaurs as well? So who wants to go first on this particular part, if anyone wants to go? I'm joking. So who wants to go first? Well, technically John was first, so John, decide, do you want to give way or do you want to keep going?
I'll keep this quick. Sorry, Tom. As far as I'm aware, with stuff like this, I mean, I sometimes with dinosaurs, I think there's some really neat names you could call baby dinosaurs. Like I remember the Walking with Dinosaurs book referred to. Well, I know Walking with Dinosaurs refers to baby Diplodocus as sauropodolytes. I think the book refers to baby Ankylosaurus as scutelets. Now I'm very tempted to just call the baby Triceratops a hornlet or a hornling. Um, I think calf comes across a bit too mammalian. That may sound pedantic, but I can understand why like Jeffrey would be very like, the use of language in this case is a little bit weird. I think that for dinosaurs, it would be, um, I just think it would be cool to come up with new names for baby dinosaurs. It's not like it's something that um affects me a whole lot, but I can understand why it's like, well, we use terms that we're so familiar with mammals and other modern day animals that I think maybe in this case with dinosaurs we could spice it up a little bit. I don't know, because I can understand why calf would be a little bit of a turn off because of how mammalian it sounds. So I'll give it to Thomas Carr now.
Yeah, my ear, that stripes like sandpaper on my eardrums as well. I think that the public ought to be included in the way we actually talk about these organisms, and there's no need to, make things too familiar or condescend in this sort of way. I think, John Scannell would refer to that as a juvenile, and okay, if that's what he says it is, and that's what I'll call it. He knows these animals. So yeah, I don't think there's any need to twist or bend things just to condescend to the public. I think the public ought to be included in the way we see and think about extinct animals. So I think there's a problem there using the word calf.
Anyone else want to chime in on this part, or no comments?
Largely
Yes,
just agreeing. Yeah, it's
Yep.
You do calf, you're saying something that's like a bovid, so like a cow, whale, things like that. You're thinking. I think it helps to push the concept onto the head of like the viewer that, okay, I can think of this as like a very big cow, like, or a big elephant type animal. But calf is not it's not a scientific term. It's a common term, like vulgar vernacular that just average people would use. So there's not like hard and fast rules for it. And I think that there was an attempt by the show to be like, oh well, we can toss in kind of common use phrases, but there's not like a common name for Triceratops. It's still just Triceratops. I'd rather they stuck to just juveniles personally, but
and then of course me and Jeffrey came along and pooped all over the party. Obviously, that's probably what happens all the time. So with our language nuances, English teaching backgrounds and things like this, you boring people, why are you here ruining our fun, right? So it's probably where it is. Anyways, joking aside though, anyone else have any comments to make further on the language? Yes, Harry, please go ahead.
So just writing on it, I mean, for one, it's projecting bovids on it, and and it's already, I see a lot of it with Triceratops because it has the two horns, and people keep projecting, a bull or a buffalo on it, and Triceratops aren't even anything like buffalo. They're basically, I suppose, more like, and this is even just bastardizing as well, it's like they're more like a pig that just happened to grow really effective horns on a long lineage of animals where the horns really weren't even that important. They just happened to be really useful when they happened to be there, but they didn't really need them as much. Looking back on all the species that didn't have, clearly combat effective horns, if we wanted to call it that. And saying calf insinuates definitely an animal whose juveniles are strongly dependent on the adults. And that would be something you'd really want to prove first before using that term, because for all we know, they might have just hung around, wandered off. And there seems to be a decent amount of evidence that a lot of juvenile dinosaurs just did that.
All right. Well, okay, cool. So are we happy with this now? Are we ready to... Okay, cool. Let's go. Oh, wait a second. Sorry, that was too early. Because I do have a point, I think, there somewhere. More about... Because... there is this small, but I think it's probably just something to quickly go over. It's not a massive thing, but if you have any comments, of course, feel free to share. Is there any way that we can think of that we would have any reliable empirical evidence to test against in regards to Triceratops being able to navigate in the caves, as the show basically tells us. And, you know, the idea of basically using this toxin-absorbing clay, you know, to remove potentially poisonous plants from your system to avoid being basically getting poisoned. And would they even touch poisonous plants to begin with? You know, wouldn't they know better once, you know, I don't know, like I always had an idea that animals had a knack for those things, but who knows, maybe they didn't. Maybe I'm giving them too much credit. So what are your thoughts about these points? So we have obviously the ability to navigate the caves, and we have, of course, the whole idea of eating and consuming like different kind of clay that absorbs the poison from, or the toxin from, the toxic plants, I guess. So what are your thoughts on that? Whoever wants to go first. So yeah, Thomas, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so there's no evidence for any of this at all. It's just complete fantasy. Although I do think the cave part might be based on elephants that do wander into caves, if I recall correctly. I think it's elephants that sometimes go into caves, and you know, there's no reason why a Triceratops couldn't walk into a cave either. The whole story about clay and toxins and junk is just, you know, completely made out of whole cloth. But just the general idea of a dinosaur in a cave, a priori, I don't object to that. I mean, there's a walking surface. Why not just walk in there? But I just find the whole thing to be a little bit much, like that there being this, I don't know, medicinal purpose behind their behavior. It's certainly not the sort of thing that I'd advise as a consultant, but they obviously had different ideas to show maybe a wider range of possible behavior, but it's not grounded on anything.
So what about the idea, you know, what I think would have made it maybe a little bit more digestible, pardon the pun here, is if they introduced this as you know, as something that they did together with other things, meaning that maybe they were seeking shelter, because it's not uncommon for living things to seek shelter in caves. That's very much a thing, is it not? Like, we do have animals that go into places just to get away from the elements, maybe, or something else, just to sleep over, maybe rest, maybe they are just chilling. Any possible reason, but seeking shelter is a very common form of behavior, and would have actually, in my opinion, just made this particular part a bit more sellable to the audience, even if the part with the clay is basically baseless as far as we know, unless someone else knows better, of course. But as far as we understand, it seems to be completely made up. But it would have been easier to sell it if we had something else to go with it that just packs it very nicely together in something that, oh, we took shelter, so maybe we'll go and just have a look. Maybe we will go and try to see if this is edible. Oh, bonus point unlocked, we removed that yucky, icky, whatever feeling we have in our stomach after eating this nasty plant, and now I feel better. Coincidences, I guess, whatever. Moving on, you know, like this. So anybody else wants to add anything to this particular point? So I've basically said my part of it a little bit prematurely, because I promised that I always let everyone else to do it, but this time I kind of broke this rule, so I'm so sorry. But anyone else who wants to go ahead, please. So who wants to try and give it another go as well? Jason?
Yeah, I agree with Thomas that this was designed to show different behavior, not seen behavior in dinosaurs. There's a whole conceit of the show in general that it's showing dinosaurs acting in ways that we've never seen them before. So that's fine. I'm okay with that. This scene in particular did bug me because it is a scene based correctly, on a herd of elephants, so a single herd of elephants that do this traversal through the caves. And the way it is described in the show, and the way I believe that it's described for the actual elephant herd, is that this is effectively a cultural thing. Like this is knowledge that's been passed down over generations. They're following like the old like female or whatnot to the end because she knows where the good stuff is. So this is a weird attempt, I don't know, or an unintentional attempt to make Triceratops into an elephant, or to ascribe elephant-like qualities to them. The use of the toxin removing clays comes from macaws that are known to do that, but they don't fly into caves to do it because it's easier to get them like on the side of a mountain. So it's all based on that stuff. I'm not a fan of taking something that is seen in a teeny tiny section of the world in one group of animals or one group of an entire population of animals and then ascribing that to dinosaurs and being like, and this is a thing they could do because we have this one out of nowhere example. There's one example out of millions of this one thing happening. So if it's possible, we're now going to make it plausible by showing it. So not a fan of that part.
So am I safe in this case to make a show and have a bunch of dinosaurs mimicking human conversations and including those infamous parrots that were relocated from a park because, you know, families with their children couldn't walk there without hearing a very loud repetition of cursing words? So, like, am I safe to do this? Like, would anybody fund this campaign if I were to post an Indiegogo one and just be like, yeah, let's do this?
Shut
It
up
would be
and
like
give
an
me-
Oviraptor.
Shut up and take my money. Shut up and take my money.
Okay, anybody else wants to add anything on this particular part? The scene in the cave, the whole, you know, indigesting things. So I see that most people chime in, but if anybody else want to add anything, feel free. So do I see a hand? Yes, please, Thomas, go
Yeah,
ahead.
just one quick thing. We do have, I think we do know that Leptoceratops was in, I think, closer to the mountains. I think there's lepto from the Scholard. And so I think at least the animals in caves would have been easier to take if they actually had the dinosaurs that we know were closer to the mountain range than the coastal plain dinosaurs. That's not to say that Triceratops wasn't back there. I don't think there's any evidence of that yet, but certainly Rex was up there, Leptoceratops. So I just think in terms of the choice of animal, it could have been a bit different. That's all.
So, in other words, I'm drawing the conclusion that this is a missed opportunity to showcase a very interesting animal that was also around in this environment. So,
yeah, the foothill fauna was a bit different than out on a coastal plain.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, in this case, I suppose, would have been cool to see. I mean, it would have been really nice to see. Anyways, if there is nothing else on this, I'm gonna push this a little bit forward because I believe that obviously we're very, very 5 hours. My God, I haven't even looked at the time. We've been here 5 hours. So if I'm gonna push this towards the end. But if anybody has to jump off at any point, feel free to just interject. Say whatever, and then go and do your own things, because I've taken up quite a big chunk of your time already. So this is more than I could have hoped for anyway. So you can feel free to basically let me know. Yeah. So let's go quickly to the last part, and in fact, let me quickly, what is next on this one? Well, there is an Edmontosaurus annectens here, and just the main thing I wanted to point out in this, and it's not necessarily about whether there was anything badly done or represented in this animal in particular. It's the fact that there is also an appearance with Edmontosaurus regalis. It makes an appearance in the show but it's made literally, you correct me if I'm wrong, but it's basically made to look exactly like a copy of Edmontosaurus annectens, which was not the case in real life. They were actually quite different from each other, despite being the same genus. And I personally couldn't help but noticing that, and I just wanted to point that out as, just to know. So if anybody wants to add any comments to that particular point, feel free. You have the mic. If not, I can just switch to the next slide. So yes, John, go ahead, please.
Just since again, Edmontosaurus annectens only occurs in like the last segment of where it's being hunted by the T-Rex brothers, so I have no slide about behavior. I just wanted to quickly mention that the top image of the two Edmontosaurus in the water there is from Ice Worlds, and they're supposed to be regalis, whereas the one during nighttime is supposed to be annectens. And just this is something that I found is that neither of them are very well distinguished from one another. It's basically the same model, and as far as I can tell, even the same skin coloration, maybe a little bit different, but very much the same model. When I have an example in the top right there of Edmontosaurus annectens in the orange and regalis in the gray, and I just had that there for a good comparison between the two of them. And then just the T-Rex and Montosaurus. We've kind of already talked a little bit about this earlier about um, herbivores and such, and this is just an example of T-Rex chasing down the Montosaurus that got its tail sort of chipped off by a T-Rex and made it out. So that was just thrown in there for that purpose. But yeah, the biggest thing about annectens here is that it's basically the same model as regalis when there are clear differences between the two, especially in the skull.
All right. Anyone else want to take the floor on this one, or are we generally happy? So do I see any hands about the Edmontosaurus? No. Okay, no worries. Well, yeah, again, because annectens itself didn't really make big appearance, so this is obviously a very quick one here. It's just worth mentioning because it does appear. It's part of the segment, so why not? And this one here, and this is the Pachycephalosaurus, and let's quickly go through that. They do show the headbutting behavior, although what they also didn't do is they didn't show off the variation between some of the individuals, which again, it may be going back to that alligator point that we've gone over earlier on, but Pachycephalosaurus, even from a limited sample, do appear to have quite a bit of variation between each other based on variety of factors. So I would have hoped that at least some of it would have been shown. And given that I don't know how much it would have cost them to do it, but it's just something that I would have loved to have seen more of, just to show how passionate maybe they were about the project. For example, like if I were doing this, I would be all over this whole thing, basically. Like you would not see me skipping every little detail. I would be crazy. You would be cursing me out of the room, basically, with the amount of things I would be wanting to throw in there, basically, when it comes to attention to these details. Like you know what I mean. So this is me. Obviously, I'm one person here, but let me know what you think about anything related to this particular dinosaurs. Appearance-wise, I kind of don't see like there is any massive problems, and I just couldn't quite make up my mind completely, because there were times when I felt like it looked perfectly fine, and there are times when I felt it was weird, but I couldn't place my hand on it. So John, maybe you want to have a go and take us through some of the stuff on the
Actually, I'm gonna jump in real quick because I got
go ahead. Yes, okay.
Yeah, nothing special to add just yet. I have to revisit those scenes again to get a better idea. But much like Triceratops, there's a lot of information here about how much species change or how much an animal changes on ontogeny. Pachycephalosaurus was very big deal with Jack Horner, and whether or not you have multiple species or multiple variations. So that's its own kettle of fish. That's largely that comes to mind. It does a weird thing with the nose where it opens and closes the nostrils. But to be fair to Darren Naish, he did cover that in one of his live tweets recently, saying that he did regret that they'd put that in there. So there is that. All right, with that, I'll leave you guys.
We accept the regrets on that part anyway, so that's so cool. Jay, thank you very much for coming, and sorry to have taken so much out of your time, and I hope we will see you here for the next show.
It was fun. I look forward to next time. All right.
Okay, cool. No worries. Cheers. Bye-bye. Take care. Thanks for coming here. All right. So if there are any, once we get to the Q&A, if there are any questions, and if they are directed towards Jay, we can always bring them up in the next stream and just put them up there. We'll just make a record of it and we'll do something about it. So don't worry about people leaving and not being able to directly ask them a question. You will be able to have your chance. I'll make it happen for you, I promise you, okay? So I wanted to actually move to this part. Oh, no, not this part, sorry. Because it's all one slide. I wanted to bring up the point that, again, there is a point about Pachycephalosaurus being, again, the herd animal for some reason, even though we don't even have a big enough sample of them to begin with. So I don't know if that were really a thing. And potentially headbutting may have only occurred during specific times, not because they were constantly with each other, but because they came together to do something. And then, they would part ways accordingly. So I don't know if this is really our justification for them to have used it as a... If that was the case, I don't think it was enough reason to use it as to push the idea that they would have this group mentality. It's once again, they're trying to apply some sophisticated forms of behavior and some hierarchy in their herd structure, which I think is just too advanced for dinosaurs of that caliber, in my opinion. So I mean, people might think that I am saying something that is boring, but there are many things that could be fun about exploring the more primitive and straight up and upfront aspects of what could have actually been a more realistic dinosaur behavior. That's what I think would have been more interesting to see more of, rather than trying to come up with ways to outdo all these other different things that have been maybe done before in dinosaur documentary history. And I just think sometimes they're just trying too hard. That's my probably main point on this one. They're making it too complicated, and I don't think there is any reason to do it too complicated. So I think it was more straightforward. So anybody else wants to chime in on this particular part? John, you were unmuted. What is going on? What are we having?
I just didn't know if you wanted me to go over the slide a little bit, or before Jason left.
Oh, yes, that's right. Yes, because Jason went off and you were going to go over the slides. Yeah, we jumped the gun a little bit. Go over the slide, please, then. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I'll keep this brief. So basically, I just have the two big slides from the show. One of, I believe, supposed to be comparing the old male, who was the protagonist of that section, with, I believe, a younger male. I think the whole herding situation with Pachycephalosaurus, I think it's a reoccurring trope of, well, they had big dome-like heads, they may have head-butted, and so people assume, they look at that and think, oh, like mountain goats or ibex or these other bovids that have that headbutt and such in groups like that. So it's not a prehistoric planet thing specifically. This is something that's been going on for years, decades at this point, but it is a little bit of a trope still. And then I have also the picture of the Pachycephalosaurs headbutting. It's I may need to rewatch this segment, but to the best of my knowledge, it's not like they just it's not like what you would see with ibex or goats or muskox. As far as I'm aware, it's more of a they don't like charge headlong with one another. It's more of a they will hit each other in the heads with their domes, which we do have physical evidence of pathologies where these animals were injured in the skulls. So it's not like they couldn't have butted heads, but they probably were not doing the same way as most artiodactyls do today, which makes sense. They were probably doing a bunch of other things with their domes besides just revving themselves up and then colliding with one another. Another thing I want to point out is that the old male here, the Pachycephalosaurus, does have spikes on the back, which again there could be individual variation, but I also thought it would be worthwhile to show the skeleton or the skull of Pachycephalosaurus wyomingensis, where it has only those bony nubs in the back. It's possible that they could have been basing these particular skulls off of maybe specimens that could be associated with Pachycephalosaurus spinifer or Stygimoloch, depending on how you look at it. I know there are skulls of Pachycephalosaurus associated specimens that have those spikes, so it's not an inaccuracy. It's more of a. It would be nice to see like some of that variation there as well. One thing to point out as well is that so the Pachycephalosaurus segment takes place in the Scholar Formation. So this is where you see like that dusty, arid area, which ironically takes place in the swamps episode, which is a little bit ironic. And I think, as far as I can tell, even Darren Neisch put out a tweet that said, and I've shared this in the Discord, that he did not like the fact that they put Pachycephalosaurus in this arid environment. It would have fit better with Tyrannosaurus Rex and Triceratops and Montosaurus in the coastal plain setting there. And I actually think this would have made for a great Leptoceratops, like what Carr mentioned, because the Scholar Formation is actually pretty well known for having a decent amount of Leptoceratops material. I think this would have been a great opportunity to show that animal there. But instead, we have Pachycephalosaurus, which I also just earlier today I found an article or paper about the lowest occurrences of Pachycephalosaurus spinifer or Stygimoloch spinifer. And the reason why I bring that up is because Pachycephalosaurus wyomingensis is mostly known from slightly earlier geologic layers in the Hell Creek Formation, whereas Stygimoloch is found in a little bit later. So we could be looking at an animal that could be based off of specimens of Stygimoloch or Pachycephalosaurus spinifer. I'm basing this off of what I know so far, and I know Pachycephalosaurs are one of those groups of dinosaurs that there's a lot of controversy over stuff like whether or not Stygimoloch and Pachycephalosaurus are the same species or if they're different species of the same genus. It's a whole thing, but that's also why I put in there the comparison of the Dracorex skull, the Stygimoloch skull, and the Pachycephalosaurus wyomingensis skull. And then just for grins, I threw in there this PNG of the Jurassic World concept art Pachycephalosaurus by Julius Chotonier, I think how you say it, who actually did really, really good art for promoting Jurassic World back in the day. But that's just that's my explanation for the slide there. And hopefully I was able to
Better
explain a
than the
couple of-
final product.
Yes. So much about that art is so much better than the actual movie.
Different time, but there will be time to talk about that. But not this time.
Yes,
But there will
yes.
be. There will be.
Yes. So that's just my overall thoughts on Pachycephalosaurus in the show from what I can find about these things.
And they also appear to show us that they were not particularly fussy about potentially picking off insects, which is quite interesting that they are showing it as an insectivore-ish animal as well as a herbivore. So maybe, I mean, can you really blame them? But then I don't know if that's a thing or not.
I think it's
how would we
partially
look at
because
this?
Pachycephalosaurus have been entertained as being omnivorous compared to other ornithischians. They've been entertained as being more. So that could have meant they could have eaten more insects than your average ornithischian like Thescelosaurus or Triceratops or anything like that. But I don't know if there's any hard proof of it. I just know it's been talked about and entertained, and it may be true, but I don't have any hard evidence at the moment.
So, any other comments about anything to do with Pachycephalosaurus? Yes, of course. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I agree with the whole environment thing. This animal was from the coastal plain. Not, as far as I know, I don't think any specimens have been found up in the more arid deposits. I really wish that the stratigraphic work on Pachycephalosaurs in Hell Creek were published. because that would be clarifying with the sorts of animals to show and, their different skull types. So I think the documentarians have one arm tied behind their back on this, but I agree. I think that the more mature packy should have knobs and not spikes. I think that's a clear pattern in the absence of that strat work. And also, it just seems the bases of the tails are too narrow. I know at least in the Mongolian ones, the base of the tail is really wide. The sacral ribs are extraordinarily wide. And anatomically that I would adjust. And I wouldn't have them headbutting. I actually agree with the hypothesis that all that's display structure and they weren't banging their heads together. I know that my friend Joe Peterson's published on lesions on a couple domes and suggested that's evidence for headbutting. Well, you could get a lesion on your head in many different ways. You can fall over and bonk your head on a rock or run into a branch or whatever. Animals are really good at hurting themselves as much as people are. But then again, it's not case closed. That's just the hypothesis that I think is the most persuasive at the current time. But yeah, that's my 2 cents.
What if I were to add 5 more cents on top of your 2 cents, Thomas, and say that what if they purposefully butted heads against the trees, and the reason being that maybe they used it to expose the roots that were below the ground so they could munch on something, or maybe there was something else there that they like to eat. Obviously, this is stretching it a bit further, but it could explain where they're getting these marks from if we are talking about them interacting with an environment itself.
Right, and that's precisely the problem with inferring behaviors. We can imagine anything. And this is unfortunately one of those cases where the envelope of possibility is just far too wide. We don't have any direct evidence to get a leash on that and constrain our inferences. So yeah, this is a common disadvantage, across all hypotheses about extinct behavior and extinct life. So yeah, there's no resolution here.
So it's nothing new, in other words. It's a very common thing that happens quite a lot in this field overall, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, we have to be honest with ourselves about what we know, what we think we know, and what we don't know. And this is one of those areas, behavior and specialized structures like this, that can sort of be misleading in terms of leading us to a particular hypothesis. We have to be really self-critical regarding the evidence that's brought to bear. And in this case, there's virtually nothing aside from the dome and also the histology of the dome, which can tell us something about growth rates and this sort of thing. But beyond that, there's nothing to observe. So this particular question, I think, will be with us for quite some time.
One more quick question, and this is obviously another thing to poke fingers at potentially.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just got pulled aside, so I'll have to leave you guys here. I'll catch up with you next time. So catch you later, guys.
Go ahead. Bye-bye. Thank you very much, Carr. Yeah, that's fine. That's okay. Either come back later if we are still here, which we are almost near the end, but if not, next stream he will be here probably. He almost never misses the opportunity, so he should be fine. But okay, quick poke in the sky here as well is the idea of, having the studs versus the spikes. Do we have any reliable information whether they are age related, whether they are species related, genus related, or whether it's maybe sexual dimorphism related, or irrelevant completely, just individual variation or something to do with something else? So what are your thoughts on that part?
Yeah, I think that in general, Pachy's follow the general dinosaurian pattern of starting with horn absent, then a horn growing in, and then that horn being reabsorbed. We see that in the horns of other dinosaurs like Triceratops, especially the epiparietals and episquamosals. There are horns or rough surfaces in tyrannosaurs that get rough and smooth out, like particularly in the nasals. So this might be a general dinosaur thing. And so I think for the most part, what we're seeing in the Hell Creek sample is largely growth driven, but there are other things at play. But I do think they follow the general dinosaur pattern of grow a horn and then reduce it. But like I said, I just wish that Strat study gets published soon.
Yeah, we just need to see this actually done to get a better idea where things are. So I can agree with that. Would like to see that too, I suppose. And Pachycephalosaurus is a very underrated animal, even though it does get talked about quite a lot in general in the communities. But there's just so much to learn about it, which I think we have absolutely no clue of. And it must have played a very interesting role in that ecosystem, which in itself is a very complex and interesting ecosystem, mind you. So.
If I could add, in our field area in southeastern Montana, Pachycephalosaurus is one of the rarest dinosaurs. Every summer, we're lucky if we find a tooth. More often than not, we'll find, maybe a handful of nodes. So those parieto-squamosal or squamosal nodes we sometimes find on occasion. Sometimes we find a longhorn, like the long spike-like nodes and the stygimorph. We do find those on occasion. But in general, this is a rare dinosaur. And so are the ankylosaurians. We're very lucky if we just find scraps of armor or a tooth. By armor, I mean osteoderm, or a tooth of any ankylosaurian, any field season. And we're out there a month at a time doing pretty extensive prospecting. So this is a rare animal in the fauna, at least for our area. I don't quite understand why that is. Perhaps they're more coastal, or perhaps they're more inland. But, I expected when I started out there almost 20 years ago that we'd be tripping over pachydomes and ankylosaur tail clubs left, right, and center. And we've never once found a complete dome, even of the smaller Spherothos, and we've never found an ankylosaurian tail club or ankylosaurus tail club. So these are rare for reasons I don't quite understand. I just wish we found more of them because they're great animals, as you say.
Yeah, I do believe that basically, as far as the rarity goes, this seems to be like a general problem with some of these specific genera for some reason, which may have to do with quite a number of things. But I'm almost certain that we do have at least part of the tail club, at least one or couple specimens here and there that are referred to or assigned to Ankylosaurus itself. Whether it's correct or not is a different question. I don't know, and I have no means to even bring it up from the top of the head. I do know that we don't have a full skeleton. That's one thing I remember, that was a particular issue with Ankylosaurus. Skulls have been quite a few here and there, and big ones too. I've seen a big skull in the in New York. I think it was in that one. And I don't know if there is a bigger one or not than that. I do know that the one I've seen was pretty big, like really big.
Yeah, there's one at Canadian Museum of Nature, and it's like a stealth bomber. They're shockingly large animals. They're great. I really respect those animals, and it would make my day to find, a Pachy skull or an Ankylosaurus skull. It would be a very, very good day.
Yeah, they do provide you with a lot of info that you can use to further study them better. So let's see if there is anything else to add on this. I think from Pachycephalosaurus, we've pretty much covered everything. Now let's quickly go to this. As far as we can tell, Alamosaurus does appear, but the only thing we do see is that there's this 70-year-old basically individual just collapses on the coastline, dies, and attracts the drama that is basically the T-Rex and a couple small dromaeosaur or troodontids probably they were, and they just have a thing basically, which we previously discussed already. Now, I personally don't have an issue with Alamosaurus as far as the design goes. I'm not a big sauropod guy, but from what I have seen at least, they don't seem to strike me as something that would be too far from what I imagine them to be personally. What I imagine, however, may not be correct, but I don't see a reason to say there's something wrong with them specifically. Bear in mind, though, that Alamosaurus is not a very well-known animal either from its remains. So especially when it comes to sauropod skulls, I think that's a particular plague that goes around, that sauropod skulls just generally are extremely, just disgustingly difficult to find for some reason. So we have that problem. Titanosaurs in particular are a victim of that curse. So that as well. So you want to say something about the Allosaurus?
I was just going to quickly share that really when you look at a lot of titanosaurs, they base their skulls off of Nemegtosaurus, which is like the only titanosaur, one of the only titanosaurs where we have a proper skull for it. Now I have no idea if Alamosaurus has a skull like Nemegtosaurus, but that's probably why. Actually, the show doesn't. I think they just come up with their own skull. I don't even think they base off Nemegtosaurus, but I know that a lot of reconstructions for titanosaurs use Nemegtosaurus as a basis for the skull. Whether or not that's accurate is going to be dependent on if we're able to find more skulls of titanosaurs. But so far as I can tell, I mean, I guess it depends. Some of, like, for example, and if you think that Alamosaurus may have had armor on its body, or like Ampelosaurs or some of those European titanosaurs, I'm not entirely sure about that. I think overall it's not like titanosaurs had like these over the top crazy features about them. Like one had a sail on his back, or one had like weird spines in the neck, like what you would see with Dicrasaurids like Amargasaurus. So unless for some reason we come across an Alamosaurus skeleton that has like some incredibly bizarre physical feature to it that is unique to it and no other sauropod, I don't really have a whole lot to say about the design.
There is interesting point about Titanosaurs, and I think one of the better preserved ones was Dreadnought, was it not? And Dreadnought is only has a small part of, I think, either maxilla or something there, and that's the best we get out of that particular one anyway. And the rest of it is mostly like the rest of the skeleton, but I cannot tell. I think it's somewhere quite high on a preservation level, but I don't know whether or not it's in isolation actually good enough to go by a lot of things. But yeah, there's really, it seems that Titanosaurs generally seem to be very difficult when it comes to. So yes, and that's why probably there is really not a lot to add to this particular part, unless, of course, if you have something, feel free, of course, as always. But as far as this goes, the big question is, of course, if how often would we see things like Tyrannosaurus maybe hunt these animals? That would be an interesting one to understand and look into.
Yeah, so with regard to Titanosaur skulls, I think there's at least one good skull from South America. I can't recall the taxon. And there's also Rapetosaurus from Madagascar that has reasonably complete cranial material. From a Tyrannosaurus perspective, back in 2016, when Steve Bersati and I published on Tyrannosaur phylogeny, we hypothesized that T-Rex was an Asian immigrant derived from the Zhucheng Tyrannosaurus bataar stock and dispersed into North America during a global sea drawdown. And one of my latest stupid ideas is that lineage, Zhucheng bataar rex, the reason why they're so massive and powerful, they're just way beyond what you see in animals like the Splendosaurus, and that's a really stocky creature. So my stupid idea is that this Asian stock of giant tyrannosaurines evolved in the presence of sauropods. And even though sauropods weren't always sort of the dominant herbivore in a given fauna, they were still present and available as prey. And so I wonder if the extraordinary bite forces that we see, the massive teeth, the reduction in number of teeth, the very deep jaws, might reflect hunting sauropods. And so if you can imagine the ancestral stock of T-Rex crossing Beringia, entering Laramidia, and encountering nothing but Triceratops, really, and duckbills, relatively small duckbills, in contrast to Shantungosaurus. That's a pretty different experience of an ecosystem. And it's just, more or less coincidental that we have land connection between Laramidia and South America for the titanosaurs to come wandering north. And so by the time T-Rex gets to what's now Colorado, New Mexico, Mexico, it's in a way returning to the Asian fauna, where sauropods are a significant part of the ecosystem. And whether they were aware of it or not, it would be like returning to a version of the ancestral habitat. And so I think T-Rex would have coped with killing sauropods with ease. It just would have been hardwired into them. And, so I just offer that as a Tyrannosaurus view of South Laramidia in the last, 300,000 or so years of that before the extinction.
So how would this, however, fit with the idea of, we think when we say sauropod, we immediately imagine that it's the big one, it's this adult one, and we think that maybe they ganged up or maybe just prodded the big ones and tried to take them down by force. Would they have been able to do that, or are we talking sauropods mainly same idea, that they're picking out the weak ones, maybe slightly smaller ones, and maybe already injured ones? So what metric are we using when we apply to that, and how doable would that actually be physically for them to go into this?
Well, it's just a hypothesis. The only evidence is that we have a very massive stock of Tyrannosaurines in Asia that just blow past what we see in Laramidia, where there are no sauropods. So there's no direct evidence of interactions there. What's also happening in Asia, at least in the late Campanian or early Maastrichtian, is we have sort of extreme divergence in bow plan. So we have the T-Rex line Tyrannosaurines, and we also have basal Tyrannosaurines in the form of Ailoramus. Ailoramus is small and sleek. The skull is completely different. The teeth are different. They're specializing on different prey in the habitat. And so on the face of it, it looks like T-Rex is killing everything a big Tyrannosaur would kill, plus sauropods. And then the Ailoramus lineage is specializing on smaller animals, smaller dinosaurs, and who knows what. But right, all this is just hot air. There's no direct evidence for anything I've just said, aside from the very real difference in the fauna. And maybe sauropods could be implicated in that. And maybe adult giant tyrannosaurians were fully capable of killing, adult sauropods. We don't know. There's no direct evidence of that yet. But I can't help wonder, because there is such a stark difference between the Zhou-Chung Tyrannosaurus line and things like the Spletosaurus, which in contrast to Albertosaurus look pretty massive, but next to a Rex, there's just no competition. That's all.
Is there anything that can actually be of any competition as far as theropods go next to a Rex? Because Rex, as we have established, even for Tyrannosaurus standards, is a thing of its own anyway. It's already setting us the bar in a way.
Yeah, and that's part of this idea is, why is it the way it is? And maybe it's sauropod killing, or that's the most significant difference between Asia and Laramidia. And also, we're at the mercy of the fossil record. We've had very few radiometric dates for the Namek succession. I think there might be one based on isotopes in enamel, but it's been a while since I've read that stuff. And also in terms of the turnover from the classic late Campanian, early Maastrichtian fauna in the American West and the Canadian West, the switch over to the classic Hell Creek Lancian ecosystem, we just don't have record of that. We might have, we've got Albertosaurus sarcophagus from 69 million years ago. We've got Nanook, which is also similarly aged, but we don't have really any picture of what happened. So was there an ecological collapse before Beringia was restored, or when Rex came in, did it just displace everything, every top predator very quickly? And it had to move quickly, because Rexes throughout the Hell Creek succession and its equivalents. So it entered from Asia and just spread throughout Laramidia in a very short, brief period of time, probably only tens of thousands of years of that. But the fossil record doesn't capture the nature of that faunal change, and it's something we might never know. That's something we just have to live with. So it's a good question. There's no clear answer for it at the current time. We just don't. It just doesn't look like we have the record, the terrestrial record, to fill in that gap between 69 to 67 million years ago. That's what we need. We just don't have it.
I think I would like to have you back on the show, but maybe do a dedicated segment on the late time period Tyrannosaurids specifically, especially given some of the latest descriptions of what they allegedly claim to be the second species of Tyrannosaurus. But obviously, if we do it here right now, we're going to get too distracted from the main segment, and I don't want to do that. But I do want to have you back on the show to address that, if that's okay with you as well.
I'm happy to be back.
Okay, glad to hear. So we'll definitely do something about that. So let me sit on it and figure something out. But John, are you happy with Alamosaurus based on the very limited, obviously, screen time that we've gotten from it? And in this case, this is the final.
I was just chilling and listening to Dr. Carr talk about Tyrannosaurs as these sick sauropod killers. So I'm all good. I like when he talks about this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like, yeah, it's cool. I mean, like, obviously it's still correctly pointed out earlier on as well that it's something that needs to be further looked into, and it's a hypothesis, but that's the brilliance of having hypotheses, that you can sit on them and you can come up with different ideas and test them, and then maybe you can actually even get somewhere with that. So you never know. That's
Right.
the beauty of it. So that is the final critter basically that we have in this segment. So John, do you want to quickly take over the mic and just give a few comments on this? There is not a lot to say about it, but
Yeah.
there's quite a few things to say about it, maybe.
So this is basically the Denver Formation segment. Again, I have no idea if the Soda Lake habitat is a thing in the Denver Formation. The two creatures that are shown here are Pictinodon bakeri and Styginetta. So a couple things about, and here's why I lumped the both of them together, because they're both extremely poorly understood taxa. Pictinodon is, up until this point, still a tooth taxa. Literally, the only thing we have of it is one of those teeth in the middle there. Now, it's shaped, it resembles like what you would expect for a troodontid, so it wouldn't surprise me if Pictinodon resembled Stenonychosaurus or Latinovenatrix, since Troorodon at this point is still a tooth taxa as well, but we have nothing else besides teeth for this thing. So it's hyper speculative as to what it really looked like. And then Styginetta, this is an interesting one because when I looked it up, there is no formal description of Styginetta. In fact, there is not a Wikipedia article about it. There's literally nothing. The only thing that exists that talks about this bird is a master's thesis, the origin and ecological diversification of modern birds, evidence from the extinct wading ducks. Thank you, Arsen. Presbyornithidae, Neornithes, and Cerriformes. So, for anyone who doesn't know what the heck these things are, Presbyornithids are basically a group of Anseriforms, so like the group that includes ducks and geese. And there are specimens of these things that do resemble ducks. Styginetta has never had a full proper description, and it's only present in this master's thesis, which is probably the basis for why it was added to the show. I don't know. I really don't know what to say about it, other than it's a real thing, but it's not formally published. Um, I guess in terms of Pectinodon, one thing I will say is that this is another example of this being a father who is solely raising the chicks. Um, we've already talked a little bit about how speculative or how provable that could possibly be. Basically, the whole segment is of a Pectinodon hunting these Styginettas at the Soda Lake, which reminds me a little bit of like baboons or other creatures hunting flamingos in Africa at Soda Lakes. So I don't have a whole lot to say about this. Again, both genera are very poorly known, and this strikes me as a very, very speculative scenario for everyone involved.
For some reason, whenever I try to do the Control D thing to to switch on and off mic, it always jumps to a different thing in my browser, and I don't understand why it's doing that. That's why I'm always a little bit delayed here. But anyways, I wanted to say that they did have options to pick from when it came to these types of smaller dromaeosaur, whatever dinosaurs. There have been other types they could have picked. So I'm not entirely sure why. It seems to be a general problem of this show that they seem to frequently, in some cases, they pick out genera that are just so poorly understood and known when they could have easily just been avoided and used something else for that crime that they have done and given to these animals there. And on the other hand, they also pick sometimes the genera that is not exactly correct to be used in the same place and time period because they didn't coexist in the same time period, which we will get to maybe in one of the other segments, which is where the Velociraptor mongoliensis coexists together with Barbosaurus, and that's just not, it's just not a thing as far as I'm aware of, because they two don't. Velociraptor goes extinct basically before the other one first appears, I think, in the fossil record, and there may be a chance only if that they coexisted if the Flaming Cliffs formation, whatever Tyrannosaur it is there would have been also referable to Tarbosaurus material, but we don't know that yet. As far as I understand, it's not, to my knowledge, it's not a diagnosable material from that area. So, or maybe it just hasn't been properly looked at and described. Whatever it is, we just don't know. So I think there are a lot of problems that the show seems to have when it comes to choosing what animals they want to show off. And yeah, I guess that's basically the idea here. Yes, please.
Yeah, so in our area, the Hell Creek, so Pictinodon backri is a Ken Carpenter taxon. It's a tooth taxon, and it's contentious since it's a tooth taxon. Troodonids have fairly variable teeth along the tooth row, and so it's kind of really hard to hang a name from that sort of hook. But in our field area in the Hell Creek, Troodonid teeth are actually quite rare. And when we do find them, they're very small. And from animals that are probably 1 meter long, at most, or 1.5 meters. In terms of the birds, we do find more bird material than Troodonids or Dromaeosaurids, and usually it's either Hesperornithiform birds or enantiornithians. And so I do agree that Pictinodon and Stygianetta are sort of an unusual choice, since we do know a fair amount about Hell Creek birds and Hell Creek and equivalents. But that's their call. So here we are. But that there are other options. Like, your point is valid, that there aren't many bird fossils from the Hell Creek, but those that there are, that we do have, are pretty consistent. Like, we've got things like Avasaurus for the enantiornithians, and they could have gone in a different direction here, but that's their call.
Yep, I think there are other things like Broadavis as well that comes to mind. That's one of those. There's quite a few others. Avisaurus, I think, or something like that. There were quite a few of them that I can think of that really spring to mind, and I think these would be the go-to options, maybe, to show off, if any of them at all.
Yeah, and in fact, my crew, found a foot bone called the tarsometatarsus, a complete one, of a brand new species of Avosaurus, an enantiornithian, called Avosaurus darwini. And it was named last year by a team from the Field Museum. And it turns out to be one of the largest Hell Creek birds ever found. Not the largest, but probably the second largest. It also turns out to be a raptorial bird. There's clear evidence to show that it would have, it was something like, a small hawk. And, that's pretty cool stuff. That discovery was published long after this aired, but, there is an interesting avifauna. There's a lot to draw on.
When you said the second largest, what one, if you could refresh my memory, was the first, as in the top largest, to your knowledge?
Oh boy, I'll have to check the article. I think it's Avosaurus archibaldi is larger than darwini, but I don't have the paper open in front of me, so I might be completely misremembering. I do have to use the restroom again.
Yep, go ahead, please. So, in this case, while Dr. Carr has to use the bathroom, we can collect some questions, perhaps, and see if we can address them ourselves. And then when he comes back, we can also get him to chime in and catch up on them as well. So, does anybody, because I do know that there were some questions coming up, so let's go Q&A, guys, Let's go Q&A. So if you have any questions, please post them and let's talk about them. And if we have them towards any people who are not here right now, who have had to go off and do their things, then we can always bring them up later on a different show. So at least we have we will be able to have a record of them. will we ever find? Let's see. Let's just close this like that. Yep. Will we ever find an alioramid? Sorry for my spelling. Find in North America, like in Hell Creek. I mean, do we have a way to predict future? Like it strikes me as one of those type of questions. Like, how can we possibly know what to expect?
I mean,
So,
crazier things have happened. I mean, you think about, like, my first thoughts when we're talking about creatures that we find only in one continent, we have material of ceratosaur-like animals in South America and parts of Europe that we don't. For example, in the Jurassic period, obviously we have Ceratosaurus nasicornis. We have material of Ceratosaurus in Portugal, the Lourinhã Formation. We have potential material for Ceratosaurus, the genus, in South America and uh, possibly the Tendagubru Formation, as well as other parts of Europe that um, maybe that they're not as well known as the Lourinhã, but still have some decent fossils. So, with Ceratosaurus, I think it's entirely possible that we could find more of that group, that basal Ceratosauria um in other parts of the world besides North America and Portugal. I know that there's been early abelisaurs that have been entertained in the Morrison Formation. And plus we have examples of the European abelisaurs like Tarascosaurus, Archovenator, living in Europe during the late Cretaceous. So, it's not that Alioramini could not have happened to find their way to North America. We just don't have that kind of evidence. We already are like debating whether or not some people still don't know if Nanotyrannus is a thing or not. So that could easily. So it's just hard to know if, like, until we find something of Alioramini in North America, it's hard to know if they spread out outside of China and Mongolia.
well, the question itself is phrased maybe slightly. I mean, and I'm not trying to have a dig at you, obviously. I'm just trying to point out why it's important to correctly frame your point of reference. When you ask, will we ever find, this is something we cannot answer. Will we or not? Maybe tomorrow, who knows what will happen. But if you were to say, if I were to help you here to reframe it, and I would have done it like this, I would have probably said correct way to ask it would be, is it possible to find an alioramin? Well, first of all, it's an alioramin. There is no alioramid. That's another thing, nuance to understand when you talk about these things. And don't worry about your spelling. You're fine. So my spelling is much worse than anybody's here. So don't worry about it. But whether it's possible or not would be just a more correct way to approach it rather than saying, will we? Because we may find it tomorrow, but we may never find it ever because maybe they never even existed there. So, Thomas, we are basically trying to answer the idea,
Sure.
this point, whether or not the Alioramin Tyrannosaurians were, whether we can find or expect or predict to find them in North America, be it Hell Creek or somewhere else. Is it possible or not very likely?
It's not likely, but if phylogeny is correct and the global sea drawdowns are accurate, then we should find them in rocks 83 million years old and older. The ancestral stock of Alioramus is from North America. The evidence shows that Tyrannosaurians arose here, and that around 83 million years ago, there was a global drawdown. Beringia was at dry land, and two lineages scooted over. And that was the one line that led to Alioramus, and then a more derived group that led to Zhochang, Batar, and Rex. And then Rex came back, around 68 million years ago. So it looks like the Alioramins went extinct shortly after they arose in North America. There's no evidence of them at all in late Campanian rocks. And there's no evidence of Alioramus from the Hell Creek or its equivalents. It's just Rex all the way down. And So for some reason, maybe the Aileuramus line may have gone extinct before 6 to 8 million years ago, or maybe they didn't and just didn't cross over for whatever reason. But I don't expect we'll see it in late Maastrichtian rocks of North America. We've been collecting out there for over 100 years. We would have found some evidence of them by now. But I think that points toward Rex being something a bit different ecologically in Laramidia that just didn't allow for any competition at all.
Cool. I think that's basically covering most of it as much as possible at this point. So let's bring up a different question. We have here, are you guys looking forward to the new Walking with Dinosaurs coming out this summer? And here is what I will say. Yes, because this just adds to the endless queue of content to drop my droppings on potentially. So why would I miss the opportunity? Why would I ever say no? It's just a matter of making sure that we eventually get to it once everything else in the queue is obviously done. And there may be a chance that they might do something good too. I mean, from the previews, some of the stuff that I've seen, I don't hold high hopes personally, but I could be proven wrong. So we don't know. So what are your thoughts about this upcoming potential show, which is the direct successor to the Walking with Dinosaurs? Because it is literally said Working with Dinosaurs 2, to my knowledge. So what are your thoughts about this one?
Yeah, I guess I'll go. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've gone out of my way to watch dino docs such as this, but I'm glad that they still happen. I'm glad there's a steady drumbeat that keeps vertebrate paleontology in the public eye and in the public mind. So I'm glad this is sort of a regular drumbeat. It's good for science. I think it's good for science education. They're part of the culture, and I'm glad people keep revisiting it. So I think in the end, it's good for the culture and good for science.
John, do you want to address as well?
Yeah. So, I think I'm just gonna play it by ear, see how this series goes. What I will say is that part of my interest in the series is a little bit biased because I worked with Dr. Joshua Lively from the Prehistoric Museum for a summer last year, and he and I talked a little bit about the fact that one of the episodes is going to be based off of the Cedar Mountain Formation, more specifically the Poison Strip member of that formation, where you have this giant bone bed of Gastonia Lori McGuinney um, around that region. And Josh was a huge consultant for the show, and I've actually worked with bones that were found from the bone bed, and so it'll be interesting to see how they portray it. As far as I can tell, they are keeping it in line with what um, the animals there. So, for example, Gastonia Lori McGuinney, so the second species, not Gastonia burgei. There's a potential Utah raptor species that's been found there. It hasn't been officially described yet, but it's considered Utah raptor. It's the same genus, just we don't think it's Austramazy. And then Planocoxa, which is a iguanodont. So fortunately, they have been able to keep the animals pretty accurate to what we know about the poison strip member of the formation. But outside of that, I'm kind of just keeping my expectations at an okay level. I'm going to try and stay as neutral as possible with this series, see what happens, and I'll praise what I think I like and criticize what I think I don't like. And fingers crossed that the Cedar Mountain Formation episode is really good because it's one of my personal favorite formations, and it's not just because I live in Utah.
Well, yeah, I can tell why you're saying that this is very easy trap to fall into as far as bias goes, because you are in Utah right now and you have spent significant time with this particular ecosystem and particular project, so it would definitely be understandable if you were.
Mhm.
So, all right then. Let's go to the next one that we see posted here. Let's hide this one and bring up this one. Do you think that Tyrannosaurus and theropods, I'll try to rephrase it, I think I know what this comment means, but let me just see, would have keratin on their face? Okay, so in other words, you're asking, do we believe that Tyrannosaurus and other theropods would have had keratin on their face for protection purposes? If that is the question, I hope you can confirm whether we understood you correctly. So let's try our best to address it. So I think maybe Dr. Tom could be opening this one up quite easily. I think you have all the tools you need to be able to answer this one. So what do you think?
Yeah, so keratin is a major part of integument, whether it's scales or feathers. So there's going to be keratin there no matter what. But I think you're asking more like a keratin sheath or shield, kind of like like the horny covering of a claw, for example. And the evidence shows that the majority of the face of tyrannosaurs had flat scales like crocodilians. There was armor-like skin on the front of the snout, along the dorsum of the snout, and also, strangely, at the cheek horns, the jugal horns. And a lot of paleo artists put a big scale there, and it's just the evidence doesn't show that at all. They're actually bumpy. If you look at a tyrannosaur cheek horn, the jugal horn, it has a very distinct texture like that on the premaxilla or the nasals. In terms of keratin sheaths, the evidence shows that sheaths were present on the postorbital, behind the eye, and that's pretty much it for like a horn-like covering anywhere on the head. The evidence for that comes from the fact that the vascular grooves are fairly sharply inset into the bone, and the margin of that structure, of that region, is raised like on a platform. And that's something that we see where either a horn or some other structure is covered in a keratin sheath. So behind the eyes, that's it.
So I just wanted to quickly double check something if I understood correctly. So when you talked about the jugal horn, if you will, can I ask you to go over that part a little bit once more? So what is the correct interpretation and what is the incorrect interpretation?
Right. So tyrannosaurs have up to 8 sets of paired horns: lacrimal pair, postorbital pair, and 1 or 2 pairs on the jugal. Aileuramus has the 8-horned condition. No other tyrannosaur does. And so in the aileuramus line, the horn sticks out laterally from the body of the jugal, but all tyrannosaurs share a ventrally pointing jugal horn. It's slightly ventromedial in position. And the texture of that bump is bumpy. It looks like it has warts. And we see in a warty texture is evidence of an armor-like skin, so a thickened skin. And that's based on the work of Hieronymus et al. 2009 that worked a lot of this out in terms of what bone texture means in terms of overlying soft tissue in amniotes. And so based on that, we have, just thick armor-like skin on the jugal horns and on the lacrimal horns as well, which surprised me a bit. I was expecting something different, but when confronted with evidence, thou must yield. And so that's the hypothesis that we published in 2017, and it's falsifiable. And here's how. And it will be falsifiable. All it takes is a single Tyrannosaurus skull with skin impression over it. That's the test. And we have dinosaur mummies from Wyoming all the way to Central Asia. So it's at some point someone's going to find that Batar, or in the Namek, or a Rex in the Hell Creek or the Lance that will have skin impression on the head, and we'll know for sure. That's the test. But that's at the current time where the bony evidence points.
That will also be the time when even this idea of what kind of thing to expect and look for in general when it comes to facial integument probably as well. We do have obviously some decent material that, or at least points of reference that you presented in your 2017 work. But if we have more, like what you have described, it's going to basically give us either more confirmation of what you have mentioned regarding even the facial, like oral, extraoral tissue or not, and all of these things. And that will probably be hopefully good enough to settle this particular debate, if you will.
Yeah, and one thing that I should have emphasized back in 2017 was that basic pattern is across all of advanced Tyrannosauroids. It's not just Dysplesiosaurus horneri. They all do the same thing. So if you look at any skull of T-Rex, Batar, Stratophonius, Bistaiaversor, it's all the same. And so that this is the ancestral pattern for at least that clade. And it's not just not specific to horneri. It's all this stuff is in the whole group. So same integument across the board.
If you have any information at hand, like straight from the top of your head, would that even be reasonable to extend this even to other theropods like the Allosauroids and alike, or would you be rather not going that direction just yet on your own?
Yeah, it sets up a naive null. I mean, all someone has to do is sit down and read Tobin's article and just take a close look at the texture on the facial bones and to develop a hypothesis. And the best case is that multiple specimens are examined from juveniles to adults, because there's even growth differences that happen. They're also seen in crocodilians, for that matter. So, yeah, I think it's okay to extend it as a naive null, but there's nothing stopping anyone from doing what I did. You just have to start opening drawers and taking record of what the textures are, and that'll lead to a pretty robust hypothesis, and a surprising one as well. I wasn't expecting this diversity on the heads at all. I didn't really know what to expect to begin with.
It's actually very interesting that even though on some areas you and your colleague, Dr. Steve Brusati, you disagree with, or you seem to, at least I would assume you disagree on some parts, because you tend to favor different directions in some areas when it comes to hypothesizing certain aspects of Tyrannosaurs. And yet you have both also on numerous occasions come together to perform some work in certain areas. And correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't he also a very good person to go to as far as the Allosaurs are concerned? Because I do believe this is part of his area. It's not. I'm trying to remember if it was him or someone else that I'm thinking of.
Yeah, Steve has a really great breadth of experience. He's worked on Allosauroids from Monolithosaurus to Neovenator. He has a really, very broad experience, which is important. And yes, it's a pleasure to work with him and publish with him. Of course, disagreements do arise, but they're, they're not socially disruptive. Like, it's not the sort of thing that breaks friendships. It's a reminder that our information is limited, and part of disagreements arise from that. And I think the important thing to keep in mind is that the goal of science is not to proliferate hypotheses. And, Steve and I are interested in arriving at the one hypothesis of the history of life on this planet, on this particular twig of the branch of life. And, that's the goal. And we will run into areas where there's, maybe contradictory evidence, or if there isn't, there's contradictory hypotheses based on that evidence. But at the end of the day, we're after the one history of life on this planet, and that doesn't happen in a hurry, because we are at the mercy of a pretty crappy fossil record. Even if we have one or two excellent specimens, it isn't always enough to really arrive at a single hypothesis.
I am very tempted to basically bring yourself, Steve, and the other Tom, meaning Holt, if extremely lucky, Philip, Curie as well, just have the four of you just present you with a point or a question and just have you talk it out freely, like a free-for-all type of, approach. So I hope, would you be interested in doing something like that personally?
Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun.
Okay, there we go. So I suppose that would be great. So we should definitely maybe try to plan something, see if we can get all of you together at the same time to basically come in and do this kind of show. So that's one thing maybe we should do. Yes.
Yeah, and our specializations are quite complementary. I'm hyper-focused on osteology, ontogeny, and phylogeny of the advanced Tyrannosaurus. Steve works on the base of the tree and has a lot of experience on the sister groups. And Tom has a really solid, grounding in functional morphology and phylogeny. So it would be, I think, a very engaging conversation with a lot of complementarity. Like we fill in each other's gaps, so to speak, and no single person can be an expert on everything. And I think that's one of the strengths of science, is that we recognize that, and we seek consilience where we can to arrive at what really was going on so long ago.
Perfect. I'm very happy to hear that. I'll definitely try to look into this. So maybe me and John can put something together and have a session hosted. And although we should probably share this with other boys, because they would get very jealous if we left them out of it. So we'll see. I think you can actually do a stream the way it is now, based on how my account is set up. Is I can have up to maximum, I think, of 10 people at one time, including myself. So I think we will be fairly safe on that part, and hopefully things will just go smoothly. So let's bring up the next question, shall we? Yes, John.
I just want to say real quick, it is 6:11 over by me. My earbuds are close to dying, and I was thinking about making dinner. So if it's okay with you guys, I was thinking about
you can jump out if you want. What we can do is we can just read this final question.
Yeah, how about one more question, John?
Yep.
Sounds good.
Okay, let's do that.
Just one more question, yeah, and then we will just call it a day. And then if there are more questions, we can just do the next show for this, whenever we get back. What are your thoughts on the giant Rex specimens, Ed Cope or Goliath? I heard rumors that they are around 11 to 15 tons. Is that true? I heard rumors as well, but the rumors, unfortunately, are not helpful if you don't have the detailed information. So, Thomas, I believe you know a thing or two about both of these. I'm pretty sure this would have at least been on your radar, or I would hope at least. So what can you comment on this particular question?
Well, as far as I know, neither specimen is in a public trust. But moving past that problem, one thing I emphasize to my students, and I have right now 3 of my paleo students an independent study where they're doing a deep dive on the growth of various extinct animals. What I emphasize to them is that scientific knowledge is located in the scientific literature. And so, sure, there might be these rumors or speculations of extra large T-Rexes, but until those data are published in a peer-reviewed journal, and ideally those specimens are in a public trust, then there's really nothing to talk about. People can say whatever they want, but there is a process by which knowledge claims are vetted, and that begins with the data itself, the analysis of data, and then finally the publication of the results, if they're valid. So I have no comment on this until these specimens are in a public trust and they're published in a peer-reviewed journal. A rumor is merely that until the data see the true light of day.
John?
But
sorry, yes, there is a but. Okay, there's a but.
Yeah, it's not really a but. What's interesting is that dinosaur paleontologist from Canadian Museum of Nature, Jordan Mallon, did publish an article estimating how large the largest T-Rex adults would be. And that's, I think, easy enough to find through Google Scholar. And so what's interesting is that if these rumors turn out to be true, then that's an independent validation of Jordan's work. But since this stuff hasn't been published and these specimens, I presume, are not in a public trust, it'll be some time before we have that validation.
All right. Sounds like a reasonable answer. So, John, do you want to add anything to this to comment?
I mean, most of my knowledge on Cope and Goliath comes from
Instagram.
Partially Instagram, but I will also throw in there and don't take this as, oh, the AK Rex crew wants to start beef with him, the Vividen guy on YouTube. He's kind of been someone who's been talking about this. He's been in talks with Peter Larson about especially the Goliath Rex. And I presume Cope, I think both are in the Black Hills Institute, but I could be mistaken. So a lot of the information I've heard about both of them come from the Vividen's work and talking with other paleontologists about this. And at least based on what I've seen of them, you know, I'm very, very mixed because I don't want to say it's bad math, or I don't want to say like it's all fake news, but at the same time, these are specimens that you're asking us to believe these things are, like, again, 11 to 15 tons, which even stuff like Sue and Scotty back in the day when they were the biggest was like, that's pretty exceptional for an animal that is again, Tyrannosaurus Rex, currently the largest terrestrial carnivore to walk on the planet, assuming nothing else gets bigger than it. And I just think at a certain level, apex predators like that, how reasonable is it for them to get that big? And so I try to err on the side of caution with all this stuff. I'm not going to accuse people of just making crap up for publicity, but I also would like it if this was given a closer eye. And I guess we'll see what comes of it, because right now, yeah, it's very impressive, the numbers, but, you know, has anything really been published about it? Not yet. So until then, it would be nice to see something a little bit more concrete, and not just waiting on Vividen to make videos about it. So again, I'm not starting beef with the guy. I'm just saying that's where I get most of my information about.
Bear in mind,
gargantuan
if you
Rexes.
start doing it from my channel right now, so I don't want to be in a beef with anyone either. So
right.
Yeah, we don't want. Well, I mean, but to be serious, I think I would also like to see somebody actually get this material into a place where it would be appropriate to conduct a reasonable data analysis and perhaps actually verify that all of these, because I don't know which parts of these specimens really. I think one of them, the Goliath, is like a femur. The other one, I'm not sure what it has. What's the other one have, John, if you remember?
I recall it being
Allegedly,
a
by the way,
femur as
allegedly.
well. I remember it being some kind of femur because it was leg bones mostly.
So I want to basically have somebody who would just verify, and again, in an environment and in a setting where it's appropriate to publish this data in a scientific journal as well, that these indeed belong to a T-Rex and that they are basically what they actually are. I'm not saying they're not, but I want the verification. I like this quote that comes to mind. It's a general mindset of the Eastern European and Slavic and post-USSR republics that say it goes as trust but verify. And this is where I stand on this, I guess, if I were to chime in on it. I don't want to, shut the door completely and lock it and say, no, don't go there. But I do want them maybe to bring this information where it's appropriate so that people who would be able and qualified enough to know what to look for would be able to answer all these questions in the way you would probably like them to be answered, in a sense. So that's where I would probably land on this. So does anybody else want to add anything else on this question? Because this is going to be the last one, and after that we're going to conclude the segment. Okay, well, in this case, thank you everybody for watching the show. Thank you, special guest, for the strongest ones who made it all the way to almost 6.5 hours. I thank and apologize as well for taking up so much of your time that you could have maybe spent doing better things than sitting here and talking with me and doing all this stuff. But very grateful, very good to have you. And I definitely look forward to having you on the show in the future as well. So thank you so much.
Of course.
Very much appreciated.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thanks so
All
much.
Right. Viewers, ciao. See you later. We will have more videos out. We will have these segments out in a broken section. So look forward to that. And feel free to post your questions in the comments and we will collect them and we will try to address them in the next show that we do. So until then, we'll see you later. Take care.